5 years ago, the existence of dungeons was confirmed. They appeared simultaneously all around the world, releasing massive numbers of monsters in an event later known as the Stampede. 5 years later, in Sapporo, stands Hokkaido's largest dungeon, Chikuho, located just outside the gates of Odori Park. The area is crowded with people, when one adventurer accidentally bumps into Karaboshi Haruki. Haruki is a 27-year-old beginner-level adventurer. Chikuho has always been busy, but he feels the crowds have increased recently. He isn't popular, and didn't obtain any loot that day. During Japan's period of confusion after the dungeon outbreak, the government introduced the profession of adventurer. Those who qualified were permitted to risk their lives by entering dungeons and defeating monsters. Haruki knows he needs to work harder. As he looks at his phone, he notices that some people use their adventuring experience to gain an advantage in job hunting. Former adventurers often present themselves as confident and capable of handling harsh environments, traits that appeal to employers. Suddenly people begin running towards someone. It's Tatsun. Girls surround him, excitedly saying they are huge fans of his blog. Haruki checks his own blog, which has only 4 views, and wonders why no one reads his posts. Later, as he drives home, he appreciates the road, thinking about how the area was once mostly ruined but has now improved. When he opens the door to his garage exhausted, he stumbles upon a staircase leading underground. He stares at it in confusion. Is it a sinkhole? He wonders, only to realize it is a dungeon entrance. He is baffled by how and why a dungeon entrance appeared in his garage. His snowplow machine lies destroyed in the corner. He looks at it, now ruined, remembering how it cost 3,000 yen. He worked hard to buy it. Before owning the snowplow, he had to shovel snow by hand every morning. He wonders if he will have to do the same again this winter. As he kneels on the ground mourning his snowplow, he notices a screen lying nearby. He picks it up, wondering what it is, and sees a button on it. He presses the button and a bright light bursts from the screen. The light enters his body with a heavy thump. He panics, thinking he has been contaminated by a foreign object and desperately wants to get it out. Suddenly a screen appears in the air, displaying his name, age and skill points. He realizes it is a skill board. Engine noises approach his house. Army personnel arrive, having been contacted by Karaboshi. The men talk among themselves, asking if this is the house that made the call. Another confirms that it is, and that a dungeon has formed in the garage. One of them asks for the landlord, and Haruki greets them. They ignore his greeting and continue talking, suggesting that it might be late, and that they should call the landlord. He raises his voice and responds again, saying he is right here. They freeze for a moment, surprised. Where did he come from? They hadn't noticed him at all. Karaboshi feels slightly embarrassed. This has been the case all his life. His presence is often overlooked. He once thought that becoming an adventurer would make him stand out, but it never happened. Even in school, his classmates barely knew him, and teachers often ignored him. One of the army men apologizes and asks for his license. Haruki presents it, wanting to escape the awkward situation as quickly as possible. Karaboshi believes that one day he will have an existence that cannot be ignored. The army confirms that he did not enter the dungeon, and he confirms that he did not. The army men feel relieved, knowing they will be able to enter safely after the barricade is installed. Barricades, sandbags, and barbed wire are set up around the garage entrance. He watches how quickly the army completes their work. He compliments them, and they reply that being fast is part of their job. One of the officers asks if he lost anything in the dungeon. Haruki replies that he lost a snowplow machine, and they all express their condolences for his loss. Once their work is done, the men prepare to leave. Haruki thanks them for their help. One of them asks if he plans to train, and he replies that he does. The soldier advises him to be careful, reminding him that even with barricades, safety is important. Haruki thanks them again. The officer salutes him and leaves. He wonders why they saluted him, especially since he is wearing such a flashy shirt. The soldiers get into their vans and trucks and drive away. The moment they leave, he stands up, ready to begin his adventure. He enters the dungeon, places his hand on his chest, and thinks about the screen appearing, and it does, just as he expected. It only works inside the dungeon. Magic items can be found in treasure chests, or obtained by killing monsters. These items have various effects that exceed human understanding. He looks at the screen in front of him and wonders if there is a guide. He presses a few buttons and notices an H on the screen. He assumes H means beginner, while A or S might be the highest ranks. He believes he can strengthen items or abilities using skill points. Another screen appears displaying various attributes such as vitality, strength, dexterity, and technique. It resembles a skill tree like those seen in games. He checks his stealth stat and realizes his bad feeling wasn't unfounded. He practically has it maxed out already. His attention then shifts to the special category. He wonders if special refers to a hobby or a trait, but then notices something called growth rate. It explains that the more power he gains from killing monsters, the faster his growth increases. He clicks on growth rate and invests all his points into it, only to regret the decision the next second. Maybe he should have thought it through and invested in other useful skills. He wonders if there is a way to reallocate his points, but regardless, he gets up and prepares to move forward. He begins descending the dungeon stairs. As he walks down, he sees a massive cave and is impressed by its structure. The area is brightly lit. He wonders if the walls themselves emit light. He stabs the wall with his dagger to test what it's made of. The wall appears to be clay, yet it is extremely hard. When he chips it slightly, part of it collapses. As he does this, he notices a large insect approaching him. It is a giant centipede. According to the information displayed, it is a beginner-level monster. It moves slowly and has antennae on its head. Karaboshi knows it uses its antennae to sense its surroundings. If he cuts them off, it won't be able to target him properly. Then he can kill it by crushing its head. He charges toward the centipede, attacking with quick reflexes, and wonders why the information described it as slow. Despite his confidence, he tells himself to stay calm and that everything will be fine. He slices off the centipede's antennae and then tries to strike its body, but its skin is thick. The centipede lunges at him, and he dodges. Although it's faster than he expected, he can still avoid its attacks. He prepares another strike, aiming for the same spot. As he stabs straight into its head, it splits open. The creature bleeds out, curls up, and dies. Karaboshi gasps for air, exhausted from his first battle with a monster. He gets up from the ground and decides that before more monsters arrive, he should harvest what he can. As he stands, he feels something strange in his stomach and wonders if it's level-up sickness. Suddenly, he vomits onto the ground. It's a strange sensation, unlike anything he experienced in Chikuho before. He wonders if it's because of his growth rate, or perhaps something related to the centipede itself. Either way, he takes his dagger and begins cutting off the centipede's legs, receiving a large amount of XP in the process. He decides that at the very least he might be able to use the shell as armor. He wonders if this is normal for a first dungeon experience. After finishing the disassembly, he looks at the body and wonders if he did it correctly. Examining the shell, he thinks that with this much material, he could probably make a full set of armor, or sell it for a reasonable price. He picks it up but quickly realizes he can't take it out like this, as it won't fit into his bag. He looks at the rest of the body, the soft meat inside, and wonders if it's edible. He remembers how scholars classified monsters into two categories, those that can be eaten and those that can't. He takes his knife, slices through the meat, puts it into his mouth, and starts chewing. It's extremely chewy, odorless, and tasteless. He gulps it down with water. It's not that it can't be eaten, there's just no point. It has no flavor at all. Since the appearance of dungeons, crude oil prices have soared and food shortages have become common. Even vegetables are now considered food for the rich. He guesses that as a last resort, eating centipede meat might not be the worst option. Afterward, he climbs back up to his home. He opens his laptop and visits the adventurer's website, commonly known as Naru, to check for updates. Reading through the site, he learns that for new adventurers like himself, survival rates increase simply by visiting it once. There's a wiki summarizing monsters, attack patterns, and material collection methods, a bulletin board for exchanging information, and blogs that are updated and reviewed daily. Since it's rare for a dungeon to appear at home, he decides to update his own blog. Surely this will make it popular, or so he thinks. He writes about his first dungeon experience. An hour later, there's barely any progress. He wonders whether the internet can really make him famous. There are over 1 million users, yet nobody is reading his blog. He even suspects his page view counter might be broken. He doesn't think his writing is worse than the top-ranked blogs, yet no one seems to notice it. He notices that Bacon-san has updated his blog. On Naro, those who rank highest in views and influence are called rankers. As a ranker, you receive free equipment from various companies and earn money through collaboration deals. One such ranker is Bacon-san. He is a popular ranker who teaches beginners in his free time. His nicknames include Muscle, Old Man, and Naked. He enjoys adventuring at his own pace, focusing on fun rather than efficiency, but despite that, his abilities are the real deal. On the opposite end is Masa Tuga-san, a ranker who is extremely serious and methodical. His nicknames include the Strategist, Hero, and the Unwavering Ranker. He holds the record for the deepest dive into Japan's hardest dungeon, Shinjuku Station. Shigiri-san is the only woman in the top 10 rankers. She trained in a dojo from a young age and has never lost a fight. Everyone is amazing. Everyone is cool. But he isn't. He wonders why. Shaking off the feeling, he decides there's no time to feel down. His garage has turned into a dungeon. He's obtained magical tools, and this will definitely make him stronger. He resolves to overcome his existential crisis. Back in the dungeon, he now kills centipedes like a professional. He has already slain over 100 of them. He feels a slight sense of guilt. It almost feels like bullying them. He has grown accustomed to level up sickness as he progresses. He maps the dungeon, though he hasn't finished mapping even the first floor yet. As he moves forward, he encounters multiple centipedes at once. Moving steadily, he kills them one by one. He flows through with swift movements, cleanly severing their heads. He has become faster and more efficient. Yesterday, he struggled against a single monster and was completely out of breath. Now it feels like he's using someone else's body entirely, all because of his growth rate. In Chikuho, there was too much competition. Here, in just a few days alone, he has killed over 200 monsters. Even though he's growing rapidly, it doesn't quite feel real. His basic strength seems close to maxed out, and he no longer needs to train the basics. He wonders if it's time for a new weapon. Checking his screen, he realizes there is no boss on this floor, and although his skill points haven't increased yet, he knows they will eventually. He decides to go to the second floor. The terrain feels the same. He's heard that dungeon layouts don't change much until the 10th floor. The deeper one goes, the more difficult the dungeon becomes. Only about 10% of adventurers ever reach the 10th floor, the so-called middle levels. Since adventurers work independently, information about the upper floors is often deliberately withheld online to reduce competition. The site also mentions that floor size increases exponentially. The deeper one descends into the dungeon. As he walks through the second floor, wondering what kinds of monsters await deeper down, he hears a crumbling sound. Suddenly, plant-like creatures burst out of the ground. They look like onions with roots and leaves. Curious, he picks one up, but the moment it splits in half, tears flood his eyes. The onions are unbelievably fresh, and he can't stop crying. Deciding that's enough for today, he returns home, bringing the onions with him. There are a lot of them. In times like these, monster-grown vegetables could easily be monopolized, at least in Otama. He overharvests the onions with his dagger, causing it to snap. He sighs and decides he'll visit the weapon shop tomorrow. At the same time, a girl sighs at a counter, announcing that she's bored. She wonders whether she'll meet today's quota. She works as a cashier at a weapon shop. Meanwhile, Karaboshi is enjoying the heavenly taste of eggs at Kitori-san's house. The eggs there are the best, far better than centipede meat. Kitori-san smiles happily as he watches him enjoy the meal. 3 crates of onions are piled up in the house. Kitori-san looks at them and asks if it's really okay to receive so many fresh onions. Haruki protests and tells him to think of it as a thank you for always helping him out. After all, neighbors should help each other. As Kitori-san inspects the onions, memories surface. He remembers picking onions like these long ago with his wife, before she was attacked by a monster. Simply touching them brings back painful memories. He recalls how she went ahead of him in the dungeon and was attacked. He truly misses her. Noticing his neighbor fall silent, Haruki stops eating and listens. Soon he stands up to leave and apologizes for the trouble. Kitori-san tells him it's fine, thanks him for the visit, and asks if he'll be going adventuring after this. Sitting in his car, Haruki replies that he will, but before that there's somewhere he needs to go. He thinks to himself. He arrives at the guild and begins placing centipede hardshells on the counter. The girl behind it looks utterly confused, wondering what on earth has suddenly appeared on her table and where it all came from. After laying out the hard shells, he politely asks for an appraisal. She stares in amazement at the quantity and asks how he managed to bring all of this here. Proudly, he tells her there are 200 pieces. 200, she repeats, stunned, and asks if they are all his. He confirms that they are. She asks him to wait a moment. Soon after, she calls his name and informs him that the appraisal is complete. She hands him a paper and explains that there are a total of 216 shells. Those without scratches are worth 1,000 yen each, while those with scratches are worth 100 yen each. She asks if he is satisfied with the amount, and explains that the money will be deposited onto his IC card. He looks at the total, 153,800 yen, and is shocked by the enormous sum. After thanking her, he calculates that with his narrow points added, his total comes to 161,460 yen. He silently thanks the centipedes. Now he finally has enough money for gasoline. With his next destination in mind, he heads to the weapon shop. The moment he enters, his eyes sparkle. So many daggers, so much armor. Shields and swords line the walls, filling him with excitement. He wanders through the shop like a child. His gaze lingers on a long sword. It seems like a solid choice. Many people use one, and carrying it into a dungeon would make him feel like a true adventurer. Then he thinks about how much attention he would draw by using a dagger instead. Fighting monsters with nothing but a dagger would surely amaze people. He moves toward the dagger section and begins examining the weapons. One catches his eye, the werewolf dagger. Its price is 1 million yen, as expected for a middle-class adventurer, he thinks. The shop girl approaches and welcomes him warmly. She looks at the daggers alongside him and asks if he is interested in that particular item, offering to open the display case. He feels embarrassed, wondering why someone noticed him at all. His nervousness surpasses even what he felt when fighting monsters. And yet beneath it all, he is happy. Happy that someone noticed him. After opening the display, the girl invites him to freely touch and examine the weapons. He steps forward and gently grasps the werewolf dagger that first caught his eye, but he can't lift it. The girl explains that weapons made from dungeon materials choose their owner. He wonders if it's a matter of aptitude, like how a mid-level adventurer can fight mid-level monsters but not upper-level ones. The salesgirl suggests that since the mid-class weapon didn't work for him, he should try the entry-level models instead. They are a bit expensive, but their performance is exceptional. He moves toward that section and finds that he is able to pick up the dagger. He takes it out of its cover. It's a little heavy, but it feels comfortable in his hand. The girl explains that it's called the Silver Wolf dagger, as Karaboshi swings it lightly. She notes that it seems he's able to equip it, and they head toward the billing counter. He asks if she's unable to sell items that customers can't handle. She replies that many people buy weapons based on looks and price, then come back demanding refunds after realizing they can't use them. He comments that it sounds tough, but she reassures him that she didn't send him away without letting him experience something slightly painful first. Karaboshi falls silent. She enthusiastically adds that if he tried to return the weapon, the shape of his face would change. He smiles awkwardly and says he won't return it. She then asks if he's a mid-level adventurer. He replies that he's not. He only started recently. She begins inspecting his armor, pointing out that his leather armor is badly damaged. Embarrassed by her touch, Karaboshi remarks that he's still untalented. She keeps examining the armor, noting the many scratches, then suddenly hops onto the counter with impressive agility, bringing herself to eye level with him. She insists that what she's doing is reasonable and that she doesn't want him to die. She then looks at him with puppy dog eyes and asks if he thinks she's being weird, tears welling up. Seeing her cry, he immediately comforts her, saying she's not being weird at all. She goes on to suggest that he really should equip better armor, or else he might die. Panicking, he blurts out that he'll buy it. He ends up purchasing a centipede protector for 50,000 yen, a silver wolf dagger for 98,000 yen, and a strange mask for 500 yen, for a total of 148,500 yen. He takes his bag and leaves the weapon shop, as the girl thanks him for his purchase. As Karaboshi walks away, she starts celebrating. Yuduki Akane Ichibishi, the weapon shop clerk, can't believe she managed to meet today's quota. Raising her sales numbers had been difficult. She thinks about the strange mask filled with bad miasma that never sells. It wasn't even a magic item and yet she managed to get rid of it. She reflects on how easy he was to sell things to, and feels elated, already planning to brag to the neighboring shop clerk. Then she remembers something unsettling. The silver wolf dagger he chose shouldn't be usable by anyone below the middle levels, since silver wolves are monsters that appear on dungeon floors 6 through 8. Their fangs can be turned into high-quality weapons that perform well in the middle levels. She briefly wonders why the man claimed to be a beginner, then lets the thought go as she doesn't care about him. Meanwhile, Karaboshi is in shock over how much he spent. Back in Chikaho's underground floors after experiencing the real dungeon in his garage, he can't understand why so many people come here. The dungeon is crowded with both men and women. Normally, adventurers have to compete for monsters on the first and second floors, but today feels different. Someday he vows to reach the deepest level of the dungeon. He checks his level screen, and as expected, it has updated. His deepest floor reached is now listed as the second floor, and he has gained a skill point. He guesses that skill points can't be earned outside the dungeon, or perhaps the conditions there are too easy. He recalls that he couldn't kill the centipede with a single thrust before, and wonders whether it would still be challenging now. Was it because of the dagger's performance? With those thoughts, he prepares to explore deeper. From here on, there will be fewer people, and as he descends, he should start encountering more monsters. As he's thinking this, a killer rabbit suddenly charges at him. It attacks with tremendous force, enough that he would have been injured if not for his new armor. Killer rabbits are vicious creatures that move at incredible speed thanks to their highly developed legs. According to the website, only the meat and horns of male killer rabbits can be sold for a high price. He knows this monster is far stronger than the centipedes, and he can clearly feel its murderous intent. Strangely, this excites him. He slashes it with his dagger, but the rabbit attacks again without losing much speed. He strikes it once more, sending it flying into the air. It charges again at full speed, claws extended, but this time Karaboshi is ready. He cuts it mid-air, then finishes it off on the ground. The rabbit is dead. Panting, he collapses to the ground, amazed that he managed to defeat it. Other adventurers arrive moments later, confused. They ask what happened, and although they find the rabbit, it's already dead. They wonder who killed it. Karaboshi tells them that he did. The adventurers are shocked that someone was faster than them. As he tries to stand up, he notices his body trembling. He realizes the monster's speed and killing intent shook him more than he thought. Nearby, the other adventurers murmur among themselves. One adventurer said that's why they should have killed it quickly. Another complained that it wasn't his fault, while a third warned them to hurry because the monster parade was coming. Karaboshi was confused. What were they talking about? Deciding there was no point in collecting the drop, the adventurers started running in one direction. Karaboshi got up and ran in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, in the underground levels of the Chikaho dungeon, a girl was standing around aimlessly when some adventurers called out her name, asking if she was Karen-chan. Startled, she politely replied that yes, she was Karen. The three adventurers looked at her in confusion, unsure if this was real. One of them confirmed that he had used Naru's recruitment forum, while another commented that he had expected either a troll or a guy. Karen bowed and said she would be in their care today. They returned the greeting and said it was nice to meet her. The three introduced themselves as Lars, Shikama, and Haria. Shikama asked her age even though they had just met. She replied that she was 18. Haria remarked that she had only just reached the eligible age. Lars frowned, saying he didn't like that she was so young and might not be reliable. He joked that it was still better than being alone with the newbie Shikama. Haria added that at least it wouldn't be a naked Shikama wielding only a blade. Karen didn't enjoy the joke and instead focused on checking her equipment. Shikama announced that they should get going and suggested that since Karin was new, she shouldn't push herself too hard and should just follow them. Determined, she confidently agreed. Shikama reassured her that it wouldn't be too difficult since they usually operated below the 9th floor and would get there quickly. As they moved through the dungeon floors, Karin struggled to keep up. Shikama supported her, helping her move forward. Haria commented that she looked really tired. Lars wasn't surprised. She was a beginner after all. Karin began doubting herself. Just from fighting the monsters on that floor, she felt a wave of level-up sickness and wondered if she could really keep going. When Shikama tried to help her sit down and told her to rest for a bit, she protested and insisted on continuing, saying she was fine now. He tried to encourage her, telling her that he thought she was very brave. Despite being an ordinary girl, Lars remarked that women adventurers usually just mess around on the 1st and 2nd floors. He added that this was true because the lower floors are actually more dangerous. Haria pressed his ear to the wall and heard something. Lars asked if it was close. Haria replied that it was still far, but they would be here soon. Karen, sensing that something was wrong, asked what they were going to do, as she sat on the ground struggling to catch her breath. They simply replied that it was obvious they were going to run. All of them started running at once. Karen was confused. Why were they running? What was happening? As they moved, Shikama explained that a monster parade was approaching. A monster parade is a large-scale migration of monsters within a dungeon. The causes vary, but according to the website, adventurers are advised to prioritize retreat when one occurs. Karen tried to get up and follow them, but the sounds grew louder. The parade was close. A large number of monsters were rushing toward them. She saw the other 3 already far ahead, leaving her behind. Realizing she had to run, she shouted for them to wait. They glanced back and yelled at her to hurry up, calling her a crazy newbie. The 3 began arguing among themselves. Shikama protested that he wouldn't be a man if he didn't help her, but Lars and Haria strongly opposed him. If they stopped, the monster parade would catch up, and they couldn't afford to wait for her. Karen was still trying to catch up, confused and terrified. Suddenly, they all stopped. Shikama raised his shield in front of them. Seeing this, Karen felt relieved. She thought they were going to fight. She couldn't quite believe it, but she was grateful to be with strong adventurers. Thinking it would be safer not to interfere, she moved to stand behind them. Then the opposite happened. Shikama shoved her forward with his shield, pushing her toward the monster parade. She fell hard and couldn't move. As she lay there, Shikama apologized coldly and said she would be a decoy. Through blurred vision, she watched the 3 of them turn and run, escaping the dungeon. She tried to stop them, but it was too late. The monster parade reached her. She heard the pounding footsteps of killer rabbits closing in. Tears filled her eyes. She didn't want to die. She screamed for someone to save her. Following the roar of the monster parade, Kuroboshi heard her cry for help. He ran toward the sound and arrived just as the monsters were about to attack a young girl. Killer rabbits had surrounded her from all sides. Kuroboshi was ready to fight. He looked at his screen and allocated some points. Even a small increase in strength would help. His level shifted from H to G. The killer rabbit's claws were already inches from the girl's face. With his dagger in hand and the strange mask on his face, Kuroboshi cut down the rabbits. Blood splattered everywhere, even onto Karen's face. With his new armor and mask, he tore through the monster parade, right, left, and center. Kill after kill after kill. Even though his strength increased by only 1 point, it felt completely different. His body burned, nausea welled up, and his head throbbed, but it was exhilarating. This was what adventuring truly felt like. Breathless, he finally stopped. The killer rabbits lay scattered across the ground. As he let out a long sigh of relief, he heard the girl getting up. He turned around and she froze when she saw the strange mask he was wearing. Karen made a small, awkward sound and apologized. He realized it was because of the mask and wondered if he should take it off. Suddenly, she grabbed his hand, startling him slightly, and thanked him for saving her life. He couldn't form a proper sentence and simply replied that it was no problem. Still holding his hand, she continued speaking, saying she truly thought she was going to die. Karabashi couldn't get over the sensation of her touch. She was alive, and he was genuinely glad he could help her. Together they collected the horns and meat from the killer rabbits. He thanked her for helping with the materials. She introduced herself as Karen Kurosaki, and he introduced himself as Haruki Karabashi. She asked if he planned to keep the mask on. After packing everything up, they prepared to leave the dungeon. She offered to carry some of the materials, and he asked if she was sure she could handle it. As they walked out, she asked if Haruki was a Sapporo ranker. He corrected her, still wearing the mask, saying he was just a beginner. She stopped in her tracks. Just a beginner? Then why did he charge into a monster parade? He replied that he'd entered a self-centered daze. Karen was amazed by the answer. Karabashi himself was even more surprised, thanks entirely to the skill board. He was shocked that he had been able to charge into a monster parade and come out alive, even though he was just a beginner. He then mentioned that he had passed a party of 3 men while heading toward the monster parade, and asked if she knew them. Her expression fell. She replied that those men had been recruiting new members on the Naru website, and she had thought they would help her level up. Then she stopped mid-sentence. He understood. It is an adventurer's duty to protect others. He couldn't forgive those who acted recklessly or abandoned the weak. Of course, there are times when comrades must be left behind, but those three hadn't hesitated at all, and had only cared about escaping the dungeon. Lars had insisted they should run immediately, and Haria had viewed Karen as nothing more than a sacrifice. In Karaboshi's eyes, such people were unforgivable. At the Adventurers Guild, Yuduki Akane from the weapon shop was speaking with a guild clerk. Yuduki was asking her to review the weapon shop's income statement, emphasizing a comparison with the previous year. The store's profits had increased to 200%, and she repeatedly stressed the figure. She then smugly asked whether the clerk's branch was doing well. The woman behind the counter snapped back, telling Yuduki to stop boasting because she was being irritating. Although they were both branch managers, the clerk was Yuduki's senior, and Yuduki was expected to show some respect. Yuduki retorted that seniority based solely on years of service was meaningless in this day and age. What mattered now were results. Between herself, a young attractive woman with outstanding performance, and the other clerk who was average and older, the difference should have been obvious at a glance. The clerk was stunned, wondering who Yuduki was calling an elder. At that moment someone entered the guild, apologizing for interrupting. Both women instantly changed their expressions, and warmly welcomed the customer as they turned around. They froze in shock. A man wearing a strange mask stood there, carrying a large number of killer rabbit horns with a small girl behind him. Recognizing the mask, Yuduki immediately ducked behind the counter. Karaboshi spoke up, saying he wanted to sell the horns and asking them to appraise the materials. Yuduki felt a chill run through her. She recognized the mask and wondered if he was the same customer from her shop earlier. Karaboshi and Karin approached the counter and poured the horns onto the table. The clerk asked if they were killer rabbit horns. Karin confirmed it and added that there should be around 100 of them. Both clerks were stunned by the sheer quantity. Yuduki found it suspicious. Killer rabbits were dangerous monsters that beginners couldn't normally handle. Taking down 100 of them in a single afternoon was far beyond beginner-level bronze work. Since female killer rabbits didn't have horns, it was possible that even more had been killed. Accomplishing this alone was clearly abnormal. The clerk thanked them for waiting and announced that her appraisal of 101 killer rabbit horns came to 220,000 yen. She double-checked the receipt to confirm her assessment. Karaboshi agreed to the amount. The clerk then asked if he would like to use the team division feature. Unfamiliar with it, he asked what it was. She explained that it allowed the payout to be divided and deposited separately, and that it also granted service points, making it a good deal. He listened and agreed to use the feature. Karen's eyes filled with tears. She protested, saying it wasn't right because she hadn't done anything. He insisted that she had helped by carrying the horns, but Karen argued that was all she had done. She hadn't fought at all. He then suggested that since Karen had carried 48 horns, she should receive that portion as compensation. Hearing this, Yuduki realized that the man must have killed all those killer rabbits by himself. The clerk apologized and explained that it wasn't possible to pay out the value of exactly 48 horns. Yuduki interrupted, grabbed the clerk's arm and told her to duck under the counter. Karaboshi noticed her movement. Yuduki demanded to know why the clerk hadn't simply recalculated the appraisal properly. The clerk explained that reappraising it would force her to work overtime, which was strictly regulated, and she didn't want to anger her superiors. Yuduki scoffed at the explanation, calling her stupid, and saying that this was why she would always be slow, no matter how much time passed. Offended, the clerk demanded to know what Yuduki meant by that. By then, Yuduki stood up, apologized to the customers and asked them to wait a moment. She rapidly recalculated the appraisal, deftly working the calculator, then handed out 2 cards. She thanked them for their patience and explained that the payout had been adjusted. 1 share equivalent to 53 horns, plus 50% of the value of 48 horns, with the remaining amounts deposited separately to each of them. Both Karaboshi and Karin thanked her, and left the guild. As they departed, Karaboshi became certain that this woman was the same person from the weapon shop earlier that afternoon. The clerk, clearly upset, demanded to know what Yuduki thought she was doing, and insisted on an explanation of her actions. Yuduki shouted back that this was a major customer, and even if she usually followed what the boss said, it was fine to let half of his commands slide when the customer was the one bringing in the money. The clerk protested, asking whether Yuduki even realized how rude she was being to both the boss and the customer. She declared that she would report everything Yuduki had done that day to their superior. Yuduki replied that she did not care, and said that someday the clerk would thank her. The clerk was astonished by how Yuduki always had a comeback. As they moved toward the car and Karaboshi prepared to leave, Karin stopped him and asked how she could repay the favor. He was confused and said it was fine, explaining that he had only wanted to save her and that was all he had done. She insisted that she still wanted to know how she could show her gratitude, saying that if there was anything she could give him, no matter what it was, she wanted to do so. He was unsure what she meant. He was certain she did not intend anything improper. Her feelings were nothing but pure gratitude. Still, socially speaking, a 27-year-old man associating with an 18-year-old girl could lead to serious trouble. He quickly got into his car, told her not to worry about it, and sped away. When he reached his building and entered the hotel, he was surprised by how exhausted he felt. He doubted he would have been able to drive home if he had stayed any longer. He collapsed onto his bed and realized he had been wearing the mask the entire time. He then remembered his interaction with the hotel receptionist. Upon entering, he must have frightened them with the mask and the strange way he had been skipping around. Yet while wearing the mask, he had not felt worried about anything. It felt like a dream. He had no presence at all, as thin as air, and yet he still existed within others' sight. He began to think the mask must be some kind of godlike item. Later at the rugged tavern, Karaboshi was thrilled that he had finally made it to the popular place often featured on the Naru website. He drank from a mug, noting that a medium mug cost 2,000 yen, but he felt that today was a special occasion. While he was lost in thought, another customer bumped into him while ordering, causing Karaboshi's drink to spill onto his face. The customer ignored him, thinking he had bumped into some kind of wall, when it was actually Karaboshi. The customer's friends started to say that he had seen it happen, and had already warned him that there was some guy wearing a disgusting mask. The other replied that he had already seen him too, confirming that he was talking about the guy with the dagger. He remarked that from head to toe the man looked like a complete beginner. The first agreed, adding that he was wearing a totally unfashionable, disgusting mask because he was a nobody. Karaboshi overheard their conversation, and was amazed that he had actually been noticed and even become a topic of discussion. To him this was wonderful. He suddenly stood up, raised his mug, and felt as if he had gone from being thin as air to truly existing. He asked for another beer. The people around him were startled, as they had not noticed his presence before. The waitress came over and served the drink. He took the mug from her hand and greeted her. After finishing, he decided to return to the hotel. Back at the hotel, he began writing a blog post about the monster parade encounter. He felt that today's post had great content and would definitely get reactions. He had forgotten that the girl he met in the dungeon had also mentioned that she was blogging. He searched and found her blog titled "I Was Saved." In her post, she wrote that she would never forgive those adventurers and expressed her gratitude toward Karaboshi. When he checked her blog statistics, he saw that 1,043 readers had already bookmarked her post. He closed his laptop and went to bed, ready to sleep. While he slept, many people read his blog and commented that he must be lying, saying there was no way he could have survived and returned after the suicide attack at the monster parade. Others speculated that Air might be the blogger's name and decided to bookmark him. Another commenter agreed and bookmarked him as well. When he woke up, he found that his blog had been viewed by 5 people and bookmarked by 3. He was overjoyed. It was the first time he had ever been bookmarked. At last, he felt noticed. He began packing, ready to go home and then return to the garage dungeon to level up. But he remembered that going home could be dangerous, as the 3 adventurers might harm the girl. He decided to meet her instead. When he reached the dungeon area, it was crowded. He thought he should have sent her a direct message since finding her there would be difficult. But moments later, he heard her calling his name. She cheerfully wished him good morning. He replied and asked how she had found him, even though he had no noticeable presence. He was shocked, as this was the first time anyone had ever called out his name. She answered that it was because of his mask, which really stood out. He realized that he had forgotten he was wearing the mask again. She touched it and commented on how amazing it was. For a godly item that cost only 500 yen, she thought the shop clerk must be a goddess. Karen asked if everything was all right, having noticed how flustered he looked. He explained that he had been worried about the men from the previous day. As he spoke, the 3 adventurers approached them. Only then did they notice the man wearing the mask. Karaboshi asked Karen if those were the men, and she confirmed that they were. He told her not to move. As he had suspected, the 3 adventurers had come to check whether the girl was dead. If she was alive, they planned to threaten her, or possibly even kill her, to prevent her from spreading a bad story. Adventurers like them could be disqualified for such actions. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the 3 charged at him, ready to fight. He could not believe that in such a crowded place they would attack a young girl so openly. He analyzed them in an instant. If he dodged Shikama's shield, Harya's arrow would follow, and even if he endured that, Lars was waiting with his broadsword. He focused, carefully concentrating as they closed in. He was planning how to evade the attack when a sword came toward him, just about to pierce his torso. Just as Shikama's blade was about to strike Karaboshi, it was intercepted by another sword. Shikama's weapon shattered into pieces, and the impact sent him crashing to the ground, stunned. "What the hell is all this commotion?" said the person holding the sword. Karen and Karaboshi immediately recognized him. It was Mastasugu. The crowd erupted upon seeing him. Karaboshi was also shocked by how this figure had appeared between them. He had not seen his movement at all. Shikama began to speak, claiming that it was actually those people who had caused the trouble. He said they had been pushed into a monster parade, and thought they were going to die. Karaboshi understood the lie, and the tactic he was trying to use. The crowd started to murmur. Had they really abandoned someone to a monster parade, that would have been unforgivable. Mastasugu asked Karen and Karaboshi whether it was true. Karaboshi replied that it was not. He pointed to Karen and explained that the men had entered the dungeon with her to train her, but when they encountered a monster parade, they fled and used the girl as bait. Karen lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. Mastasugu listened and remarked that it was truly a disaster. The 3 adventurers protested, asking why he was believing a man wearing such a strange mask when their lives were at stake. Mastasugu turned to them and said that he believed nothing. The moment they drew their weapons against other humans, they had already lost all credibility. Shikama protested, asking how he could judge them simply by looking at their weapons, insisting that it had been self-defense. At that moment the police arrived and asked what had happened. The three adventurers lost their composure, unable to handle the situation. Even the police recognized Mastasugu, and one of them commented that he was a fan. Karaboshi assumed that even the police admired him, but he felt relieved that the authorities had taken over. Karin and Karaboshi stood at a distance. Karin asked whether everything had worked out, and if the situation was finally settled. Meanwhile, Mastasugu explained the events to the police. Karaboshi thought that if it truly ended there, it would be for the best. The police then dragged the three adventurers away without further questioning. Since no formal complaints were filed, they left the matter to Mastasugu's judgment. As they were being taken away, Mastasugu turned to Karaboshi and asked his name. Karaboshi hesitated for a moment, before answering that his name was Karaboshi Haruki, and that his alias on Naro was Air. Mastasugu smiled and remarked that he was quite strong, wasn't he? Karaboshi was confused. He did not understand why Mastasugu said that so suddenly, nor whether it was praise or hostility, and he did not know how to respond. Mastasugu continued, saying that even now Karaboshi was hiding his presence. After staying hidden in the dungeon for so long, it had become a habit, hadn't it? Karaboshi admitted to himself that it really had become a habit, and he wanted to thank Mastasugu for noticing. Mastasugu went on to say that among everyone he had met, Karaboshi was the one who had erased his presence the most, and that it was an incredible skill. He stared into Karaboshi's eyes through the mask, then leaned closer and whispered that it would probably be better if he did not come to this city for a while. Karaboshi asked if that was because there was a risk of assassination. Mastasugu replied that there was indeed such a possibility, and that until then he would take care of those men somehow. Karaboshi protested, saying there was no way he could trouble him with that. Mastasugu explained that if people began to think this was what adventuring was like, everyone would suffer. Frowning, he added that if he had to be associated with people like them, even he would find it troublesome, giving them a sharp, snide look. It was unexpected to see that side of him, and that expression on his face. Mastasugu reassured Karaboshi that he would be staying in Raihoro for a while. Karaboshi asked if he could really leave everything to him, and Mastasugu confirmed that he could. He added that those men were rotten to the core, and that he was doing this for his own sake, telling Karaboshi to remember that. Karaboshi replied that he understood. Mastasugu grabbed Shikama by the collar and dragged him away as the crowd went wild, clamoring for autographs. Karaboshi slipped off to a corner and pulled up the screen. It was the first time he had ever looked at someone else's status, especially that of a top-ranked adventurer. Opportunities like this were rare, so he wanted to use it as a reference. However, as soon as he saw the overwhelming numbers on the screen, he realized there was nothing he could learn from it. Mastasugu was A rank, simply because he was a top ranker, and beyond that, he possessed divine protection, Shikigami. If someone had divine protection, that meant they had received a revelation from God. Karaboshi wanted to know more about the Holy Sword, but the status window vanished. He had moved out of the board's recognition range. Even so, he could still check the skill tree derivation, and he wanted to see the details of the Holy Sword as well. Just then, Karin came running through the crowd and asked him to take her to the dungeon. He was confused. She explained that since Mastasugu had said he should not stay in the city, she should not either, and asked him to take her to the dungeon at his home. He was shocked. How did she know about the dungeon in his garage? She told him that when he said his alias was Air, she had looked him up by reading his blog and confirmed that he was the same person who had written about a dungeon appearing at home. Karaboshi was taken aback. She added that whenever she had free time, she read the latest articles on the site. He was surprised to learn that one of his extremely few readers was standing right in front of him. It was a strange, rare feeling. She urged him to hurry, saying she was ready to go with him. He tried to explain that even if she came to his hometown, there was nothing there. She acknowledged that, but pointed out that there was still a dungeon, right? He agreed, but added that it was far away in the countryside, and if she stayed out too late, her parents would worry. Without hesitation, she said it would be fine. He could not understand her resolve, but he agreed. They got into his car and headed toward the dungeon in his garage. He tried to calm himself, reminding himself that she was also an adventurer and had already made up her mind. Her life revolved around fighting with all her strength, just like his. She likely understood the fear of losing something important. As they drove, she enjoyed the scenery outside the window at first, but as time passed she began to realize just how remote the countryside was. When they arrived at his house, she was amazed by the barricades surrounding the dungeon entrance in his garage. She confirmed that there really was a dungeon inside, and remarked that it was nice to have one right at home. He agreed, albeit half-heartedly. She then asked where the town's trading store was. He explained that there was none, since it was a remote countryside. Surprised, she asked if there wasn't even a weapon shop. He stopped her and told her not to look at him like that or ask any more questions, explaining that everything had been wiped out by the age of online shopping. Still, she remained hopeful. Since a dungeon had appeared, things would surely improve. He then asked if she was ready to take a look inside. As they descended the dungeon stairs, he asked if she knew what kind of monsters appeared there. She replied that they were centipede monsters. He agreed, saying it was because she had read his blog. He explained that her life would not be in danger, but the monsters could damage her armor, so she needed to be careful. She acknowledged this. He noticed that her armor was basically just clothing, and that the stick in her hand was not a wand but a root staff. She was wearing leather boots. Root staffs were made from defeated monster materials, and were unpopular in dungeons. They were difficult to handle, B-class entry models. He did not understand why she had chosen that weapon, which made it all the more interesting to him. He decided to ask her about it later if he got the chance. Suddenly, a centipede monster appeared, and her heart began to race. She was terrified. He reassured her that it was fine, saying that centipedes were not very strong. She replied that her heart certainly was not fine. He tried to encourage her, suggesting that since this was a rare opportunity, she should try attacking it. She stood frozen in front of the centipede. He stepped forward and pinned the creature with his foot, restricting its movement, and explained that its weak point was the head. She panicked, wondering how he could remain so calm, and asked whether he was not disgusted. He replied that he actually found them cute, explaining that the way their legs moved and their bodies wiggled made them adorable to him. She could not even look at it, and begged him to kill it already, saying she would get goosebumps to death. He told her that their eyes were lethal, and that if she looked away out of disgust, she would die. He asked her whether she was a girl who feared disgusting things, or an adventurer who could face reality head-on. That question stirred something in her. She tightened her grip on the staff, stepped forward, and struck the centipede in the head. The next moment, she began to vomit. He commented that level-up sickness was truly awful. As he collected the centipede's hard shell, she asked how long it had been since he became an adventurer. He replied that it had only been since that year. She was astonished to learn that he had become an adventurer in the same year as she had. He confirmed that it was true. She asked whether he had originally been interested in martial arts. He replied that he had not. When he was a student, he had only done track and field, nothing more. After he started working, his company turned out to be a black company. She wondered how he had become so strong while she was still so weak. He helped her to her feet and told her that since his home was nearby, she could hunt as much as she wanted. If she defeated monsters steadily, she would grow stronger. She replied that she would do her best to exterminate them all. He told her she did not need to push herself that hard. A few days later, she had become much better at hitting centipedes. After defeating another one, he estimated that it was around her 100th kill. He commented that it was still dangerous to fight one alone, and that the fact she could do so showed how quickly she was improving. Panting on the ground, she apologized and said she needed a break. He agreed and suggested they rest. She lay on the ground completely exhausted. He thought about how impressive she was. She had not complained even once. She had grit and never slacked off. That quality would surely help her in the future. He pulled up her skill board. She had no points, and her rank was H. Then he noticed something that shocked him. While Karen lay on the floor wondering what she would do if centipedes appeared in her dreams, he continued reading her skill board and saw the words magic power. He was stunned. There was still no public information about magic, yet this was the very skill experienced adventurers had been desperately waiting for, and it was right in front of him. His curiosity surged. He wanted to hear about it, see it, and understand it. However, it seemed she was hiding her magic power, which meant she was deliberately avoiding using it. The rest of her skill board looked the same as his. Novice adventurers like them had no real means to protect themselves from malice, and revealing unknown information was extremely dangerous. He decided to ask carefully, and indirectly. He casually asked Karen whether it might be possible that she could use magic. Instantly, her guard went up. She frowned and asked why he would ask something like that. Realizing he might have been too direct, he quickly covered it up, saying that he had just noticed her outfit and thought it looked like something a magical girl might wear. She replied flatly that magical girls wore dresses. He awkwardly followed up, saying that if magical weapons existed, then magic skills should exist too, right? He explained that he had been thinking about it for a while, and was simply curious. She replied that even if someone could use magic, they would not make it public unless they were an advanced user. He asked her why she thought that. She replied that it was because it could be dangerous. Karaboshi understood. She was protecting herself. She was well aware of the danger surrounding her magic power. He looked back at the screen. She had 3 points available. He was not sure whether this was good luck or bad luck. It was something he did not have himself, which made him think that this magic power combined with her points might be her destiny in some way. He allocated all 3 points into magic power. Karen did not understand what he was doing. Suddenly, strange sounds echoed around them. It almost felt like an earthquake. She commented that he had a bad feeling about this, and suggested they leave the dungeon. As they moved, he added that it felt like something was breaking. She became scared and asked what if it was a centipede monster parade. He tried to calm her, explaining that individually they were not very dangerous, but in large numbers they could cause harm. As they moved forward, a giant centipede appeared from the 8th floor. It had far greater killing power. It was poisonous, fast, and had an extremely sharp sense of smell. He was confused. Why was a giant centipede doing the first floor? It crawled forward at high speed. He told Karen to fall back and watch out for attacks from behind. He took out his dagger and attempted to strike, but the centipede targeted Karen instead, and lunged at her. Giant centipedes were not monsters that normally appeared here. They were rare mutants, sometimes even stronger than dungeon bosses. He tried striking its head, but even that part was incredibly hard. His dagger attacks failed to penetrate it. As the centipede turned toward him to attack, Karen placed her staff on its head. Using magic, she forced it back, stopping its attack on Karaboshi and killing it. As they exited the dungeon, she looked at the sunset with a bright smile and commented on how beautiful it was. He realized it was probably the first time he had ever looked at a sunset like that. They noticed something else in the distance of a new building. As they approached, they realized it was a weapon shop. He was amazed. A weapon shop really opened in such a remote area. Karen commented that it had not been there when they entered the dungeon, and now suddenly there was a weapon shop. It was incredible. Karaboshi wondered how unusual this was. Normally shops opened only after careful investigation of supply and demand. This one looked prefabricated. Still, he was happy it existed. They had just obtained a lot of materials, so without hesitation he entered. Sounds of someone crying could be heard inside. He called out, and they noticed the same clerk as before. She welcomed them and commented that although the store was empty, they were free to look around. But what were they supposed to look at? Wondered Karaboshi. He asked if she was the same person who had worked at the Sapporo store. She suddenly began crying more hysterically. Both of them were confused and did not know what to do. She started bawling uncontrollably, asking why she had ended up being sent to a place like this. Seeing her state, Karaboshi suggested they leave and come back later, and thought how she was completely different from before. But as they turned to go, she rushed to the door and told him to wait, asking how he could leave when a lady was crying in front of him. Karaboshi noticed how fast and agile she is. They both sat down in front of her and listened to her story. She explained that she had done so much for the company, and this was like harassment. She asked them if it was too cruel, wasn't it? They both nodded in agreement. Despite her sales growth, just because she had purchased materials from another store without permission, she was treated like this. He asked carefully if she had been demoted. She cried harder and begged him not to say that word. Hesitantly, he offered the hard centipede shells and asked if she would buy them. She turned toward him angrily, saying that just because she had been sent to the middle of nowhere did not mean she had become incompetent. He was confused. Why did it feel like she was trying to fight him? She examined the shells, counting 96 hard centipede shells at 1,000 yen each. As for the giant centipede shells, she asked if they were sure they wanted to sell them. He asked what she meant. She explained that armor made from giant centipede shells would be better than what he was currently using. If he already had the materials, it would be cheaper to craft than to buy. However, he insisted on selling them. He explained that he barely survived the battle today. He remembered how earlier the wolf dagger rejected him. He was afraid that if his level was too low, equipment might reject him. If he wanted to use such gear, he would need to grow stronger first. She suggested leaving 2 pieces and selling the rest, in case he needed them later. He agreed, thinking that she was indeed very capable, even if she complained about herself. She calculated the total, 8 giant shells for 40,000 yen, and combined with the hard centipede shells, it came to 138,000 yen. He then asked to split the amount evenly. Karen protested that he should receive more. He replied that she had helped defeat the centipede. Karen argued that she could only hunt because of him. Yuduki complained that this was exactly like yesterday, and told them to decide already. He asked her to be quiet for a moment. She replied irritably that they should hurry up. He suggested that she take half today, and in exchange he would listen to what she had to say about something he wanted to talk about. Yuduki continued moving items around, complaining loudly, but eventually calculated the split. He then mentioned that he had another item he wanted appraised. She asked him to take it out. It was a thing covered in centipede's fluids that Karen found disgusting. He explained it came from the centipede's stomach while collecting materials. Yuduki was amazed that he had been carrying it around so casually. Karen could not even look at it. Yuduki asked whether he wanted a simple or detailed appraisal. She explained that a simple appraisal would take 1 minute and cost 1,000 yen, while a detailed appraisal would be handled by headquarters, take up to a month and cost 100,000 yen. She suggested that such an item should be appraised at Mitsubishi headquarters. He chose the simple appraisal, as it was obvious what it was. She examined it and wondered if it was a magic tool in the form of a pouch. After inspection, she congratulated him. It was without a doubt a magic bag. The opening was small, allowing items no larger than 20 centimeters, but the interior was as large as a classroom. She asked if he wanted to sell it. As he was about to refuse, she offered 100 million yen. He was stunned. She explained that transportation costs were absurdly high these days, and that a magic bag was worth that price. Still, he decided to keep it. As they returned to his home, Karen could not believe how nice his house was. He invited her inside. She was amazed by everything, including his computer. He explained that electricity was free thanks to solar panels. She said she was jealous, as households usually had electricity limits. He agreed, mentioning how prices had risen. He offered her a seat and poured them water. She stared at the glass with sparkling eyes and drank it all at once. She seemed mesmerized by the water. He asked if it tasted good. She said it was delicious. He explained it came from a well. She then remembered that he had wanted to ask her something. He said yes. He asked if she used magic. She apologized for hiding it. He replied that it was understandable, as it could be dangerous if others found out. She agreed. He explained that adventurers should be free to have fun without restrictions. She asked if he even had a brain. He replied that maybe he did, but he wanted her to use magic. He explained that his dungeon was rarely visited, and she could use magic freely here. The more she used it, the more she would grow, and if she encountered danger again, she could escape immediately. He also thought to himself that he wanted to see it. She said she would start using magic tomorrow, but asked if she could try it now. She then apologized, saying it was hard to use outside the dungeon. He asked when she had first been able to use it. She replied that she was not sure. While walking in the dungeon, she felt like she could use it, especially when holding her staff. He then asked why she has a staff as a weapon. She explained that magic flowed better through it. She confirms these were the questions he wanted to ask her about. He agreed and shared he had another question where she was staying today. She replied casually that she was staying in his house. The water he was pouring nearly overflowed as he froze in surprise. Mastasugu was updating his blog titled "Cross the Dungeon with All Your Strength," Floor 132. As readers commented, he began interacting with them. Many readers asked questions. Did he defeat the floor boss? What was the result? He replied that yes, he had defeated the boss and obtained some kind of rod. He was not yet sure what it was, as it was still being investigated. He then asked his fans if anyone knew the name of the guy in Sapporo. People replied that they had never seen him before, wondering if he was the same person as the Monster Parade survivor. They asked what was so special about him, and why Mastasugu wanted to know about him. Mastasugu shared that the man had good eyes and was extremely skilled at hiding his presence. He thought the man might be interesting. The fans were surprised. It was rare for Mastasugu to call someone interesting, which made them wonder what kind of person that man really was. Back at Karaboshi's house, he reconfirmed with Karen, wondering if he had heard her wrong. Where did she tell you she was staying the night? She replied that she thought he had an extra room. He said that he did, and she excitedly declared that she would be staying there. He was completely against it. Karen tried to reassure him, saying it was fine, and that she would not be surprised even if there were many masks in the room. There were none, he thought helplessly. She really did not understand. She was still just an 18-year-old girl. He took off his mask. This was the first time Karen saw his face. He politely explained where they were. She replied that it was his house, right? He corrected her, saying that it was only half of the truth. The dungeon entrance was directly in front of it. If a stampede occurred, this house would be the first place hit. He was the only adventurer in this town, and if he were incapacitated, who would protect it? She pointed out that he was also living alone. He replied that he was, but adventurers needed to remain vigilant. Their job is to help people. If there were two of them, one could watch the dungeon entrance while the other stayed prepared in a safe place in case of emergency. Thinking of it as part of the job, he asked her to stay at the town hotel instead. She said she understood. He has saved himself. He knows how that rumor spread quickly in the countryside. Things would be exaggerated 100 times over, and he could be labeled a criminal before he even realized it. For a man, even being the subject of such rumors could be devastating. He explained that there was a hotel that cost 5,000 a night, and that he would take her there. She thanked him. For the next 3 days, Karen and Karaboshi hunted 100 centipedes each day. At the end of each day, they sold the materials. Karen grew rapidly, to the point where she could handle 2 or 3 centipedes simultaneously. Her magic invocation also improved significantly. As for Karaboshi, his dagger skills improved naturally. He had not assigned any points to them, making it pure growth. Having a skill that grew simply by hunting monsters was incredibly valuable. After Karen defeated another centipede, Karaboshi announced that this made another 100. She replied that she was not done yet, and could keep going. He suggested they stop for the day and take a break tomorrow. She asked if he had something to do the next day. He replied that he wanted to level up as well. She apologized for him supporting her the entire time instead of working on his own skills. He emphasized that she did not need to apologize, and told her to rest tomorrow. She said she understood, but if he went further, she wanted to go too. He firmly told her to rest, saying that even God rested 1 day a week. Disheartened, she agreed. The next morning, Karaboshi was excited. It had been a while since he had gone solo. He did not want his own growth to stagnate. Rest was also part of an adventurer's job, preparing the body for emergencies. He passed through the centipedes on the first floor and the onions on the second, moving to the third floor. The third floor looked unchanged. He wondered if he could reach the fourth. As he thought this, a black raccoon appeared. The black raccoon was a highly mobile monster with powerful claws, a tanuki-type derivative. It attacked immediately. He tried striking it, but it was extremely fast, even faster than killer rabbits. Still, that did not mean he could not handle it. He used his dagger, aiming for its body mid-air. After adjusting to its movements, he struck cleanly. He continued hunting raccoon after raccoon, stopping only after defeating around 100. He leveled up 6 times and his backpack was filled with tanuki meat. He was excited about making tanuki soup later. Now that the 3rd floor was cleared, he moved toward the 4th. Near the 4th floor entrance he was greeted by the floor boss. It was a lone black raccoon, without any minions. A one-on-one fight. He readied his dagger. The raccoon pounced. His adrenaline surged. He closed in and saw his reflection in the raccoon's eyes. He stabbed thinking he had stopped it, but he was wrong. Its claws scratched his armor. Instead of fear, excitement filled him. He used his agility, repositioned, and pierced its head with his dagger. The boss was defeated. He placed his foot on its body, satisfied. Suddenly the dungeon began to shine. He remembered reading that this was the sign of a first-time boss's defeat. He also recalled that a special item dropped when a boss was defeated for the first time. When he looked again, the body was gone. Only his dagger remained embedded in the ground. The body of the black raccoon has been swallowed by the earth. Confused, he noticed a raccoon claw and a metallic object nearby. It looked like iron. It must be a boss drop, possibly real iron. He decided to appraise it later and moved on. Checking his screen, he noticed no change in his points. Confused, he reviewed the rules which mentioned entering a new lower floor for the first time grants 1 point. Defeating rare species grants 1 point. Defeating bosses does not grant points, and killing normal monsters grant no points, and skills can grow naturally without points. As he read further, he noticed a new skill, imitation, in his skill board. Imitation allowed him to copy enemy movements. It was a combat skill that appeared spontaneously. He was pleased but decided not to assign points to it yet. He moved deeper into the 4th floor. The scenery was beautiful, dark green with lighter green patches. He wondered what CMYK ratio would produce such a color, and how difficult plate making would be. He stopped himself, realizing this was a habit from his time working in a printing company. Occupational disease, he thought. As he moved forward, he noticed a flower he had seen before. Suddenly it sprouted rapidly and opened its mouth, launching something at him. It was a potato. His eyes lit up. Onions, potatoes, and meat. This dungeon was perfect. If he conquered it, he could eat rice and curry freely. The flower fired around 40 potatoes before returning to its original size. Further ahead, he saw many more flowers. He wondered if the 4th floor boss was a giant potato. Then a 3-headed flower appeared, all heads firing potatoes simultaneously. He hid behind a rock to shield himself. Even if it was a boss, it could not have infinite ammunition. Still, watching potatoes shatter felt like a waste. He rushed forward and cut the stem with his dagger. The boss collapsed. He collected a large number of potatoes and headed to the shop. Yuduki was building furniture when he entered. He asked if she was open. She replied that the shop was closed. He commented that it was a shame and that he would go to Sapporo instead. She immediately told him to wait, saying that was unacceptable. He replied that she should attend to customers properly from the beginning. He laid out the black raccoon claws, meat, and iron. She commented that he had killed many monsters. He replied that it was just 100. She scolded him, asking if he needed to kill at least 100 to be satisfied. She asked about his rewards and whether he ever got tired. He replied that he was exhausted. She thought he must be crazy. Ignoring her comments, he asked for the appraisal results. She examined the boss's claws and iron. She explained that the claw was simply a large claw, suitable for sword materials, but he would not be able to use it. It could be sold for 5,000 yen. As for the iron, he was correct. It was magical iron. It was often combined with stronger materials and used for parts like tsubai. It was also present in his dagger and worth 100,000 yen per kilogram. He then showed her the potato-like items. She said they were just stones. He asked what they were used for. She replied that they were simply stones. Confused, he insisted they were boss drops. She examined them again, and said that while they were hard and potato-shaped, their value was 0. He mentioned that with a detailed appraisal, they might turn out to be magical tools. Then she took out a jar. She said this jar was a super rare magic tool. Excited, he asked what it did. She explained that it multiplied whatever thing was placed inside. Depending on the material, it could generate hundreds of kilograms endlessly. If gold were placed inside, it would create an infinite gold fountain. However, since he had used it to carry stones, it now only produced stones. A container that generated trash. He was deeply disappointed. Meanwhile, in her hotel room, Karen wondered what Karaboshi was doing. Was he advancing through the dungeon floors alone? The magic jar continued producing stones endlessly, as Yuduki the store clerk had explained to him. Looking at the pile of stones multiplying in number, she was getting furious. She snapped at him, commenting she understands he was in shock. He should at least behave properly. Was he planning to fill the entire place with trash? He was still accepting that he had used the magic tool incorrectly. Then as an afterthought, he asked her if he had sold the magic jar instead. How much would it have been worth? She answered without hesitation. As a super rare item, about 1 trillion yen. 1 trillion? He is even more disappointed now. This time he was truly shocked. Seeing his expression, she tried to console him. These things happen from time to time, she said. If he tried again, he might obtain something similar in the future. She also mentioned that she would be restocking some good items soon, and told him to come back tomorrow. That night he returned home and wrote a blog post about his adventure and his massive mistake. The post received 4 views and 1 new like. Instead of feeling happy, he was deeply disappointed in himself. Why did someone like this post? Why did he mess up so badly? God damn it. The next morning, Karen arrived at his house early. She greeted him cheerfully and announced that she was ready to head into the dungeon. She asked if he had any strategy for reaching the lower floors. He replied that they should stop by the armor shop first. The store clerk had mentioned that she had restocked. When they entered the shop, they noticed someone else inside. It was Kitora-san, his neighbor. He seemed to be enjoying Yuduki's company quite a bit. Yuduki apologized and asked him to leave, saying that customers had arrived. Kitora-san smiled, said he understood, and asked her to call him if anything happened. He left the shop still smiling. Yuduki then noticed Karen and asked why she was alone and where Karaboshi was. Karaboshi spoke up calmly, saying that he was right in front of her. She jolted in surprise, embarrassed that she had completely ignored him. Why was he using his presence erasing skill so much? She complained. He vaguely remembered how she used to notice him instantly before. Now she seemed much more relaxed around him. Then she suddenly clapped her hands. Well then, hurry up and leave all your money with her. She immediately corrected herself, saying she meant buy everything she has. The display itself was not very impressive. A few pieces of armor, shoes, gloves, a short sword, and a rod. They both tried on the gloves. Karaboshi commented that they fit snugly, had excellent grip, and would make holding a weapon much easier. He then picked up a pair of boots and asked if they were the right size. Of course, Yuduki replied confidently, as she measured their footprints before ordering them. Karen was visibly impressed. Next, Yuduki presented the short sword and the rod. When Karaboshi tried to lift the rod, he could not budge it. He can't lift this and so he can't use it. Yuduki looked slightly surprised, considering it was a dungeon drop. He asked if she thought it was a strong weapon. She admitted that even with her appraisal level, the rod's details were unknown. So was she just pushed to sell it? He asked. She explained that this place was treated more like a warehouse. Karen tried on the boots and gloves and said they fit perfectly. Yuduki nodded proudly. Of course they did. Karaboshi then asked Karen if she could lift the rod. Yuduki smirked. She asked, well, if she can lift it, will they buy it? He replied that it would depend on the price. Karen grabbed the rod and lifted it easily. All 3 of them froze in shock. Karaboshi felt a twinge of jealousy. Hola. She could equip a high-level weapon just like that. He asked the price. 1 million yen, the store clerk said casually. The moment he heard that, he told Karen to put the rod back immediately. Yuduki protested. He had said he would buy it if Karen could equip it. He then demanded to know the base price, warning that if she wasn't honest, they would shop in Sapporo instead. She panicked and told them not to leave. Reluctantly, she admitted the base price was 10,000 yen. He asked her to sell it for 20,000 yen. She protested, saying that it was a drop from Chikaho's 20th floor and should be at least 50,000 yen. They argued back and forth. 30,000 yen, said Karaboshi. Yuduki protested, 40,000 yen. They finally settled on 35,000 yen price. Karaboshi then examined another dagger. The blade was not sharp at all. He said, does this even cut or was it trash? She replied calmly, it is a cursed dagger. How can it be cursed if it is not sharp? He asked. Does this even cut or was it trash? She replied calmly, it is a cursed dagger. How can it be cursed if it is not sharp? He asked. She explained that it was true. The blade is not sharp, but the more monsters it killed, the sharper it became, a weapon that grew stronger with use. He was amazed what a godly dagger it was. Why was such an item here, he thought. Because nobody buys daggers, she replied bluntly. Most adventurers do not consider them real weapons. She asked if he was going to buy it or not. He hesitated. Seeing this, she immediately switched back to her charming tone and encouraged him to buy it. He asked the price, 1 million yen. He turned around to leave. She stopped him instantly, begging him not to go and offering a discount. They finally settled at 300,000. Karaboshi asked if he could also place an order. She replied that she had a basic ordering system and asked what he needed. He requested a dismantling knife and medicine for adventurers. She asked about knife ranking. He said he would leave it to her judgment. She wrote it down. Then she added casually that if he ever needed anything else, he could let her know any time. He was confused by the phrasing but agreed. Later, Karen and Karaboshi went into the dungeon. On the 3rd floor of the dungeon, Karen asked him if he had defeated the boss yesterday. He realized she must have read his blog. She then asked quietly if she had been a burden. He immediately denied it. She said she just wanted to grow stronger as fast as possible. He understood her feelings well, feeling unnecessary, invisible, like air. He felt the same way once. Then he declared that they would hunt everything today so she can be more strong. Karan's face lit up. They fought black raccoons together using their new weapons. Karaboshi handled the front while Karan attacked from behind with magic. Solo hunting was good, but collaborative play was something else entirely. After everything was defeated, both of them were exhausted and Karaboshi collapsed on the ground. Karan warned him not to push himself to the point of collapse. He apologized. He then complimented her, saying she had grown much stronger. She replied that the rod transmitted magic far better than her previous weapon. She reminded him again to reflect on his recklessness. He promised to be more careful. As they moved forward, the ground suddenly trembled. An earthquake, he wondered, but it stopped after a few moments. Karan thought the above surface was probably fine. He suggested returning to hunting. Karan shouted at him, asking if he had not reflected on anything she just said. They brought the day's material to the shop, unloading black raccoon claws in front of Yuduki. She stared at the absurd pile in anger. 352 intact claws, he said calmly. Karan happily unloaded more from the magic bag. She was amazed how much stuff can the bag hold. Yuduki grew increasingly irritated. He wondered aloud if, in 3 or 4 more days, he would recover the money he spent here. She snapped back, asking if they had some kind of grudge against her. Then he asked if she had felt the earthquake earlier. She said she hadn't noticed anything. He explained that it had been sudden, with no predictions. That same day, while Kitora-san, Karaboshi and Karan enjoyed their meal, completely unaware, dungeon stampedes were occurring all across Japan. At 5 in the morning, he heard some sounds coming from the dungeon. He gets up, wears his armor, and takes his dagger into the dungeon as he is ready to climb down. He hears more and more strange, loud noises of monsters. He is getting a bad feeling about it. He called the city police station, informing them that something very weird was happening inside the dungeon that appeared outside his house, and requested the authorities to come at once. The person on the other end said that they understood and alerted the defense forces immediately, and confirmed his identity. He shared that he is Karaboshi Haruko, an adventurer. The person on the call suggests that when they arrive, he should follow the instructions of the defense forces. He agreed and cut the phone. Then he dialed the hotel, apologizing for calling so early in the morning, but he needs to talk to somebody who is staying there. They connected him to Karen, who is fast asleep in her bed. She was startled by the ringing of the phone and picked up the phone saying that she is Karen, and her eyes still closed. On hearing Haruki's voice, her eyes opened up. He explained that she should hurry up as there is a stampede, get prepared and come to his place. She says she has understood. She was totally asleep and surprised. He wonders if she'll be fine. He is standing near the barricading in front of his garage. He's going through the website. He knew it just as he thought. Access to the website has gone up. Yuadoki calls for him from the dark, asking what he was doing up so early in the morning, confirming if he was Haruki. He asks why she was awake. Was she setting up the store? She replies something like that, as he knows that she is a legendary shopkeeper after all. That's why she was checking the purchases early in the morning, and she's pretty sure that she got the medicines today. He confirmed the medicines were here, and asked her to sell them all to him right now. She thinks it's good for her, but confirms. Did something happen that he was in need of it? He replies, probably, as a stampede is happening. Listening to this, she announces that she is going out of there. Karaboshi stops her. She protests that she wants to leave as she does not want any trouble. Trouble, he confirms. But wasn't she also an adventurer? Even if she runs away, they are going to call her for help. She explains that her residence certificate has not been changed. She thinks she'll be all right, even if she does not show up, and then says that she never said that she is an adventurer. How does he know about it? He explains that he came to this conclusion looking at the way she moves and her strength. If she wants to leave even in that case, she could just sell him the stuff. She brought him the box of medicines. While Karen is panting, she is confused and half asleep. She heard about the stampede happening, and about the monsters. She confirms if they are safe. He explains that it is happening everywhere, but it seems that the monsters are coming out at different moments. As he is doing the payment for the medicines in the store, he says to Karen that when the defense forces arrive, she should explain to them what's happening, as he wants to fight and defend this place by going into the dungeon. She is confused. He explains that he is going to go into the dungeon and look for a boss. Karen is concerned, as that is dangerous. The store clerk Yuduki agrees that is true. He does not know if there will be too many monsters and why he was being stupid. He confirms that it is true that the condition to win against a stampede is to kill all the monsters, but he thinks there is another way, eliminating the boss that's leading the stampede. If it looks like he can defeat the boss, he will do so that way instead of continuing to defeat monsters that come and protect the city. Then let's get together, Karen requests. Karaboshi says no. She asks why not. He explains that because she'll be a burden. He removes his mask and explains that he has a ridiculously small presence, and only he can go through the monsters without them seeing him. But if Karen was there, they would get noticed. She says she understood, but he is forbidden to do something like he did the last time. Haring agrees that he won't, and then he decides to go into the dungeon. Yudoki mentions it seems like he is humming something. Karen agrees that maybe he is. Everything is going totally nuts everywhere else. The monsters are destroying structures and damaging the town. They're going towards the town and adventurers are trying to force them back. Masatsugu is leading everyone, telling the adventurers to maintain formation and not let the monsters cross the line. He's aware the level of the defense force is very low, but they have a lot of adventures, so they can make it somehow. A bunch of monsters attack some normal women. He protects them and asks them to go the other way. It is dangerous out here. He receives a call. It is from Bacon. He asks if everything was all right and where Masatsugu was. He shared that he was in Hokkaido. He asks if they were in a bad situation. He shared that he is managing somehow. He replied that mid-level monsters are starting to come out. It sounds bad, said Bacon. The whole place was in chaos, and there were monsters all around. Masatsugu asks where the other rankers were. He explained that most of whom he could call to help are already there. Only Shiguri is on an expedition. He only needed to know where he was, but he's himself in a situation. He says he understands and he'll send 10 strong members. The defense forces are almost there. Hang in there until they arrive, said Masatsugu, comforting Bacon. And they end the conversation. Masatsugu looks at the blog and he thinks there is still something else he can do. Over the blogs they have requested the defense forces to help them. A lot of common people are talking about how the situation could not be worse, as noodle factories will be destroyed. Another one commented how he can be concerned about udon right now, when life of people are in danger. Masatsugu added that he is in Hokkaido. The situation is stable there, but everybody should be careful, as there's enough people for subjugation. More people start commenting on his remark. Someone said that they'll send some people to Shinjuku. He requests everyone to lend their strength, even if it is little. He keeps his device aside and is ready to fight. He motivates everyone to keep fighting and save Japan. Karaboshi is geared up and is ready to enter the dungeon. It feels like he's on a midnight expedition. He looks at his skill board and notices he still has 2 points. 1 point as backup, and the other he decides where to put. All the monsters are coming at him at once. The black raccoons, onions, and centipedes. But the situation is alright, as it seems they have not noticed him. The only monsters that were able to notice him were the silver wolves, maybe because they have a good sense of smell. He wonders if he can defeat them from a distance. He takes out the stones from his bag and starts to hit them. He can do this. He's happy that the potato stones are being useful. Knowing that he can focus on the silver wolf, he bombards them with multiple stones. Excluding the silver wolf, the little ones can be kept at bay by the defense line. He keeps hitting them with stones, but then something happens. He starts to feel something weird in his body, and then he notices in front of him was the boss, a giant silver wolf. He notices he is a werewolf, which is a rare species and a mid-level monster. He notices him and runs in the opposite direction. He thinks there is no way that he can win against him, but the werewolf notices him and attacks him. He goes through the air and falls at some distance, shocked by how sudden the werewolf's attack was. But he does not stop. He again charges towards him. Karaboshi gets up just in time and attacks him with his dagger, but he comes back strong and aggressive, standing tall in front of him while he is on the ground, confused about what to do. The situation is bad. The army has arrived for help. They are shoveling and making more boundaries to protect the common people. Karin is fighting the monsters coming out of the dungeon, protecting the army people. It's been 5 minutes since this stampede started, but only small monsters have come out, and they are not a lot in number either. They also have enough people. A stampede so crazy shouldn't be like this. Only the small monsters are coming out. Could be because of Karaboshi. Kitora-san comes out and calls for Karin. He wants him to not come closer, as there are monsters everywhere. He replies that she worries too much. He shares that he is an adventurer himself, and he is seeing everyone giving all their effort. Karin thinks that's right. She has been, all this time, leveling up inside the dungeon. She is not the one who could not do anything anymore. She has now improved. She notices how a monster rabbit is attacking a worker. She goes and attacks it. She notices another centipede, a little far away, trying to go beyond the barricade. She decides to kill the centipede with magic from a distance. But some centipedes go out of her sight, and are attacking common people. Kitora-san is protecting them, as they are reaching closer. Yuduki interferes just in time and kills the centipedes. She asks Karin not to get distracted and to fix the barricade at once. Karin notices how one of the army men is hurt and wants to help him. The store clerk intervenes, saying that she should not touch a wound with her bare hands. Was she trying to spread an infection? Karin points out that if she was defending the barricade in the first place instead of doing things like this, no one would even get hurt. She ignores what she has to say and says she has no idea what she was talking about. Karin asks her not to play dumb. The way she fights, even though she is so strong, she is confused about why she does so. Yuduki arrogantly replies that she should stop blaming others for her weakness. If she has time to talk, it's better to treat some injuries. She asks why she was not fighting with everybody else. She replies that she's trying to protect her store. It's at times like this that she hates having a store outside the dungeon. One of the army men comments that what the young lady is saying is true, but if it bothered her that much, she can get stronger until the next stampede. He asks everyone to brace themselves and not let a single monster pass. Karin is determined. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Karaboshi is on the ground. He does not know what to do. If he adds a point to agility, he won't be able to make it against this one with only that. But if he somehow manages to escape, then this monster gets out, and somebody else will die because he ran, because he did not fight, and that he cannot allow. He gets up, regaining his strength. He looks at the werewolf and thinks that he looks so happy. He looks like he is a person enjoying the attack on him. He tries to defend its claws with his dagger. Heavy defending is the best he can do. but he has to focus on the next attack, one attack at a time, little by little. He can see its movement, how its center of gravity moves. He feels miserable, but this is fun. It is great. It feels great. Little by little he gets chances to attack. He knows the next one is a kick. He understands the pattern of the werewolf's attacks, but he's too fast after all. And now he knows that the next one is going to end him. He wears his mask and upgrades the 1 point in his skill board to imitation. He jumps in the air and attacks the werewolf with multiple dagger strikes. He sits on its back and keeps attacking until the monster is on the floor. He has defeated the werewolf. He also is heavily injured. He thinks it was fun, but he has had enough. He lies on the floor. His scoreboard shows 1 point added to imitation. As he lies on the ground, he feels something heavy on his stomach. It is Karen. She is crying. She was worried. She could not find him anywhere. She thought he had been eaten. He asks what happened outside. She replies that it's over. The stampede is over. Everyone survived. The stampede is ending. People from all over Japan confirmed it on the website. Naru, stampede has ended. Masatsugu confirms that Sapporo is over and everyone is safe. But nobody knows about the situation in Shinjuku. He's trying to connect to Bacon, but it does not connect. Shinjuku was destroyed. The army men collect all the bodies of the monsters in one place. They talk among themselves. They don't understand why it ended so suddenly. According to the information online, everything seems to end when the boss is subjugated. They are confused about who did that. Then they see Karen come out of the dungeon with Karaboshi. The army men ignore him and focus only on Karen. They ask her if, as after she entered the dungeon, the stampede ended, was it her who defeated the boss? She tries to explain that it was not her, but Karaboshi. He imagines that everybody will be his fan, and that people will start cheering his name and celebrating him by throwing him in the air, but that is not the case. They do not even notice him and comment that she is the one who did it, and is just being modest, as she is extremely incredible and brave, even after being this small. He notices a new development on his skill board. He does not understand why everyone insists on denying his existence. Could it be like a world-level taboo to say his name? On his skill board, a new scale has appeared called Spy. The skill developed on its own. Karen is surrounded by the crowd. All the people and the army men are appreciating her. He says that it's too sad. Maybe he should just return home already. Karen is surrounded by too many people, and it feels suffocating. She shares that she needs help. Karaboshi wears his mask, goes inside the dungeon again, and carries the body of the werewolf outside. He places it in front of everybody, and announces that he is the one who killed the stampede's boss. Everybody is amazed and wonders when did this person got here. Yuduki is amazed at the size of the werewolf. He comments that she was there at the right time, as he was planning to leave the dismantling to her, and once she's done she would like to order a few things with this material. Hearing this, her eyes light up. She hopes that the order is expensive and asks how much money he has. Does he have enough money, as she's not making ends meet, and it would probably be a good deal for her too. She then asks Karen to come with him into the dungeon, as he needs some help. Later there are heaps and heaps of monsters on the ground. The store clerk is amazed and wonders if this is a joke, because the amount of monsters is too much. He then says and takes something out of his pocket, saying that he also has something else. She is scared. What does he have to give now? He takes out a coupon that he received upon becoming an adventurer, with which he can get 5% more discount. At Shinjuku Station he learns the reason for the failure of the subjugation of the stampede that night. The area around the station was occupied by monsters. Despite the great adventurers there, they failed. It was due to a series of misfortunes. One was the absence of Japan's maximum military might, Masatsugu. Another was the simultaneous appearance of monsters in 63 locations, and the fact that the monsters were all middle level, along with the sudden disappearance of Masatsugu's replacement Bacon. In the blink of an eye the news spread across Japan, and Japan fell into shock and despair. As a result, other adventurers fled to save their lives. Shinjuku had fallen. The next day, as Karaboshi is reading some blogs on his device, Karan mentions that it must be hard reading about the fall of Shinjuku. She wonders what will happen to Japan. He shares that Masatsugu mentioned in his blog about the Shinjuku recapture operation. He is the top ranker, and he thinks he'll be okay, even though he himself really cares. But there is no way they can go to Shinjuku. With their level they can't really be of any help. Karan agrees. So the first thing they need to do is that both of them need to be stronger. They enter the dungeon again at level 4, fighting the potato monster. Karaboshi thinks fighting potato monsters like this is an easy win. Karan disagrees. She calls him inhuman. She comments that she was being rude, but if she looks at where the firing of the potato plant is pointing, she can do it. It's all about the timing. He says that he understands if it is too much for her. She gets offended and says that she'll do it. Then she says let's see what she has got. She gets up and attacks the flower right in the center. She's ready to show off what she can do if she tries. The potato plant is in pieces. She is proud of herself and asks what he thinks. He is disappointed at what she has done. She killed the potato plant before he shot anything, and this way they won't get any potatoes. He picks up the remains of the plant and mourns for his potatoes. She tries to calm him down, saying that he can always get more when he gets back here. He's angry, saying that when one wastes food like that, the ghost of the food will haunt her. She is annoyed and says he can make a vegetable garden with potato plants, so he should cheer up and raise them at home. Something clicks in his head. That's it. He says that night he collected all the plants and start replanting. He never thought of producing potatoes, but Karen is really smart. The soil needed to grow is prepared for now. He just has to wait and see. The next morning when he wakes up, all the plants are dead. He says he can't understand it. Maybe they can't live outside the dungeon after all. One of the plants is barely alive. He wonders how he can help it. The plant indicates the jar, pointing his leaf towards it. He brings the jar closer, and the plant takes out the stone, keeps it in the soil, and begins to bloom. He understands that the potato stone is an item from the boss and that it's from inside the dungeon. They just need more nutrients from inside the dungeon. The plant waves. He's amazed that the plant can understand what he is saying. He did not expect that he could communicate with plants. He asks if it has a name. It says no. He decides that since it is a special moment, he should name the plant. Since it is a potato plant, he calls it Spuddy, but the plant refuses. It gives more options, which are potato derivatives, but the plant disagrees. At the end, he suggests Rhea from Greek mythology, the god Rhea, the land of everything. He thinks this is what she likes. He apologizes to the plant for bringing it here. He shares that the real reason was that he wanted to produce potatoes. The plant attacks him with one of the potatoes, but it is not fresh. He's upset. He understands that she can't make fresh potatoes anymore. He says he'll take responsibility, and that it is his fault. He apologizes to the plant. Later that same day, when they are in the dungeon, Karen asks him if they can take a break, as they have been hunting for more than 2 hours. He replies no, he's not taking a break, as he's not tired. Karen notices that his mind is somewhere else, and she hopes he does not forget to support her in every combat. She asks if something is worrying him and if she can be of any help. He's inspecting the soil and wondering what would happen if soil from the dungeon was sold in the market. If placed closer to the dungeon, it would recover its original composition. Now that he has to take responsibility for the plant, he thinks it will end up dry. This dungeon does not have water. He has to give it back to the dungeon at this moment. She does not understand what he is murmuring while looking at the soil. She thinks it is something serious. As they move out of the dungeon, he wants to go back home, but Karen is worried about him. She thought of him as a strong person, but now she thinks she was wrong. He went on the stampede alone. He said it was reasonable to fight for hours non-stop, but she thinks he's missing something and acting strange today. As she follows him back to his house, she hears something weird. He is talking to somebody named Rhea and asking it to put a little bit in. She is confused. Was he living with his girlfriend? Maybe they were doing something private, but in reality he was just requesting the plant to get a little bit of manure, but she was against it. Karen imagines something completely else and is shocked on the ground even thinking about it. The dungeon defeating wiki website shows a lot of people chatting amongst themselves. Some want to ask if Mastasugu-san has already arrived. Another person comments that they don't know. There is no further news that they have Meikulto, as they started moving on Old Swan, so it might take some time. Another asks if they managed to gather adventurers for a recovery operation. If Mastasugu is there, then he can also participate. He shares that he has no idea, as first of all, the place is full of hardcore people. They may not want to mobilize as a group to prevent their secrets from leaking out. The other person seems confused. Seriously, is it because they don't want us to expose their secrets? Is this really the situation where they can think like this? If team magic tools or spiritual powers were to leak, it would be some serious news. And other comments. Another mentions that if they ignore the small fries and aim directly for the boss, maybe they can win. Then another person comments that they got some information about an accident in a dungeon and asks if anyone can go and help. One asks if it's in Shinjuku. They say no in Chikaho. Then he says that he won't go there. The person is confused. Wait a minute, that's cold. He said he has to save Japan, but in the end adventurer power is just hot air. The other person replies that this is stupid. It must be a dungeon. If you go there yourself, then that's your own responsibility. Don't come complaining to us while behaving like a spoiled brat. If you're going to give another person trouble, then just shut up and die. That's the responsibility of an adventurer. Then she comments, if you think you are a samurai, it was just an overreaction. If you want to help, then you should go yourself. If you can't do that, why not make a request? The other person apologizes. Meanwhile, Karen is furious at Karaboshi. Why is there a monster in his house? He tries to calm her down, saying that she is Rhea and that he brought her here from the dungeon. She's furious. He brought it home? What was he even thinking? It's a monster. Rhea is definitely a monster, but she's not a bad girl. She argues that she's still a monster. Even if she's a monster, she could still be a friend too, says Karaboshi. No way, says Karen. He protests, asking what the difference is between her and the adventurers on the 13th floor. She is all right, and she's definitely a friend. He argues that he is not leaving monsters to chance. If he finds one, he'll defeat it. What he means to say is that the decision of who is a friend or foe should not be based solely on species. As they are talking, the plant shoots potatoes at him. She comments on how the plant just attacked him. He argues that it's just an expression of her affection, but Karen makes it clear that it is an attack. Karen thinks they should uproot it after all, but he protests. It definitely won't hurt anyone, and asks Karen to stop. He is glad he could persuade Karen to stop yesterday, but he himself is confused. What should he do with Ria? He goes to meet Kitora-san and has brought meat for him. His neighbor apologizes for taking so much good meat from him, but he has something to give back. He has grown some asparagus. They look perfectly healthy and nice. He asks his neighbor how many years he has been growing them. He explains that he just planted them last year. He's amazed to see how fast the plants grew. Karaboshi then says that normally it takes at least 5 years for them to get this thick. He says that is right, but when he made the compost using monster meat, this happened. He asks if he could get some of the compost. He agrees. He also hands him something he found inside the meat he bought. He does not know what it is, so he can have it. As he goes back to his house, Ria the plant is still mad at him. He decides to give her some time to get over yesterday's incident. He secretly adds the compost he brought into the pot, and she begins to like the soil and starts glowing. He explains that it has all kinds of nutrients from dungeon monsters and that he thought she would like it. He also shows her that he bought a magical stone, a stone discovered inside monsters on extremely rare occasions. Its use is unknown. The plant seems happy now, and Karaboshi asks her to forgive him. She's happy playing with him. He is content that she is feeling better, as it was his fault for bringing her here. In the dungeon, Karin has become considerably stronger. If they are talking about pure firepower, Karin is stronger than him, but because of his growth acceleration skill, he still levels up faster. They are happy that both of them are getting stronger at a good pace. They take the materials from 350 silver wolves to the shop, and ask the store clerk to buy them. Yuduki asks them to wait, brings out her board and starts inspecting the kills. She calculates that the purchase price would be 17500 yen. She also hands him the dismantling knife he asked about. Karaboshi comments that it was fast. She replies that they made it using an accelerated process. She also got a whetstone and asked if she should sharpen it. He agrees. She sharpens the knife on the stone, thanks him for waiting, and then goes silent when he asks for the price. He is amazed. Why is she acting weird today? What happened to her usual energy? He asks. She replies that even she can't be energetic all the time. He says he understands, but it's still out of character for her. She says she does not know, but since they seem interested, asks if they want to hear her story. They agree. She explains that the branch manager of the Sapporo store has gone missing. At first she thought she fled into the night because her performance results were getting worse, but from her IC card history it seems she went to Chikuhall. He asks how long she has been missing. She replies that it has been 5 days. Karen comments that with only a record of when she entered and the number of days she's been gone, it's not enough to tell exactly where she is. He looks at the store clerk and asks if she was planning to go and help her. She agrees that she is strong enough to go look for her coworker. She explains that she has a store to take care of, and even in this situation she is still the branch manager. They can't believe that the bosses would take a break just because a worker didn't come back. He suggests that she could take a day off, but she says that she has never taken a day off. In a place like this, the difference between vacation and work is small. They agree. She then asks if she made an adventurer request to him, would he accept it? In his mind he is very happy, as this is his first request, but he tells her that depending on the details he will think about it. She says she wants him to search for the branch manager in the Chikuho dungeon, down to the 8th floor. He asks how she was so certain about the 8th floor. She explains that the reason for the 8th floor is that they received a request from an armor manufacturer to secure silver wolf material. It seems she entered the dungeon to meet the deadline, and in the Chikuho dungeon silver wolves appear between the 6th and 8th floors. She feels that she will be around that area. He asks about the deadline, as it may be impossible to find her before that. There may not even be any bones left. Searching is not one of his strong points, and he wonders if he is even the right one for the job. She says she believes in him, and that he is the right one for the job. She gives him a deadline of about a month. Her coworker has a magic bag, and thinks she would be prepared to stay that long if needed. He pauses and says that the deal is no good after all. Yuduki is disappointed. He explains that he has circumstances that won't allow him to leave his house no matter what. He is thinking about Ria. The store clerk comments that adventurers are all selfish. They talk about helping others and rescuing Japan, but then disappear and ignore other adventurers in trouble. He responds that if she knows someone is in trouble, why isn't she trying to get help closer by? If she really wants to save her, she should ask adventurers in Sapporo. Karen asks Karaboshi if it is because of her that he can't leave the house. Then she asks why he does not just bring her along. She is in a flower pot after all. He asks if that would really be alright. Isn't she a monster? Karen agrees she wasn't sure at first, but since he says it's alright, she believes him because they are partners. The store clerk is suffering, and she can sense it. Karaboshi places his hand over Karen's head and says he will accept the request. She is happy, but he mentions that she has to pay the request fee and the rescue fee. She agrees and says she will pay 300,000 yen now, and another 200,000 after he succeeds. If he does it in one day, the total will be 500,000 yen. That's very attractive. He agrees that it certainly is. She adds that she will give a 5% bonus on all materials he brings back during the search, and that expert fees, equipment repairs, lodging and medical expenses will be covered. He is amazed. It is a very good offer. He asks if she can trust him to find her. She says yes. As they move out of the store, Karen thanks him. He explains that there is nothing she needs to thank him for. He is just happy that someone who always says she's the best and a genius still cares about somebody else. That more than anything made him want to help, along with Karen's kind words. Since they have decided, they begin preparing and sorting out the details of how they are going to do this, excited and happy. Yuduki is also relieved that someone will search for her co-worker. She is glad she does not have to go herself, as she would not meet the material deadline. What a fool she is. It's because hopeless people like her exist that employees overflowing with talent like herself can shine. She is the darkness that allows others to shine. Losing that darkness would be a great loss for the world and for herself. She will not let her die. She must survive at all costs. Air is heading out to save you, to save a failure like you. They are all set with Rhea in a box in the car. He explains to his plant monster Rhea that they are heading out today, and if she's wondering where they're going, it's the Chikaho dungeon. He shares how he hasn't visited it in a while. As Karen sits in the car, Rhea and Karen exchange silent, hostile eye contact. Karen says that the wolves mainly appear on the 6th and 7th floors of the dungeon, so it shouldn't be too much trouble. He agrees, but he adds that things could be different starting from the 6th floor. He shares that there seem to be traps, things like pitfalls. They're not enough to kill someone, but they would be a problem if they got stuck while monsters attacked at the same time. The difficulty increases, almost like a game tutorial. Karen commented, "If you look at it from the dungeon's perspective, it makes sense. There's no way the dungeon exists just to kill people. It has no motive to invite people otherwise." He adds, he really wants to rush and search, but decides they should take it easy for now. Karen asks how long it would take to reach the 8th floor. The word on the street is that it takes about a month. Rhea also asks if they'll be able to make it in time. He replies that they have to, no matter what. While traveling by car, they arrive at the hotel he stayed at earlier. Karen suggests that they stop by the Black Dragon Caravan, a shop that sells many things. He's excited to see what they have. Now that stigma has declined, the occult has become mainstream. There's no scientific proof that any of it works, but it does seem effective, and it's better to be prepared. He wanders around the store looking around excitedly like a child. They have stamina-increasing serums. He also sees slimy eels near the corner. Thanks to these, he managed to get out unharmed once, even when surrounded by monsters. The expiration date is 1 day after opening the seal, so to be safe he takes 4 eels. He then looks for Karen and asks if she found anything good. She's looking at a cute chicken-like stuffed toy that makes cheep 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 sounds. She says she definitely does not like it, she just thought it might come in handy later. He points out that it makes too much noise and does not qualify as a justifiable expense. She agrees that it would clearly alert enemies but admits she kind of likes it, repeatedly making the cheep cheep sounds. As they enter the dungeon, Karen says that the 4th floor boss is the giant killer rabbit. Its resistance can't even be compared to others. She's a little worried. He remembers that she has never fought a boss before. She agrees and asks if she can fight the next one. He agrees. You can handle it yourself. This rabbit seems stronger than the one on the last floor, but he will help if anything gets strange. She asks him to please do so. Karen's magic increases with concentration. This attack feels far stronger than any of his, he wonders. He suggests assigning skill points before going to the 6th floor. As he opens his skill chart, he notices Rhea's skill points as well. She's at level H, and she's growing fast. Before he finishes, Karen has already destroyed the monster. You did it, Karen, he says proudly. She says she did, but something feels strange. She feels weird, like she can see more clearly, even better than before. He tells her that if something happened, she should say it. He won't get mad. She says she leveled up and gained sharper senses. He's happy. There seems to be no problem. She wonders if the boss-level monster dropped an item. He notices that she has acquired a detection skill. It's not only her sight that's changing. Her detection skill also gained a point last night. Small gaps under their feet, the form and texture of the walls. If one pays attention, they can understand them clearly. As they move from the 5th floor to the 6th floor, he knows this detection skill will be useful in unknown areas. There are a lot of weeds growing on the 6th floor. Karen agrees they should investigate. She is gradually getting better. Karen warns him that something is coming. He notices it too, but detection activates faster. They won't get lost. She's right. Silver wolves are approaching. They both attack the wolves. He explains that there's no difference between these silver wolves and the ones in the dungeon garage. Karen asks if they should proceed to the 7th floor. He says no, not yet. They should find the boss while mapping the area. If it's too difficult, they'll turn back. They agree. They begin mapping the dungeon, moving silently from one area to another. He asks Karen if she can see a trap ahead looking at a pile of dried leaves. She says yes, but not clearly. He says that in that case it should be fine, and deliberately slides into the dried leaves. She's confused. What was he even trying to do? She asks if he's all right. He says yes, there's no problem. She says there are a lot of problems with this. Why did he trigger it on purpose, as there could be something sharp like a trap under the leaves? He's confused. He explains that now they know there's nothing down there, and he now understands the diameter of the pit, something he couldn't know without falling in. She thinks there's definitely something wrong with Karaboshi. They move forward and encounter a giant wolf. It's massive. They look at him hiding behind a rock. They're confused about what to do. He says it would be much easier if they had a shield. The area is full of pitfalls, making it difficult to fight while avoiding them. He considers whether he could manage if he had more points and instantaneous power, but wonders if that would really be enough. He looks at Karen and asks her to promise not to tell anyone what he's about to do. She agrees. Alright, they get Ria out of the magic box. Ria has 8 skill points. He does not know what treasure house means, but it's worth a try. He asks Ria if she can use the magical jar to throw potato stones, but Ria is furious as she was stuck in a cramped place. He apologizes for keeping her in such a cramped space. She's cranky. He asks if she can take the stones from the jar. She indicates that she can. He explains that when he will signal her, she is supposed to shoot the boss with everything she has got. If something happens, they'll cover it. They do a countdown 3 to 1. Ria begins bombing the boss with potato stones from the jar. Even though she's less than a year old, she's incredibly strong. He thinks about how powerful his adoptive daughter has become. Karen is confused. She wasn't this strong before. How did she grow up so quickly? He calls Karen over and shows her the screen. This is his secret. He has a magic tool that can unlock the latent potential of others. If the world found out, the consequences would be terrifying. That's why he has kept it secret. He is only telling her this because it's Karen. She blushes, clearly happy as he has given her such importance in his life. She asks if he can see her skill tree and magic power too. He asks if she wants to see it. She says yes, and asks him to put all the points into magic power. He warns her not to put everything in. Her senses might change too much, but does as she asks. She feels overwhelmingly strong and declares she'll defeat the next floor's boss. He tells her not to rush and that they should move steadily while she gets used to the sudden changes. Soon 3 bosses from the 7th floor appear simultaneously. Karen defeats them instantly. He suggested that she should only kill Small Fry before, as she can't fully control her power. She apologizes. He is worried she might get him killed. They head back both exhausted. It's already 6 p.m. They've been inside for over 5 hours and still have no clue about Oiso-san. The possibility that she's below the 7th floor grows stronger. Karen says they haven't found her yet. He assures her they shouldn't rush. If they want to reach the 8th floor, they need to lay a proper foundation so the treasure does not turn into a mummy. They go out for armor shop. A person apologizes for the wait and confirms the order. He shows the total and asks if it's acceptable, then adds service charges, and he asks them to split it between the team. The total is 46,305 yen. The store clerk explains that the ordered items are complete and that they should stop by the armor shop next door. At the armor store, the clerk welcomes them warmly. He's surprised that they know his name and even his handle. She explains she heard it from Yuduki. She said that if a pervert in a mask appears, he's her subordinate and should be treated politely. She adds that she and hers are enemies who fight over money. He also corrects that he is neither Yudumi's subordinate nor her friend. She says she knows very well, and even if she's far away, she'll always be his senpai. Yuduki ordered protection equipment for both of them, and she showed them their new armor. They examine the armor. It's expensive and fits perfectly. She explains it's made from centipede's hard shell. He knows it is the hard shell that derived from a centipede long ago. She appreciates her senpai that she has gotten this amazing armor. He thinks that with this, the chance of being killed is greatly reduced. He asks the price. She replies that it's free of charge. They're confused. She explains that everyone is heading to recapture Shinjuku, and no one else here can reach the 8th floor. They asked many adventurers for help, but everyone refused with excuses. The only one who accepted was him, because of his interest, and because of his and Karen's desire to save Oiso, their co-worker. They are giving this for no cost. He says he understands and promises to give his best. She thanks both of them, and prays that Oiso-san is safe. He opens his blog. Could it be that he is going to die today from happiness? He has 14-page reviews and 10 comments. He's happy that he suddenly became the kind of adventurer who gets comments. Although the comments are very negative, telling him to accept search quests, leave Japan, and not get carried away, he is still amazed that so many people are commenting. He replies that he is very happy to receive the comments, that they are completely right, and thanks them for pointing it out. He feels motivated and ready to work hard today. Karen is already ready to go inside and fight, and tells him to hurry up. She says that he has gotten too strong and she's the one doing all the hard work, while he's getting no chance to do anything. He comments that does not she think the attack area was a little too wide. She does not listen and says that he should leave the attacking to her. Supporting people is one of his strong points anyway. She's very motivated, so he thinks it's fine. She wonders how he can stay so calm even when people badmouth him on his blog. He's always calm and incredible. If it were her, she would be very depressed. She knows he didn't do anything to deserve so much insult. He's a little weird but a good person. That's why she wants to help him this time, to repay the favor of him helping her with his magic, which made her this strong. He comments that Karen can lower the heat a little bit. As they sit down to eat, they confirm that the 7th floor boss was also a big wolf. There are no traces of Oiso-san there, so there's no other option. They have to move to the 8th floor. On the 8th floor there are a lot of plants and weeds, and the ceiling height changes layer after layer. It's mysterious. The grass obstructs the field of vision, making it hard to see where to stand. It's good for hiding but bad for searching. There are traps as well. It seems this is going to take a lot of time. Karaboshi hears Karen shout that there are 2 silver wolves. He asks Karen to wait. Then he sees a long-armed goblin. Its arms are unusually long, and it has a repulsive face. It's a humanoid monster that appears in lower levels, even worse than expected. It's an owner goblin, a goblin that wanders aimlessly with a silver wolf, named that way because it looks like it's walking the wolf. He asks Karen to come back. There are 2 silver wolves and a goblin in front of them. If you look closely, they are full of wounds. They were part of an abandoned hunt by monster adventurers. They continue deeper into the dungeon, carrying hatred for the humans who hurt them. He tells Karen to stop, but she does not. She uses her magic and kills the 2 wolves, but the goblin is unharmed and attacks. The goblin is very heavy. She tries to use magic again, but he tells Karen to back off. He won't let the goblin hurt her. He kills the goblin and begins to puke. He explains that it's nothing, just a level of sickness. This would be very good for leveling up, but if they fought them one by one, they would lose too much time. From now on they should move while carrying supplies. What is that? It's a very slimy eel. Apparently this item keeps monsters away. Fighting is taking longer than he thought, so he tells Karen to take one just in case. She looks pale and uncomfortable. Rhea is now on his shoulder because his arms are full. It can't be used on a single person. It has to be both of them. They restart the search. It's effective. He comments that Karen looks more like a monster now. Uso is somewhere in the grass. She can't move. Her left leg is completely broken. She's far from escaping. If she had expensive medicine, things might be different. If she hadn't followed the silver wolf to this place, she might have survived. The deeper the monster, the higher the quality of its materials. If you sell them at the store in Sapporo, they fetch a high price. She thought she could outdo the other branch manager, trample over that hateful Yuduki with her abilities, and this is the result of that thinking. She's already out of food and water. Her only salvation was a concealment item she used to erase her scent. Even if she survives, there's no way they would send a search team for a normal person like her. So why is she trying so hard? This happened because of her own carelessness. Even in this disgraceful state, she would rather die clean than dirty. She thinks about monsters approaching her. She's terrified of goblins and wolves. She does not want to die. She wants someone to help her. Then between the weeds, a person with a strange mask appears, frightening her even more. He tries to move her Rebri. Some cracking noises are heard, and she complains it is hurting her. He is relieved that she is finally awake. He confirms if she is Okusan. He introduces himself. He is an adventurer named Air, and they accept a quest to come and help her. She tries to get up listening to this information but is still feeling a bit dizzy. He asks her not to pass out as it would be very difficult to carry her. She is surprised and pushes him away, ordering him to stay away, thinking he is a monster. She says she is sure that he is thinking of soiling her and doing things to her. He should just straight away get to killing her. Karen comes up and asks. She was sorry to interrupt but confirms if Okusan could she stand up. She is amazed to see a young girl along with the monster. Karaboshi introduces her as Karen and explains how they both accepted the quest to come and rescue her. She is amused a quest for her. He confirms that yes, the employees at Ichibog waiting for her. Safe return. She then informs them about her leg, but she realizes that it has healed. Karen confirmed that she used restoration medicine and it did all the work. She tries to get up and confirms that she can walk by herself. She is grateful and thanked them as they even healed her leg. She can't thank them enough. He says that she really wanted to thank someone, then she should thank her company as they paid for everything, but she still wanted to thank them. They are all ready to leave. He also hands her an eel and asks her to take it just in case she is also appalled by the slimy eel like Karen. As they are moving, they see a gate Eikreither, the device that allows one to travel between floors in the dungeon. It's only possible to go floors directly above or below. That one was in. If they use the gate, they'll be on the surface in no time. Uso agreed. Suddenly Karen is attacked, and the party of 3 has reappeared. He looks at Karaboshi commenting, it has been a long time since they have seen the masked bastard. They have already attacked Karen. She lies on the ground not moving. As he takes out his dagger, Haruya is ready with his arrow targeting Karen. Shikama announces, if he even moves a muscle he will not hesitate in killing Karen. They shared how they told everyone to not sell material to that store, and they followed along. Once they used Masatsugu's name, he thought that they would have another store come and collect the material, but to think Uso herself would come down to get them is weird. She is furious. Was this the reason that there were less people selling material to them? The 3 of them started laughing as it took this much time for her to realize this. She shared how they even hurt and released some monsters so adventurers could kill them easily. They asked her to shut up. These guys were here while Masatsugu-san was helping somewhere else. He asked why they were doing so and what their purpose was. Shikama asked, is he gonna make him say it? He is just doing this for fun. They mocked them in public and this is a revenge against them and Masatsugu. The store clerk shouted, this is ridiculous, they think they will get away with this. What do you mean get away with it? We haven't done anything wrong. She highlights if she reports this, they lose adventure certification. They mocked her and what makes her think that she will get out of there alive? Lars asked, since Shikama as they are already out, can they do both of them? He is disappointed. He only think of one thing. Lars was prepared with his sword and believed that the blade was about to strike Karen. Although he appeared saddened, he bade her farewell. As he was about to slash at her, Karaboshi suddenly stepped in and blocked the attack, shocking everyone as they wondered when Karaboshi had arrived. Karaboshi then instructed Oiso to take Karen away immediately. Oiso rushed to lift Karen and began to leave, but Amshi ordered Haria to kill them. Haria fired an arrow which was cut down by Ria. Eventually Oiso managed to reach the gate with Karen, but the gate closed behind them. With that, Karaboshi relaxed and turned invisible again, leaving the remaining three confused about where he had come from. Since Karaboshi had disappeared, they began shouting for him to show himself. Karaboshi, who was standing right in front of them, mocked their abilities by wondering aloud whether their detection skills were completely useless. When he revealed himself again, Lars was shocked and stepped back, wondering how long Karaboshi had been standing there. Amshi questioned whether Karaboshi had been planning to stay hidden all along. Karaboshi replied that he had been standing there the entire time. The three grew irritated, wondering how many times Karaboshi intended to interfere. Karaboshi responded that he had not done anything to them the last time. Lars, trying to remain calm, told Karaboshi not to pretend that he was not scared. Amshi then stated that Masatsugu was not with them. Karaboshi replied by warning them that something was coming and that he was about to summon it, so they should be prepared. Amshi laughed, asking what was wrong with Karaboshi and claiming that they were only joking. Karaboshi became angry and questioned whether they truly thought that hurting Karam so badly was merely a joke. Lars replied that it had been an accident and apologized, asking for forgiveness. Karaboshi then questioned whether they were the ones who had filled his blog with such comments and whether that too was supposed to be a joke. Amshi claimed he had no idea what Karaboshi was talking about. Someone then pointed out that 6 out of 10 visits had resulted in comments and 3 of those were from new readers, exactly the same number as the 3 of them. Confused, the trio wondered whether Karaboshi's blog really received so few views. Amshi assumed Karaboshi's remarks were meant to provoke him, but in reality Karaboshi was pleased. Haria finally asked whether Karaboshi was saying that even receiving insults through a few comments made him happy. Karaboshi felt deeply uneasy, thinking that they should not look at him that way, and he resolved never to speak about his blog to anyone again. Karaboshi wondered if dying here would at least spare him from explaining his blog analytics ever again. Suddenly, he sensed something strange, and wondered whether it was a Monpare. The entire area began to shake, and they thought about escaping, but before they could react, monsters appeared from all sides. The 3 of them tried to fight back. Karaboshi realized that the situation was not good, and decided that he had to assign his skill points. His proficiency with the one-handed sword suddenly increased, but he noted that it was not the time to check the details. At that moment he noticed that the maximum growth had been achieved, and Amshi called out to him, wondering what that screen was. Karaboshi threw an item toward the gate, and instructed everyone to run there. Neither the monsters nor the others managed to reach them in time. Suddenly a wolf attacked, but Amshi attempted to block it with his shield, after which Lars slashed at it. Haria was already engaged in his own battle. As Karaboshi observed them fighting, he thought that it was exactly what one would expect from adventurers working on the 8th and 9th floors, noting that their attacks were well coordinated and that it seemed likely they would survive. However, the 3 grew irritated and shouted at Karaboshi, telling him to stop giving them orders. When Amshi tried to retrieve his arrows, he discovered that all of them had been stolen by a goblin, which also bit him. Soon after, another wolf attacked Haria. The others became worried, and Amshi was struck as well after lowering his guard. In the end, all 3 were left surrounded by monsters. Seeing this, Karaboshi felt that the situation had turned truly dangerous for them. Lars went to assist Haria, and together they began clearing a path. However, they soon realized that Haria's situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. While they were distracted, Karaboshi remarked that only Lars was wielding a longsword, and that he could not afford to lower his guard. Soon after, Amshi was attacked again by several wolves, prompting Karaboshi to move in to help her, wondering what she had been doing. Amshi explained that it was her first time fighting so many monsters at once. Karaboshi observed the monsters and thought that no one in their right mind would normally rush into a monster parade, but the situation was clearly different now. He stated that if they did not fight they would die, and he emphasized that there were comrades they needed to rescue. Hearing this, Amshi regained some confidence and stood up with her sword, shouting at Karaboshi to shut up and claiming that everything would have been fine if he had not been there. Karaboshi replied that they would be safe once they reached the gate, and added that he would continue helping them fight even without Amshi's approval. Karaboshi then fully engaged in the battle. After some time, even Lars collapsed from exhaustion and said that it was impossible for them to win. Amshi expressed her concern, pointing out that no matter how many monsters they killed, more continued to appear. Karaboshi understood her concern, and became confused as well, wondering why the number of monsters was not decreasing. He was certain that they had already killed over 300 monsters, yet they had been unable to set up a barricade because the dungeon kept absorbing the corpses. Karaboshi began to suspect that the monsters they defeated were being resurrected, and concluded that this was likely not a normal monster parade. Karaboshi noticed that Amshi had suddenly started laughing uncontrollably before rushing toward the monsters to fight them. This behavior left Karaboshi confused, as he wondered what was wrong with him. Meanwhile, the monsters continued their relentless attacks. Karaboshi called out to Ria, declaring that he would cut his way through them using his full strength. As he focused more carefully, Karaboshi realized that the creatures before them were not ordinary monsters, and that the parade itself seemed to have paused unnaturally. He then sensed a strong monster presence coming from a bulging area, yet no monsters were spawning from it. When Karaboshi attempted to move closer, he noticed that goblins were blocking the path. He halted briefly, then advanced and slashed at the area, hoping that doing so would finally bring the monster parade to an end. The moment he struck, everything around them began to shake, and the monsters looked around in confusion. Karaboshi guessed if even the monsters had realized they were already dead and were just too stubborn to stop moving. Karaboshi felt an overwhelming sense of sickness and realized that he could no longer defend himself properly in that state. At that moment, he noticed that Ria had stepped in to protect him by attacking the monsters, and he silently thanked her for it. Karaboshi then realized that the corpses were no longer disappearing, and that there were no signs of resurrection. This confirmed his suspicion that the monsters had truly been defeated. He stood up, put on his mask and headed toward the gate. The scene then shifted to a group of soldiers who remarked that everything had gone exactly as Masatsugu had predicted. They discussed how troublesome those people were, and wondered how many times they had already arrested them. Their leader admitted that the situation was deeply shameful, and believed that recovery would be extremely difficult. He then declared that the Shikama group had to be captured at any cost. As the gate opened, the soldiers discovered an ongoing monster parade. The leader immediately ordered everyone to prepare themselves and begin firing at the monsters. The leader noticed that there were humans present as well, along with a floating plant and a masked figure, which left him confused as he wondered whether the masked individual was a demon beast. Karaboshi introduced himself as an adventurer and thanked them for their hard work. The soldiers then asked their captain what they should do, while one of them questioned what action to take if that adventurer was affiliated with the Shikama group. Suddenly, the captain asked Karaboshi what had happened to the Shikama group. Karaboshi apologized and explained that he had been unable to save them. One of the soldiers pointed out the severed hands and swords scattered around, urging the captain to look closely. The leader told Karaboshi that he wanted to support him, but there was a risk that Karaboshi might be struck by stray arrows, so he asked whether Karaboshi could hold on until they finished evacuating the others. Karaboshi agreed and said he would do his best. The captain then ordered everyone to prepare their weapons for close combat, emphasizing that rescuing people was their top priority. At one point, he noticed a slime eel beneath his foot. After some time, Karaboshi finally returned to the gate and collapsed there from exhaustion. The others praised Karaboshi for his efforts, while the captain instructed everyone to maintain their formation until the evacuation was complete. Some guards wondered why Karaboshi had been fighting demon beasts using only a dagger, and questioned whether the mask he wore was a magical item. Another soldier asked whether it enhanced his physical abilities, and whether the plant accompanying him was a demon beast. Karaboshi confirmed that it was a tamed creature, which shocked everyone present. The captain stepped in and scolded them for being too noisy, telling them to save their questions until they reached the surface. As he looked at Karaboshi, he thought that Karaboshi was a strange individual. His abilities seemed average, yet he had faced a monster parade, head-on, and even used a demon beast as support. One soldier then recalled that Karaboshi was a famous adventurer, which made the captain wonder whether Karaboshi was some kind of celebrity. They remembered Masatsugu, who had taken an interest in Karaboshi and claimed that Karaboshi was close to ranker level, referring to him as the masked pervert. Everyone turned to look at Karaboshi at once, and at that moment Karaboshi suddenly collapsed. Uso was sitting nearby while Karam lay on a temporary bed. Karaboshi arrived and asked how Karam was doing. Uso was startled when she saw him and apologized, saying that she had not realized it was Karaboshi. Karaboshi replied that he already knew how exhausted she was, yet she was still taking care of Karam, and for that he was grateful to her. Uso responded that it was nothing compared to what Karaboshi had done to rescue them. Karaboshi then noticed that Karam was awake. When Karam saw him, she tried to move but quickly collapsed again. Concerned, Karaboshi asked whether she was all right. Uso immediately said that Karam should not move so much. When Karaboshi asked about Karam's condition, Uso explained that the main injury had been a deep laceration on her back which had already healed due to the medicine. However, Karan had lost a large amount of blood. She added that most of the damage had been prevented thanks to Karam's armor, which was why she had not suffered any fatal wounds. Uso also mentioned that she had heard from the guards that Karaboshi had survived the monster parade, and she praised him, saying that he was incredible. However, Karaboshi did not look pleased and turned his face away. Uso then told him that he did not need to be modest because he truly deserved the praise, just as she and the others did, and that he should be proud of himself. Karaboshi sat down and thanked her quietly. Later that night, as Karaboshi was walking ahead and Karin followed him from a distance, Karin was overwhelmed with guilt, believing that everything that had happened was her fault. She thought that if she had endured a little longer and not let her guard down, everyone might have escaped. She felt that she could never forgive those 3 people, yet she also blamed herself, believing that Karaboshi would not have been forced into such a dangerous situation if not for her. Overcome with emotion, she began crying and called out to Karaboshi, apologizing. Karaboshi turned back and asked why she was apologizing. Karin said she was sorry for being helpless and weak and that if she had not been there, things might have turned out differently. Karaboshi walked over and gently patted her head, warning her that if she kept saying things like that he would hit her. He continued lightly tapping her head, making sure it did not count as a real hit. He told her that the fault lay with the others, and that she should not blame herself. He also admitted that he had lowered his guard and underestimated the enemy, which was why she had been hurt, making it his fault as well. Karin disagreed, insisting that she should have noticed the danger since she had been positioned at the rear. Suddenly Karaboshi shouted that if he had only been stronger, everyone might still be alive. He became emotional but tried to calm himself, saying that if he had been more composed, he could have helped them improve their skills. He admitted that he truly believed he could save them, but failed to do so, which was why he was angry with himself. Karin tried to comfort him, and Karaboshi finally suggested that they should grow stronger together. Karin agreed. When she returned home, she read a long post written by Karaboshi. As she went through it, she realized that many of the thoughts he had expressed were things she herself had been thinking about. However, she felt that Karaboshi appeared to be a completely different person in his blog, almost the opposite of how he usually behaved in person. In the post, Karaboshi sounded extremely excited and confidently declared that he would definitely grow stronger. She also noticed that people in the comments were constantly talking about the masked man they had seen recently. There were numerous discussions about him, including speculation about which floor he had appeared on, and stories from others who claimed to have spoken with him when they encountered the masked figure. Karaboshi discovered that both his spy skill and copy skill had increased. As he examined his stats, he reflected that during the 3 weeks after rescuing Oiso, he had been leveling up inside Chikano, which was likely when those stats had improved. Kurum stood in front of him and mentioned that her abilities had leveled up as well, although she had not allocated any skill points. Karaboshi responded that it was supernatural growth, reminding her that she had already mentioned doing regular workouts. Karun added that recently, she no longer had to struggle much to launch massive magic attacks, and that she could now control the output far better than before. They spent a pleasant moment together, and Karaboshi felt that he was beginning to understand her feelings, thinking that seeing one's own efforts being rewarded was truly satisfying. Suddenly Akane arrived, seemingly about to welcome them, but her expression turned cold when she saw them. She told Karaboshi to leave if he did not intend to buy anything, adding that it was already very hot inside the shop. Karaboshi grew annoyed and wondered aloud whether she had nothing to say to them. Akane replied that she had actually been extremely worried about them. Hearing this shocked both of them. She continued explaining that since they had not returned, she feared they might have been slaughtered. Karaboshi shouted loudly that since they had caused her so much worry, she should at least make up for it. 10 minutes later, Karaboshi began laying out the remaining loot in front of Akane. She screamed in disbelief, asking why he was destroying her shop, and how many items he had brought. Karaboshi calmly replied that it was around 5,000. Akane was stunned and questioned how he could possibly have that many items. Karaboshi answered that it was the result of 1 month of hard work, and admitted that he simply wanted to see her reaction. Seeing her expression made him genuinely happy. Akane shouted that she was crying, not happy. She then began calculating the total, including a 5% bonus. Karaboshi stared at her in shock, as she remained silent for a moment, making him wonder what the final amount would be. Akane finally revealed that it came to approximately 3.5 million. Everyone was stunned upon hearing the figure. Akane added that she hoped her calculation was wrong this time, before asking what they wanted to purchase next. Karaboshi replied that he wanted to buy defensive equipment. Akane sighed and asked whether he had anything specific in mind. Karaboshi explained that he was aiming for the intermediate floors, and wanted the best quality mid-tier defensive armor. He also requested a completely new set of equipment for Karaman. Akane complained that the two of them had nearly ruined her, but eventually agreed, saying that all the money she had paid them would now return to her anyway. Karaboshi told her to bring the items and warned that he would not accept any trash equipment. As he and Karam prepared to leave, he hoped that Akane would do her best. Just then she stopped them, and thanked Karaboshi, offering her blessings. Karaboshi noticed this and casually remarked that it might rain the next day. Karaboshi, along with Karan, resumed exploring the dungeon to fight monsters. When they reached the 8th floor, they found some fruits and stopped to eat. After finishing everything, they returned to Akane, who was once again shocked to see that they had brought back a large number of items. Karaboshi asked her what she thought about the boss drop item. Akane explained that the stone was a magical item that generated heat when tapped, and that considering its size, it could be useful for cooking food. She added that 1 meter of the ivy was worth 10,000. Hearing the price stunned Karaboshi. Akane continued by explaining that the ivy could be used to make bowstrings and many other powerful weapons. She then mentioned that there was also a Cox combo necklace, remarking that Karaboshi had found something truly valuable. However, she warned him that the necklace was a cursed item, and advised him to think carefully before using it. She explained that it did have an effect, as it could potentially enhance Karaboshi's agility. Karaboshi wondered whether the curse would take his life or merely his remaining luck, and decided the latter had already been lost anyway. Karaboshi found the item appealing despite the warning. Akane then stated that it was now her turn, and revealed 2 boxes. However, Karaboshi and Karen started walking away. Shocked, Akane called out to them, telling them to wait and listen. She then presented a dagger. Karaboshi recalled that he had once struggled just to lift it, but when he tried now, he found that he could lift it easily, even though it was still somewhat heavy, and he quickly began to adjust to its weight. Akane commented that it seemed as though the dagger had chosen Karaboshi. Feeling pleased, Karaboshi asked about Karen's equipment. Akane then presented a bunny-themed armor dress. When Karen put it on, she noticed that it was a bit difficult to move in at first, but overall it was quite impressive. Karaboshi felt happy, realizing that he now had a full armor set as well. As he looked at Akane, he thought to himself that his previous gain of 3 million had completely vanished. He then told Karen that they should head back to the dungeon and test their new equipment by hunting demon beasts. Meanwhile, Akane had effectively stripped them of almost all their money in the process. Akane became annoyed upon hearing that. Soon after, Karaboshi and Karen headed back into the dungeon, prompting Akane to wonder whether they were planning to return to the 8th floor. Karaboshi replied that they were about to enter the middle floors, and that he also wanted to explore the 9th floor. As Karaboshi looked at Karen, he understood that she wanted to eat the melons found on the 8th floor. However, they proceeded to the 9th floor instead. Karaboshi warned her that they would likely encounter a new demon beast there, and advised her to stay on guard. Karen agreed. Suddenly a monster appeared in front of them. Karen found it extremely cute at first, but it immediately launched an attack in their direction. Karaboshi countered without hesitation, striking back and slashing it down with his new dagger. He was surprised by how incredible the weapon was, feeling as though he had cut through paper with ease. Turning to Karen, he remarked that although it looked cute, it was still a demon beast. Karen apologized for her earlier reaction, and the two of them continued forward, encountering several more demon beasts along the way. This time, Karen also assisted Karaboshi in cutting them down. Eventually they reached the final chamber, which they believed to be the boss room. Karen speculated that the boss would be a giant version of the monsters they had faced earlier. Karaboshi shared the same assumption. Karaboshi told Karen that he believed Reia's bullets would not work on the monster, as it showed no visible weaknesses. He also mentioned that he was already taking damage simply by entering its range. Karen then wondered what they should do next. Karaboshi instructed her not to expose herself and to launch an attack only when she felt it was necessary. Karaboshi rushed forward to engage the monster. It swung its weapon and attempted to strike him, but Karaboshi blocked the attack with his daggers. As he leapt into the air, the boss countered by slashing at him with its spear. Karaboshi managed to regain his footing and retaliated, at which point he noticed that Karen had also fired an attack at the monster. Suddenly the boss shifted its focus to Karen and charged toward her. Before it could reach her, Karaboshi intervened and pulled her out of danger. Once they reached a safer spot, Karaboshi warned her that the situation was extremely dangerous and that they needed to change their current fighting style. He added that they might still need to level up more before facing such enemies again. Karen then called out to him and lowered her head, causing Karaboshi to wonder if something was wrong. She admitted that she was worried and asked why he had saved her. Hearing this left Karaboshi confused. The scene then shifted to a crowded area where the ranker group, Ariel, arrived in an injured state. There a boy announced that they were all in serious trouble because monsters were approaching. Karen told Karaboshi that even if he questioned her reasons, whether he thought she was unreliable or believed she was not strong enough, she could not accept his attitude. Karaboshi simply denied it, explaining that behaving cautiously was normal in the worst-case scenarios. She shouted that they were partners, and Karaboshi agreed with her. She then asked him why he always rescued her at crucial moments. Karaboshi was confused, wondering what she was talking about, as he did not think the situation had been dangerous at all. Karan continued by saying that she was fully aware of her weaknesses and knew she was not reliable enough yet, but she still wanted to go on adventures with him. Therefore she wanted him to trust her more. Karaboshi was confused after hearing this and wondered what he should do. She then asked him to fight the way he wanted, without worrying about her. Karaboshi was shocked, as he thought she might get injured if he stopped caring. She suddenly shouted, telling him to leave everything else to her. Karaboshi agreed to everything she said. They both sat down, and Karaboshi realized that although he was supposed to protect her at all costs, she was also an adventurer, and his partner. Therefore he needed to place his trust in her during battles. Once again they coordinated better. Kuraboshi struck at the boss, and suddenly Karan landed a hit on it, creating an opening. Kuraboshi took advantage of this, turned invisible, and when the boss monster looked away, he stabbed his spear into its hand, dealing heavy damage. Kuraboshi thought that everything was going well. Karan knew that she would unleash her magic spell while Kuraboshi was attacking, and Kuraboshi also understood that he had to do the same simultaneously. She reminded Kuraboshi that compared to the previous fight, she was certain that Slurpee was an intelligent demon beast, and that they could use its characteristics against it. She then twisted forward and slashed at the boss, and together they finally managed to defeat it. As they moved in for a high five, both of them suddenly collapsed due to level-up sickness. After everything settled and they woke up, they discovered that the dropped items were spears of various sizes. However, they could not use them as equipment since neither of them knew how to fight with spears. Karan asked Kuraboshi to take a look at the smallest spear. Ria lifted it, but Kuraboshi took it back from her, saying that everything was fine and that they should not keep it. He wondered if the dungeon was mocking them for surviving by rewarding them with weapons meant for someone else. He then told Karan that they should move on toward the middle floor. Eventually they arrived at a vast area that felt incredible. Although they were still inside the dungeon, they could see the sky, and it appeared to be a single massive floor. Karan wondered where the path ahead might lead. Kuraboshi checked his status and discovered that he had finally obtained a divine skill. Karan asked what kind of skill it was, and Kuraboshi explained that it was a blessing from a god. He added that Masatsugu had one as well, and it seemed that reaching the middle floor was the condition to obtain such a skill. Karan was extremely happy, but both of them were confused and wondered why it was related to the god of cloth. Karan then asked Kuraboshi to look at her profile, and together they discussed the idea of a divine skill being granted to a human. Suddenly Karan became frightened, and both of them turned their attention to Rhea, after noticing that she had done something unexpected. After everything that followed, Kuraboshi was later seen in his room, working on his blog. He discovered that he had received a message and felt excited at first, but after calming himself he checked it properly and realized it was from Kagamitsu. The title indicated a request for assistance. When they joined the chat room, Kagamitsu first apologized for the sudden invitation. Kuraboshi was surprised, as he had never imagined receiving a call from a top-ranked adventurer like Kagamitsu. Kagamitsu immediately downplayed his fame, but Kuraboshi remarked that Kagamitsu could not even talk about Hokkaido without people bringing up beer and crab. Kuraboshi then asked why he had been called for assistance. Kagamitsu asked Kuraboshi whether he had heard about the monster parade occurring on the Chikano middle floor. Kuraboshi denied it, saying it was the first time he had heard of such an event, and asked which floor it was happening on. Kagamitsu explained that it was taking place on the 10th floor, and said he wanted Kuraboshi to participate in the subjugation. He added that he had heard rumors about Kuraboshi defeating an entire monster parade, and that Kuraboshi was an intermediate-level adventurer who had already reached the middle floors. Kuraboshi replied that he had barely reached that far, and was not particularly powerful. Kagamitsu responded that there was only one way to find out and that they needed to act if they wanted to prevent a stampede. Kuraboshi thought about it, and said that he did not feel strong enough, especially since he had never fought monsters on the 10th floor. Kagamitsu commented that it was unfortunate, but suggested that Kuraboshi would at least become famous by participating in the strategy meeting. Hearing this, Kuraboshi became excited and agreed. Later, Kuraboshi went to the home of Hokkaido's top-ranked adventurer, only to find that the building was in very poor condition. When he rang the bell, a girl opened the door and was startled to see him wearing a mask. Kuraboshi entered and introduced himself as heir. Several people were already seated inside, and a boy stood up and introduced himself as Kagamitsu. Kuraboshi looked at him and thought that Kagamitsu truly seemed to shine, making Kuraboshi feel as insignificant as an ant in comparison. Kagamitsu then introduced the other members of the aerial group. There were 2 archers, Yoshi and a girl named Becky. After them came Van, who used a longsword like Kagamitsu, and a spear user named Doraneko. Doraneko and Becky hesitated when they saw Kuraboshi wearing the mask. Kuraboshi bowed and introduced himself, then asked Kagamitsu whether everyone had chosen phobia. Kagamitsu asked what Kuraboshi meant and explained that they were simply reacting to the mask. He added that although he had heard rumors about Kuraboshi, seeing him for the first time was genuinely frightening. Kagamitsu continued by saying that Kuraboshi's presence was extremely faint and almost impossible to notice when he was not wearing the mask, and that it was truly an incredible ability. Kuraboshi replied that Kagamitsu was mistaken, then removed the mask and explained that he had been born that way. Everyone was shocked when Kuraboshi completely disappeared from their perception. Kagamitsu suddenly began to cry, saying that his dream had always been to become a ninja, but his own presence was far too strong. Kuraboshi was taken aback by this reaction, and both of them felt a sense of mutual envy over each other's abilities. Becky then asked them to begin the meeting, and they all sat down as Kagamitsu explained that he wanted to participate in the monster parade expedition. Kuraboshi wondered what kind of monsters they were going to face. Kagamitsu replied that the parade mostly consisted of Slurpees, and that he had already fought one of them in a previous battle. He added that it would not be a problem, since they usually hunted on the 14th floor and that dealing with them would be easy. However, he mentioned that the dangerous one was the boss, a lizard man, which belonged to one of the rarest and highest demi-human species and normally appeared on the 30th floor. Karaboshi was shocked to hear this and said that he could not see how he would be useful to them, but he asked again why they had chosen him. Kagamitsu replied that it was because Karaboshi was the only one who could do it, explaining that Karaboshi wanted to become famous and that he did not know any other fool who would deliberately rush into a monster parade. Karaboshi was stunned by this remark, after which Kagamitsu revealed another reason. Currently, only beginner adventurers were available because the stronger ones had moved toward Shinjuku. He added that it would have a negative effect if they hired only beginners, so it was better to form a small group. He also stated that they did not need to win the battle at any cost. Becky and Doroneko then brought tea and snacks and added that they would retreat if the situation became worse, and that they could also carry out several assaults to gradually reduce the number of monsters. Karaboshi stated that he had hunted solo for a long time and wondered whether he would be able to cooperate with the group. When he was told not to worry, as they would support him with everything they had, Karaboshi became excited to fight alongside the rankers and confidently asked what he should do. The others were pleased, and Kagemitsu told him to deal with all the Slurpees, which left Karaboshi shocked. Karaboshi wondered what they meant by making him deal with everything alone. He learned from Kagemitsu that he would be tagging along with Yoshi, and that the two of them would handle the rest of the monster parade while the others fought the lizardmen. From this, Karaboshi understood that he was meant to act as a diversion. Kagemitsu continued by reminding him that, as stated earlier, they would support Karaboshi throughout the mission, and that their survival would largely depend on him. Karaboshi was shocked by this, realizing that although he was merely an adventurer who had barely reached the middle floors, Kagemitsu did not look down on him and treated him as an equal. He then understood why Kagemitsu was so famous and a top-ranked adventurer. Karaboshi also saw this as a chance to compare his own abilities with theirs, so he accepted the role. Kagemitsu went on to explain that they had only 7 days before the operation began, and that Karaboshi would need to get accustomed to monsters on the 10th floor. He added that starting the next day they would begin on the 8th floor, and even though it was not their main objective, they still had to take it seriously. After the meeting ended, Karaboshi went to meet Karin, and told her about the entire situation. He asked her to feel free to explore the dungeon whenever she wanted, explaining that he would not be able to accompany her. She thanked him, after which Karaboshi packed his belongings with Raya and left in his car. On the first floor of Chikano, the alien party had arrived, drawing the attention of onlookers, who wondered how deep they planned to go and whether they had fully recovered. Seeing that Becky and Doroneko were not with them, people questioned whether it was risky to proceed with only 3 members. Kagemitsu revealed that they had one more person, and Karaboshi finally appeared without wearing his mask, holding it in his hand instead. Everyone stared at him, which disappointed Karaboshi, prompting him to put the mask back on. Kagemitsu tried to console him by saying that he was envious of Karaboshi and wished he could switch places with him. Yoshi remarked that Karaboshi's presence seemed weaker when he was around Kagemitsu, and Van agreed. They then reached the boss of the 8th and 9th floors, and Karaboshi was confused by its small size. Kagemitsu asked whether Karaboshi wanted to fight it together, but Karaboshi replied that he only wanted to observe the battle for future reference. Kagemitsu agreed and effortlessly slashed the monster down so quickly that Karaboshi barely noticed. As more monsters appeared, Kagemitsu asked Yoshi and Van to defeat them as well. Karaboshi focused intensely on Kagemitsu, trying not to miss anything. Suddenly, Kagemitsu cut down another monster, shocking Karaboshi with his incredible speed and advancement. At the same time, Van attacked the boss's weapon, while Yoshi fired an arrow before the boss could react. Kagemitsu then finished it off with his longsword. Kagemitsu asked Karaboshi what he thought of the fight, and Karaboshi responded by clapping and praising their performance. They continued moving forward, and when they reached a cliff-like area, they encountered a large number of monsters. Karaboshi wondered if this was the monster parade. Kagemitsu remarked that the number had increased compared to the last time. Karaboshi was shocked to see that there were around 200 monsters, and questioned whether he was expected to defeat all of them on his own. For a while he considered whether the dungeon was testing his strength or simply his sense of humor. He felt that it was nearly impossible, yet he was also confident that he would give it his all. Karaboshi signaled Kagemitsu to proceed, placing his trust in him, but Kagemitsu suddenly stopped, explaining that it would be dangerous if the monsters noticed them. Karaboshi asked what they should do next, and Kagemitsu told him to wait and observe. Yoshi then fired an arrow to distract some of the monsters. He explained that he would retrieve his arrows and slowly isolate the monsters for the group. Kagemitsu then told Karaboshi that it was his turn, and added that he should enjoy hunting them, warning him not to get defeated easily, as that would only complicate things. Karaboshi understood. As Karaboshi rushed forward, he noticed that most of the monsters were focused on Kagemitsu. He asked Raya for help, and declared that he would show what he was capable of, as he moved into the battle. While Karaboshi was fighting, Kagemitsu watched him closely, and was impressed, noting that it was the first time he had seen such a dagger fighting style. Van also found it fascinating, while Yoshi commented that dagger users usually followed a hit-and-run style, whereas Karaboshi fought mostly from the same position without losing speed. Van added that there were very few dagger users to compare with, but from what he could see, Karaboshi seemed quite skilled. Yoshi agreed, saying that Karaboshi had sharp eyes and was genuinely strong, and he was confident that Karaboshi had the potential to reach at least the 10th floor. However, Kagemitsu seemed to have something on his mind. Karaboshi then asked Yoshi how long he was supposed to continue. Yoshi replied that it took about 1 minute to kill a single monster. Van commented that at this rate it would never be finished. Kagemitsu agreed, stating that ideally it should take 5 seconds and that Karaboshi was making too many unnecessary movements. Yoshi wondered what they should do, fearing that Karaboshi would die if things continued at that pace. Kagemitsu questioned whether he had chosen the wrong person, and thought that he might have needed to investigate more. Suddenly Karaboshi dropped to his knees. The three of them were shocked, wondering if this was due to sickness, though it seemed too early for that. They suspected that Karaboshi's stamina had been depleted, and prepared to step in to help him. However, to their surprise, Karaboshi suddenly lunged forward, striking back and defeating 3 monsters at once. He then turned to Yoshi and asked him to bring the next wave. Yoshi agreed, and after some time they began to wonder how much longer Karaboshi could keep going. Karaboshi had already defeated many monsters, so many that they questioned how many he had taken down by then. Kagemitsu called out to Karaboshi, telling him that it was enough, but Karaboshi asked for more. As more monsters came, Karaboshi continued defeating them all. He then turned to Kagemitsu with a smile and asked for more again. Kagemitsu was shocked to see that Karaboshi was actually enjoying it. He instructed Yoshi to lure even more monsters until Karaboshi collapsed. Van and Yoshi were stunned and hesitated, but Kagemitsu insisted. Yoshi finally agreed and continued luring the monsters. They were astonished to see that Karaboshi's speed was increasing, and that he was now defeating monsters in just 15 seconds. They were confused about how Karaboshi was able to do this, as it did not seem normal, especially to Van. Kagemitsu then remarked that it might be because Karaboshi had begun to unlock the key to their plan. After some time, Karaboshi thought he saw a light in the darkness and wondered what it was. It seemed as though he could reach it, and it felt as if the light was coming closer. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and found himself lying on the ground, with Kagemitsu looking down at him and asking how he felt. Startled, Karaboshi sat up and Kagemitsu made him drink some water, explaining that Karaboshi had collapsed in the middle of the battle. Karaboshi apologized, saying that he had never fainted during a fight before, and that until now he had always had his teammates adjust the combat pace for him. Kagemitsu wondered why Karaboshi still wanted to push himself alone, pointing out that he could have died. Karaboshi replied that he had been told the same thing before. Kagemitsu then continued, asking what Karaboshi thought now that they had reached this stage. Karaboshi said that although he had the stamina to fight heavy opponents, he struggled at first because of the range of his weapon. Van and Yoshi remarked that Karaboshi had fought extremely well. Karaboshi added that after observing how others fought, he realized he needed to adapt everything to his own style. He also mentioned that when he focused on that light, he felt something different. Kagemitsu then asked whether they should head back. Karaboshi asked about the time, and Kagemitsu replied that it was exactly 2 o'clock. Karaboshi then said that he wanted to continue hunting for a while longer, and added that if it was troublesome he could do it alone. Kagemitsu refused, saying that it was fine, and that if Karaboshi was going to continue, he would go with him. Van commented that Karaboshi was truly crazy, while Yoshi added that he was glad Karaboshi was friendly with them. After that, stories about Karaboshi began to spread everywhere. People were shocked by his fighting style, and by how hard he pushed himself. They were astonished to learn that Karaboshi had rested only once, when he collapsed from exhaustion. Everyone was stunned to hear that Karaboshi had killed over 200 monsters, while even Kagemitsu's full team had managed only 150. Many were left confused, wondering just who Karaboshi really was. After 2 days, Karaboshi finally reached the decisive battle, having grown accustomed to fighting over the previous days. He was aware that he needed to be careful, as many eyes would be on him during the battle, and any sudden change in his basic skills would surely be noticed. He was also curious about divine protection, so he turned to Ria and asked whether he could spend his remaining 2 points on it. She agreed, and once it was done, Karaboshi learned about the guardian deity of underground treasure. Ptah was revealed to be the Egyptian god of creation, a craftsman deity worshipped in ancient Egypt. Since he was often depicted in green, he was also believed to be associated with plants, and underground treasure was considered a resource closely tied to plant life. From this, Karaboshi concluded that the god assigned to someone's divine protection was related to that person's traits. He felt as though he was sensing the presence of something overwhelming and thought that it was almost unbelievable. He reasoned that if his clothes were influenced by a divine protection god who could hide one's presence, then once he reached the maximum level, no one would be able to tell whether he was even there. He remarked that there could hardly be a god more cruel than that. Karaboshi then asked Rhea how she felt about her skills leveling up, and suggested that she try them out. She nodded in response, so Karaboshi pointed out a pair of goblins and asked her to test her abilities on them. Rhea threw a stone, defeating both goblins in a single strike. This shocked Karaboshi, as the speed had not increased significantly, yet the power was remarkable. He then realized that this improvement would greatly increase their chances of survival in the monster parade battle, as long as he did not make any mistakes. Finally, the day of the battle arrived, and Karaboshi went to meet Kagemitsu's party. Noticing that several pieces of luggage were already there, he wondered about them, and Kagemitsu explained that once they reached the destination, the luggage would be used by them. From this, Karaboshi understood that Becky and Doroneko were meant to be secret weapons against aerial monsters, and he felt that their aura was very different, giving the situation the weight of a decisive battle. They eventually reached the dungeon, and when Kagemitsu opened one of the containers, Karaboshi saw that it contained slimy eels. Kagemitsu confirmed this and explained that they would first place them around the entrance gate, so that if the escape route was blocked, it would be game over for them. He added that the remaining eels would be laid out on the ground in a line, forming a funnel shape to guide the monsters into a narrow path. Karaboshi understood that this would allow him to fight without being surrounded, though he still wondered whether everything would go smoothly. He then asked Kagemitsu how they planned to lure the monster parade to that location. Kagemitsu explained that he did not possess a strong presence, so if he attacked, the monsters would follow him, while others with weaker presence might go unnoticed and wander elsewhere. He then showed Karaboshi an object, which Karaboshi recognized as a pyoko, and understood that it would be used to lure the monsters. However, Karaboshi wondered who would lure the boss, and Kagemitsu took that responsibility upon himself. Karaboshi agreed, noting the strong confidence on Kagemitsu's face. After they finished placing the eels, Kagemitsu was asked how long it would take for them to be absorbed by the dungeon. He explained that it would take about 3 hours, adding that other adventurers had already experimented with this and carefully measured the time, so there was no mistake. Karaboshi realized that this meant they had to clear the monster parade within 3 hours. Knowing that there were around 500 monsters, he questioned whether they could realistically kill 2 or 3 monsters per minute. He wondered if the dungeon expected them to fight faster, simply because dying would save time. He then asked Kagemitsu whether he thought he could draw the boss far enough away from the area. Kagemitsu replied that he believed it was possible. They then noticed that Rhea looked unusually serious, which made the others wonder why. Yoshi explained that Rhea's flowers could fire potatoes. Doroneko asked if he meant fire potatoes, and Yoshi confirmed it, adding that it would be best if the boss were taken far away so that Rhea's attacks would not reach it. Kagemitsu agreed, and then stood up asking if everyone was ready. He admitted that they were short on manpower to face the monster parade, and to make matters worse there would also be a boss. He said that in truth he would have preferred more people, but as he had mentioned before, carelessly increasing their numbers could be dangerous. Therefore, it would have to be the 6 of them. He told everyone to be proud of themselves, and added that even if things did not go as planned, it would still be fine. He concluded by saying that they would try as many times as necessary, and even if they failed, as long as they managed to return alive, it would be enough. He told everyone that they must survive and not die, adding that the hometowns of the brave adventurers who had gone to recapture Shinjuku would be protected by them. With that, they all rushed into battle against the monster parade. Kagemitsu entrusted the situation to Karaboshi, and Karaboshi soon noticed that a few monsters were also approaching him to attack. Suddenly the pyoko rose up, leaving everyone confused. Yoshi asked Karaboshi what had happened, and Karaboshi replied that the pyoko had broken. As the monsters continued to approach, Karaboshi stated that they had no other choice but to fight them. Yoshi also prepared himself to join the fight. Rhea went forward to strike the monsters as well and ended up killing many of them. Yoshi was shocked to witness such power from Rhea. Yu looked at the monsters and said that it was now time to take over. He asked Yoshi for cover and charged straight at the monsters. Yoshi realized that it was taking around 5 seconds to defeat a single monster and wondered how long it would last, and how many monsters Karaboshi must have killed. Karaboshi even picked up a spear and threw it at the monsters to kill them, while wondering how far he could push his own body. After a long fight, Karaboshi finally collapsed, but he had finished all the enemies. There was still no sign of Yoshi, so he assumed that Yoshi must have gone ahead to help Kagemitsu. He saw Rhea drinking water, and Karaboshi said that it would help her recover. Meanwhile, the slimy eels began to be absorbed into the dungeon, making Karaboshi wonder if 3 hours had already passed, and if the others had been fighting the lizardmen for that long, which was not a good sign. He decided that he should go and check on them. When Karaboshi arrived there, he found everyone struggling in battle. While Van was lying on the ground heavily injured, Karaboshi was shocked to see the lizard woman. Yoshi then called Becky and Doroneko, and the 3 of them attacked the lizard man together. Karaboshi was surprised by their fighting style, but the lizard man blocked their attack easily, and struck Doroneko with his tail. As it was about to attack her with its spear, Kagemitsu intervened and blocked the strike. Although Kagemitsu tried to counterattack with all his strength, he could not leave even a scratch on the lizard man. Karaboshi realized that it was not the time to stand back and watch. He attempted to use a skill, but discovered a skill named Present, which confused him. For now he understood that they only needed to increase Kagemitsu's chances of survival. As he thought it through, he realized that making the fight easier for Kagemitsu was the priority. He then noticed that his stealth skill had increased from level 2 to level 3, but he reminded himself that it was not the time to be distracted by that. Calming himself, he carefully considered what he could do with the 5 skill points, knowing that even if he used all of them, he still could not fight the enemy at his current level. He understood that even after raising several of Kagemitsu's skills, Kagemitsu's divine protection remained at level 1. However, race rowing ability had improved remarkably, becoming something truly impressive in her case. It occurred to him that the divine protection might be far more effective than he had imagined, and that even a single point could mean the difference between life and death when there was no room for failure. He reasoned that there would be no harm in giving it a try. However, he felt confused about his skills and realized that the situation was bad, as he no longer knew how to deal with everything properly. He forced himself to calm down, telling himself that it was not the time to worry about all that. Just as he was about to act, he noticed that the name of a god was currently shining. On the other hand, Kagemitsu felt that the fight was extremely difficult. He realized that he had not been able to leave even a scratch on the lizardman, and wondered if the gap between them was truly that large. He worried about what had happened to Doroneko and Van, and questioned whether he was the only one still able to fight. He wondered how long he could continue like this, and felt that death was inevitable. Still, he forced himself to stand up, declaring that he did not want to die, and that he would not let his friends die either. With no other choice, he stood up to fight the lizardman, sensing that he had not felt this way since a certain moment in his past. He then remembered an incident from a few years ago, when he had been trying to sneak away but noticed some people following him. When he asked them why, they told him that he stood out too much and invited him to join their circle. One of them in particular said that she wanted to go to Gokani with him that night, and added that it would be a waste not to, given how much he stood out. He had left them behind, and while standing alone afterward, he had thought that he never wanted to stand out, which was the reason he had left his hometown. However, that decision had backfired, as all he had wanted was to live like a ninja, lurking in the shadows. Later, while standing on a bridge, he had witnessed giant bugs attacking humans, as if it were a scene from a movie. He had been confused and horrified by the sight of human corpses, and had started running, telling himself that he did not want to stand out even in such a situation. He had tried to escape but found himself wondering where to go, as every area was filling with monsters killing people. He attempted to hide, believing that he needed to gather information about what was happening. After some time, he noticed a child about to be attacked by a monster. Before he could react properly, he saw even more people being killed right in front of his eyes. He tried to help along with others by throwing objects at the monsters, and for a moment he felt happy. However, when a wolf monster was about to attack the people, Kagemitsu deliberately called out to it, forcing it to change its target to him. As the monsters chased him, he ran, until someone suddenly called out to him from the first floor of a house and threw a hammer near him. It was a close call, and he barely managed to dodge it. The woman shouted at him to pick up the hammer and start fighting the monsters. Kagemitsu replied that it was impossible for him. She yelled back that if he did not kill them, they would kill him instead, and therefore he had no choice but to fight. Kagemitsu was confused about why the woman had been so confident in him. Suddenly he noticed a monster jumping closer to her. He lured it away, and as it approached him, he realized that it felt just like before, making him wonder if everything was happening because of his presence. When the monster leapt to strike him, he swung his hammer to counter it. He stopped dwelling on the past, realizing that the world had changed since that day and had become what it now was. Although Kagemitsu hated this reality, he could not escape it, and when he realized that his presence had a purpose, he made up his mind and prepared himself to sacrifice his life to protect those who were important to him. He then shouted for everyone to run away while he distracted the enemy, before charging forward to attack the lizardmen. As he charged forward to attack, he suddenly noticed arrows embedded in the lizardman's eye. Kagemitsu was shocked, as it was the first time the creature had been injured. He wondered who had fired them, but more importantly, he realized that everyone else needed to retreat immediately. Seeing an opening, Kagemitsu moved in to slash, determined not to let the creature attack his companions. He was certain that someone was attacking the lizardman from behind, since his own attacks had been ineffective so far. He began taunting the creature while striking it, believing that by manipulating its aggression, he could keep it focused on himself, while the unseen attacker continued their assault from behind. Each blow grew heavier, and Kagemitsu found it increasingly difficult to block them. He thought that they needed to hurry, as the lizardman clearly wanted to knock down the one attacking it from behind. Yet it could not afford to ignore Kagemitsu. Suddenly the lizardman struck him with its tail, and knocked him to the ground. As Kagemitsu struggled to get up, he realized that he could no longer keep the creature occupied, and had no idea who the attacker was, though he hoped that person would act quickly. Meanwhile, Karaboshi charged forward with his dagger and attempted to slash the lizardman, only to find that it was extremely tough. His attacks could not pierce it, and even Ria's full power was only able to peel its skin slightly. He realized that he had to find another way. The lizardman lashed out at Karaboshi with its tail, but Karaboshi dodged the attack. When it struck again with its spear, it managed to leave only a small scratch on Karaboshi's face. Unable to focus properly at first, Karaboshi then noticed a scratch on the lizardman's tail. As he continued slashing, he realized that whenever he attacked, a certain spot would shine briefly. It was the same light he had seen in previous battles, though it differed for each opponent. Karaboshi thought it was almost considerate of his enemies to politely show him where they wanted to die. He understood that if he struck those glowing spots precisely, his enemy would collapse. Realizing that he needed to observe carefully without being noticed, Karaboshi focused and managed to cut deeply into the lizardman's tail. The creature screamed loudly and turned to attack him. Karaboshi then shouted to Kijimitsu to aim for its neck. Kijimitsu followed his instruction and struck, severing its head. At last, the lizardman was defeated. Overcome with emotion, Kijimitsu cried out loudly in victory. Moments later, Karaboshi suddenly collapsed, having realized that he had gained a new skill as well. After everything was over, the group went to a bar to celebrate. Yoshi said that he had not understood what had been happening, at the time, and admitted that he had been terrified. Akane asked what the decisive factor had been. Kijimitsu replied that he was not entirely sure, but when the lizardman's tail had been cut off, Karaboshi had instructed him to aim for the neck. They expressed their confusion and remarked that Karaboshi had also been the one who destroyed the horde of monsters earlier. Everyone praised Karaboshi and wondered how he had known that the lizardman's neck was its weak point. Karaboshi hesitated to answer. At that moment, a woman arrived with food and Kagemitsu said that he had not ordered it. She explained that their manager was a fan of their party and that the food was on the house. They encouraged Karaboshi to drink as much as he wanted, and soon the glasses were constantly being refilled as they enjoyed the celebration. However, they could no longer see Karaboshi, as he was not wearing his mask, and the guests assumed that he had gone to the restroom. When they later stepped outside, they wondered whether Karaboshi was coming with them. They questioned where he had gone, noting that he seemed to have vanished halfway through. Kijimitsu suggested that Karaboshi must have been tired, and decided to go home early. Yet in truth, Karaboshi was still with them. As they all left, they mentioned that they should drink again the next day. Karaboshi remained standing there, thinking about why God had done such things to him. He walked some distance away and began crying loudly, realizing that even though he had been right in front of everyone, his existence was fading more and more. He thought that it would have been fine if he had been dealing with monsters, as that would have made them easier to defeat, but dealing with humans felt deeply unfair to him. He then recalled that it also had something to do with protection, as his body was completely covered by clothes and remained unseen. He realized that this resembled the one who overthrew enemies while remaining hidden from Sig's sight. Karaboshi understood that this referred to a pillar god from ancient Egyptian mythology. He reasoned that if this was the same god who possessed the ability to detect weak points, then it must be the so-called overthrowing god. However, as Karaboshi tried to remember more, he recalled that the god was also said to emit rays of light from his eyes, which clearly was not possible in his case. This made him question what kind of adventurer he truly was. The scene shifted to Karan, who was walking alone near the dungeon. She noticed that the weather outside was completely different from inside, and wondered how many days had passed since Karaboshi had left after accepting that request. She was aware that netizens were making a huge fuss about the monster parade, and was certain that they were referring to Karaboshi, the masked individual who had saved Kajimitsu's life. No one could believe that he had defeated the boss using the weakest weapon, a dagger, which even Kajimitsu had struggled to handle. However, Karan firmly believed that if it truly had been Karaboshi, then such a feat was entirely possible. She also reflected that she needed to strengthen her divine protection and catch up to him as soon as possible. That was why she had decided to level up further and sell the materials herself in order to upgrade her equipment. With that intention, she went to a store to sell the items, where she saw Akane sitting inside and cooling herself with a hand fan. Akane addressed her by calling her Karaboshi's friend. Karan realized that Akane still did not remember her name and remarked that it was extremely hot and that she wished to sell something. When Karan took out the item, Akane wondered whether she had obtained it on her own. Karan confirmed this, and mentioned that she had been under the impression that Akane thought she merely followed Karaboshi around doing nothing except drinking juice behind him. Karan became irritated, questioning what Akane was even implying. Akane replied that she had meant exactly what she had said, and asked whether Karan herself did not think it was time to quit. She then questioned whether Karan was Karaboshi's girlfriend. Karan became flustered and clarified that Akane had misunderstood her. Akane then asked whether they were teammates, and when Karan hesitated, Akane assumed that Karan herself was unsure. Akane went on to explain that Karaboshi was growing at an abnormal rate and possessed extremely high hunting potential. She stated with certainty that he would become much stronger in the future, and that circumstances would soon change. She then asked whether Karan had ever considered the possibility that she might eventually become nothing more than a burden to him. Akane assumed that Karan had already thought about it, and warned her that it was time to decide what she would do from that point onward. Karan became furious and shouted that Akane had no right to say such things. Overwhelmed with emotion, she cried out and slammed her hand on the table, breaking it. Akane was enraged by this action. Karan then realized that her magic had activated outside the dungeon, and wondered whether it was due to her recent level up or the effect of divine protection. Akane called out to her, startling Karan. Crying, Akane demanded to know what Karan had done and ordered her to leave immediately, declaring that they would settle this with a duel in which she would wash away the pain of losing her precious Mitsuru table. They stepped outside into the bright sunlight. Although Karan apologized repeatedly, Akane refused to listen, stating that no apology could bring Mitsuru back. She further accused Karan of hesitating, and questioned whether she still intended to rely on Karaboshi. When Karan denied it, Akane challenged her to attack with everything she had, declaring that if Akane won, Karan would have to buy her a top-class Tangarian box. Karan thought that Akane was truly a powerful person, and recalled researching her online out of curiosity. She remembered that Akane was a famous fighting clerk who had discovered and trained countless rookies in the past, raising them to a level comparable to ranked adventurers. Karan realized that this was her chance to prove her ability and earn Akane's acknowledgement. She charged forward, but wondered why her sapling skill only restored health. She struck Akane with enough force to knock her down, then immediately rushed to check on her, worried about whether Akane was hurt, and apologizing for using too much power. Akane, however, was irritated, and Karan only then felt relief upon confirming that Akane was still alive. Akane shouted that she could not believe Karan had used a flying tool despite possessing a proper weapon, declaring that it was a foul tool and would not be counted. She then grabbed Karan's hand and told her to come along. Karan wondered where they were going, to which Akane replied that they were heading into the dungeon for a hunting showdown. Akane appeared extremely excited, and Karan thought that even after taking a direct hit, Akane was completely fine. She realized that Akane was far stronger than she was. Before entering the dungeon, Akane asked whether the ability Karan had used was magic, and questioned whether Karan intended to support Karaboshi using that power. She added that if that was truly the case, she would show Karan a bit of her own strength, and might even offer advice to help her grow stronger. Karan became emotional upon hearing this and realized that she might finally be acknowledged by Akane. She agreed and stated that she would take responsibility for Akane's care. Meanwhile, Karaboshi finally returned to his house feeling completely relaxed. As he took Ria out, he reflected that although it had required considerable effort, he had been introduced on Kagamitsu's blog, and his number of followers had increased by 5. He felt that a major push to boost his online presence had begun. Upon reaching the dungeon entrance, he wondered whether Karan was diving that day, and considered following her inside. However, before doing so, he decided to visit Akane's shop, thinking that the heat was unbearable and that he had nothing to shield himself from the sun. When he arrived, he found the store closed and opened the door to check whether Karan was inside. To his surprise, he discovered both Karan and Akane sitting there, drenched in sweat, and wondered what could have happened to the two of them. Karaboshi turned toward Karan and asked what was wrong. Karan directly asked whether he had become stronger. Karaboshi felt happy, realizing that she could tell just by looking at him. Karan was about to mention what had happened on the 10th floor of the garage, but Akane suddenly stopped her, asking her not to tell him because she did not want to recall those events. Karaboshi stated that he had no idea what they were talking about, and decided that he would simply go and see it for himself. As he started heading inside, both Karan and Akane followed him, which confused Karaboshi. Akane told him not to mind it, and mentioned that Karan's shoulder was slipping. As they went downstairs, Karaboshi thought that while he had been away, the two of them had grown quite close. The conversation then shifted to equipment. Akane explained that the equipment was Banma made, and that she was an Ichibishi employee. She revealed that she had no other choice, because weapons like those were no longer manufactured. Karaboshi wondered how efficient it was, and Akane replied that it was a Tonfa integrated with both offensive and defensive capabilities, equipped with jet engine blades. She explained its features in detail, and Karaboshi understood that it lived up to expectations. He also thought that it was only natural for a brand with such a large fanbase. Akane then pointed out that Karaboshi himself was wearing something unusual, and asked whether it was defensive armor made from lizardmen materials. Karaboshi commented that Akane was extremely knowledgeable. She explained that the armor provided considerable resistance against slashing attacks while still being cloth-type equipment, warning him to be cautious of blunt attacks. She then asked whether he wanted a detailed appraisal, but Karaboshi declined, stating that he preferred to learn about it through actual use. Akane asked whether the equipment had been dropped by a boss. Karaboshi confirmed that it was, explaining that he was the only one among the group who could equip it, which was why he had taken it. Akane then commented on his mask, feathers, potatoes, and fish scales, wondering what exactly he was trying to become. Karaboshi replied that it was all for ranking up, and then asked why they had come to the dungeon earlier that day. Both Karan and Akane hesitated. Suddenly Akane grabbed Karan's hand and stated that it was because the two of them had fought the other day. She admitted that she had lost the fight because she had been hit by one of Karan's spells. Karaboshi was shocked to learn that Karan was capable of using magic. Akane further explained that this was the reason they had decided to hold a hunting competition. Karaboshi wondered why they would start something like that. Akane replied that it was because she had decided to keep an eye on Karan. Karaboshi was completely confused when Akane revealed that Karan was a sponsor candidate for Ichibishi. He was shaken by the shocking news and thought that a non-ranker adventurer signing a contract with a company was a highly suspicious situation. He then asked whether this decision was related to Karan's use of magic. Akane immediately confirmed it, and Karaboshi understood that nothing harmful would happen to Karan since Akane herself was involved in supporting her. Though frustrated, he accepted it as something that could not be helped, and silently appreciated Karan's efforts. Karan began to cry and apologized, saying that Karaboshi had always helped her, yet she was now moving forward on her own like this. Karaboshi reassured her not to worry, and then turned to Akane, asking whether there was any way she could help him as well. Akane bluntly refused, remarking that in Karaboshi's case it would be better to put his face on a balloon and send it far away. Karaboshi felt hurt upon hearing such a remark. They eventually reached the 10th floor where Karaboshi asked whether the two of them were not coming along. Both Karan and Akane hesitated, pushing each other forward and insisting the other go first. Karaboshi became increasingly confused by their behavior. Suddenly a giant earthworm appeared in front of Karaboshi, causing both Karan and Akane to scream loudly. However, Karaboshi became excited, and even commented that it looked cute. He slashed at it while noting that blunt attacks were unnecessary, since its skin was not hard but rather quite elastic. The two of them began crying, wondering whether it was because they were terrified. More earthworms started approaching, and Karaboshi grew annoyed, realizing that he would have to protect them. All of a sudden, a lightning attack struck and killed the worms, and it was revealed that Karan had cast the spell. However, she collapsed due to overexertion. After some time, while resting with her head on Akane's lap, Karan regained consciousness. Karaboshi noticed a smoky smell in the air, and Akane explained that something was burning. Karaboshi wondered why Akane cared about his personal tastes, then praised Karan, telling her that her magic had been incredible. Karan was shocked by the compliment, and with a trembling body, asked whether they were going to eat the worm. Karaboshi reassured her by explaining that it was not a dungeon earthworm, but Lutz, a type of sea creature. Karaboshi asked Karan to look at the food and smell it first, then offered her some to eat. Karan hesitated, but Karaboshi told her that it was the greatest contribution she had made. She was shocked by his words. Akane became annoyed and wondered about her own share. Karan seemed genuinely worried about eating it, while Akane kept asking for some as well. However, Karaboshi replied that Akane had not done anything during the battle, and questioned why she had allowed her head to get bitten in the first place despite being so strong. Akane shouted that it had not been intentional and explained that she was not good at dealing with bugs. They then watched Karen eat, and she appeared very happy. Akane started crying because she also wanted to eat the food, but Karaboshi continued to refuse, stating that it was not meant for those who had not contributed. The next day when they came to check on her, Karaboshi asked Karen whether what she had used the previous day was thunder magic. Karen guessed that it was, and Karaboshi said that since she had been able to use it, it must have been possible for her. Karen explained that ever since the divine protection had appeared, she somehow felt capable of using such magic. Karaboshi was pleased to hear this. He then asked why Karen had shown her magic only to Akane. Karen replied that it was a secret between the two of them, and that she would not share it with him. Karaboshi understood her position and thought that, although they were a team, it was not right to pry into such matters. Later Karaboshi noticed an update and realized that the divine protection had increased. He concluded that strengthening divine protection made them stronger, and asked Karen if she wanted to test it. She initially agreed, but then asked him to leave it as it was. When Karaboshi asked for her reason, she explained that she wanted to increase her level a little more using her own strength. She believed that without personal effort, she would never understand how difficult it was to gain power, and that relying too much on divine protection would make her complacent and reduce her effort in the future. Karaboshi quietly thought that the gods were surprisingly generous, yet somehow still found a way to make growth feel painful. Karaboshi agreed with her reasoning, and reflected that the desire to become strong should not be suppressed, as it was foolish to do so. He believed that such desire became empowering when someone was pushed into a corner or faced failure. Finally, Karaboshi suddenly brought up the idea of testing her resolve immediately. Frightened by this, Karen became scared, burst into tears and ran away. Karaboshi mentioned that Karen had understood the technique and had even defeated the floor boss. Karen pointed out that the boss had actually been defeated by Karaboshi with a single slash. She added that the boss was about 1 meter tall and wondered how Karaboshi had managed to cut it down using just a dagger. She asked whether it was some kind of new skill. Karaboshi denied this and explained that it had only been a normal attack, comparing it to the way bamboo splits. Karen was shocked that such a result could come from a normal attack. Karaboshi understood that this was due to exploiting the enemy's weakness, which had manifested because of divine protection. He felt as though he was no longer human anymore. He reflected that abilities like flying without relying on skills might support Karen's point, but he also admitted that he did not truly understand the basics of swordsmanship, and had likely been making many useless movements without realizing it. While they were walking, Karaboshi mentioned that he might need to look for a guru. Karen was confused and wondered whether he actually planned to attend training. Karaboshi thought that if he started going there she would end up diving solo again. Karan remarked that even if he went to a dojo he might not receive much attention. Karaboshi then realized what she meant, and when he looked at her she explained that there were many things they could learn just by going to a dojo. She added that even if he was not training directly, he could simply watch and steal techniques. Karaboshi commented that she was truly a genius. That night Karaboshi searched through his memories and realized that although he had watched similar movements long ago, it was only now, thanks to his imitation skill, that he could truly see and understand them. He practiced using his dagger, realizing that he first needed to grip it properly and relax his hand. He noted that his index finger had to be positioned correctly, or it could be injured. As he moved the dagger, he discovered that grip strength was the key. He also realized that by increasing the range of motion, the speed naturally increased as well. Though the change was subtle, and the sound slightly different, he knew he still had a long way to go. He understood that master swordsmen followed a natural flow, allowing them to avoid using unnecessary strength. After adjusting his breathing, Karaboshi struck the floor in a single motion and broke it. He was shocked by the result. The scene then shifted to a girl swinging her sword while wondering where Karaboshi was. Karaboshi entered the dungeon alone, focusing carefully on the movement of his hands and feet. Suddenly he slashed at a centipede, cutting it cleanly in half. Although the result felt good, he realized it was still not enough. He understood that he needed to fully get the hang of it, and had no choice but to keep practicing until it became natural. He continued slashing through centipedes, and after some time, when he finally came out of the dungeon, he noticed how bright it was outside. He realized that morning had already arrived, and that he had spent the entire night hunting. Afterward he checked his stats and found that several values had increased. He reflected that there were two conditions required for an increase. The first was acquiring experience points, and the second was actively using the skill one wanted to improve. On the other hand, if someone did not wish to level up a particular skill, they simply had to avoid using it frequently. Karaboshi decided to test this theory for himself. He planned to distribute his points after getting some sleep. However, he ended up oversleeping. When he finally woke up, it was Karan who had woken him. After that, the two of them returned to the dungeon to continue exploring and to search for the boss of the 11th floor, which consisted of bears. They managed to defeat the boss together. Excited by their success, Karaboshi eagerly moved on to explore the 12th floor, with Karan following closely behind. As they reached the 12th floor, Karaboshi wondered whether it would be another meadow. Karan noticed that the grass there was yellow in color. Karaboshi sensed that something was wrong with Rhea, as he had never seen her react that way before, so he decided to expand his detection range. After detecting something unusual, he told Karan that they should retreat. However, before they could move, they suddenly heard a sound, and a large number of insects surrounded them. Karaboshi identified them as rice grasshoppers, and wondered whether Rhea was disturbed because they were her natural enemies. He also mentioned that rice grasshoppers tasted like shrimp, and felt tempted to eat them. Karan was shocked by his reaction. They attempted to fight, but the number of grasshoppers was overwhelming, so Karaboshi told Karan that they should retreat. As they were leaving, Karaboshi and Karan noticed their group, and wondered whether they were trying to fight something. Karaboshi understood the situation and told Rhea and Karan that he would expend all his strength to defeat the leader. He revealed that the grasshoppers were targeting the rice plants. He then asked the silver rice to wait for him, promising that he would save them. Karan was shocked by what he said. After everything was over, they cooked food at Karaboshi's house. Karan thanked him, saying that the food was delicious. Karaboshi replied that it was nothing, and explained that it had been a long time since he had eaten rice himself, which was why he had become so excited. He then asked whether she wanted him to drop her at the hotel. Karan revealed that she was thinking of going hunting instead. Karaboshi guessed that she might head to the 8th floor for the melons, and advised her not to push herself too hard. Karan left while thinking that Karaboshi had grown stronger again. She believed that their levels had come a little closer, but she also feared that he would soon leave her behind, as he had been leveling up rapidly during the raid. She thought that he would continue to grow stronger. Wanting to be of help to him, she decided to dive into the dungeon alone at night, believing that her current efforts were not enough. She suddenly slapped herself, thinking that it was not good to be pessimistic. She reminded herself that her goal had not changed, and that she needed to catch up to Karaboshi. When she arrived at the worm floor, she resolved to defeat the monsters there to level up. However, she soon noticed something unusual, and wondered what it could be. Meanwhile, Karaboshi continued cutting down centipedes, feeling that he was finally getting the hang of it. He threw his dagger at one of them, and discovered that it was a baby centipede. He decided to hunt it, but it resisted. Karaboshi realized that it had a tough shell and remarkable speed. Karaboshi wondered whether the centipede was some kind of rare species and began chasing it. When he closed the distance and was about to strike, Rhea suddenly intervened and stopped him, saving the centipede. Karaboshi was confused at first, but then stopped himself, saying that he would let Rhea handle it. After realizing that Rhea intended to take care of the centipede, Karaboshi hesitated for a moment, and then asked the creature whether it was willing to join them. He admitted that he was not sure how it would respond, but said that they would welcome it if it chose to join them, as they could become friends. The centipede crawled onto Karaboshi, which made him genuinely happy. When Karaboshi checked its status, he discovered that it was very strong, had high initial values, and possessed several skills he had never seen before. While thinking of a suitable name, the centipede lightly bit him. Taking that as a sign, Karaboshi decided to name it Esta, inspired by Vesta, the goddess of the earth in Roman mythology. Meanwhile, Akane stepped out of her shop and noticed that the weather was unusually clear and beautiful. Suddenly she heard a voice remark that it was not as beautiful as she was. She turned around and saw a Death Eater insect, which terrified her. She thought that if even a single Death Eater insect were present among the monsters, even a veteran team could be annihilated in no time. Alarmed, she rushed off, wondering why such a creature was there. Akane hurried to Karaboshi's place and knocked on his door, asking him to wake up. When Karaboshi came out, confused about what had happened so early in the morning, she told him to look at the Death Eater insect, warning that its presence was extremely dangerous. Karaboshi calmly replied that it was his friend, and explained that it was a very useful insect that helped with pest control. He also added that it was Ria's favorite. He reasoned that since rice grasshoppers were Ria's natural enemies, they had become the insect's preferred food. Akane was left completely shocked when Karaboshi concluded that their interests were perfectly aligned. When Karen returned, she was shocked to see a strange bug in Karaboshi's hand and wondered what had happened. Karaboshi replied that he had recruited a new team member, Esta, and explained that it was a rare species meant to protect the house. Suddenly, Karaboshi grew both shocked and excited, and asked whether she thought it might have been a silver wolf guarding his home. He remarked that having a silver wolf would be extremely cool, though it would attract too much attention. He added that for house protection, something like a centipede would actually be more practical. Karaboshi concluded that a centipede was ideal, since burglars could survive being bitten by a wolf, but not the memory of finding that crawling toward them in the dark. Karen thought that Karaboshi truly wanted a wolf, while Karaboshi himself mused that instead of a dog or a cat, a centipede made more sense. Karen told him that whenever she took her eyes off him for even a moment, he ended up doing something outrageous. After that, the two of them went to the 14th floor of the garage dungeon. Karaboshi noticed that Karen's divine protection had increased significantly, and concluded that it must have been because they had defeated the boss of the 13th floor. He wondered whether Karen had finally grown curious about the name of the god protecting her. He then asked whether it was time to reallocate her points, but she refused, saying that she still wanted to give her best effort. Karaboshi agreed and warned her to be careful, as there were many traps ahead. As they moved forward, Karaboshi realized that there was water on the floor, which suggested that aquatic monsters might appear. He speculated that they could encounter fish or frogs, and soon after, he discovered a monster. He became excited when he saw that it was a slimy eel that looked somewhat unusual. Karaboshi used his dagger to slash it down, and after collecting several of them, he expressed that he really wanted to eat them. As a result, they decided to have a barbecue in front of Akane's shop, which greatly angered her. Karaboshi told her that she would get a share as well. She simply thanked him for it. Later, Karaboshi asked whether she had discovered anything about the boss drop they had obtained on the 14th floor. While holding a bowl of food, she revealed that, based on her observations, it was a replica of an eel that possessed strong anti-monster properties, though it was less effective than the original. Karaboshi thought it was still good and decided to give it to Karen, but she refused. Karaboshi wondered why she was doing so, and she merely glared at him and said that she did not need it. Karaboshi then proceeded to feed Esta and Ria as well. After everything was settled, Karaboshi and Karen moved on to the 15th floor. They found that the air there was very dry, and that the area was a vast plain that felt like grassland. Suddenly, they both sensed a rumbling sound, and Karaboshi told her that it was a tremor, recalling that same sensation from before. Soon, they noticed a weary wolf appearing in front of them. It reminded Karaboshi of the past, when he had not wanted to fight such a creature before. However, he felt that things were different now, and excitement surged within him. Thinking that he wanted to test how much he had grown since that time, and how much the gap between them had closed, he rushed forward to attack. Karaboshi felt genuinely glad that the very wolf had appeared, as it gave him a chance to test his abilities. While he was fighting, Karen was stunned by the sight and shocked to see that Karaboshi was actually excited about the battle. Karaboshi slashed at the wolf, and suddenly Karen called out to him and launched a lightning attack at the creature. Karaboshi realized that the lightning alone would not be effective, but it created an opening for him. Karen grew worried that she could not hit the wolf repeatedly because its movements were extremely fast. Karaboshi called out to her, telling her that he would distract the wolf and that she should calm herself and try attacking again. She agreed and began observing the wolf's movements more carefully. Karaboshi soon noticed the creature's weak point and struck it, while Rhea also joined in and attacked the wolf. Eventually, they severed the wolf's arms, and with another lightning strike from Karen, they were finally able to defeat it. Karaboshi approached Karen and praised her, telling her that she had done very well, and he also complimented Rhea. Karen denied the praise and said that if it had not been for Karaboshi, she would not have been able to land a hit at all. Suddenly, both of them felt a wave of sickness, and Karaboshi noticed that Karen and Rhea were suffering badly from it. Still, he felt relieved that there were no other werewolves nearby. Karaboshi then suggested to Karen that they should fight the werewolves near the gate, reasoning that since the battle had been noticed, a few of them would surely make a move. As expected, several werewolves appeared, and they were quickly defeated through the coordination of Karaboshi's dagger attacks and Karen's lightning magic. Karen felt that she was starting to get used to the fighting, and she realized that they had gained a great deal of experience, materials, and training from these battles. Karaboshi explained that the attacks, temperament, and movement of werewolves varied from one to another, and that while adapting to them, Karen would feel as though she was fighting a different monster each time. She seemed genuinely excited to hear this. Karaboshi then revealed that he wanted to continue fighting even more. A week had passed, and they were still there when Karaboshi suggested that they begin scouting, explaining that they needed to locate the boss. Suddenly they noticed a strange shining light descending from the sky. Karen wondered aloud whether it was not the phenomenon that occurred after a dungeon boss had been subjugated. Karaboshi was shocked and questioned who could have done it. He speculated whether the boss might have died on its own, been defeated by another monster, or whether some unusual circumstances had caused the phenomenon. However, he ultimately concluded that such possibilities were unlikely, and decided that they should go and check it out themselves. As they moved forward, they saw smoke rising ahead and sensed something approaching. They wondered whether it might be a rare species. To their surprise, it turned out to be a woman, which shocked them even more when they realized that she was the top ranker, Shigeru. Both of them were confused about why Shigeru was there, prompting Karaboshi to excuse himself politely. Shigeru stepped forward, placed a hand on his chest and said that she had finally found him. This left everyone confused, and Shigeru asked whether Karaboshi was the rumored masked man. Karaboshi felt uncomfortable upon hearing this and turned to Karun, asking whether she knew anything about such rumors. Karun hesitated before admitting that she had seen a little about it on the internet. Karaboshi remarked that she should have told him earlier. He then turned back to Shigeru and asked what exactly the rumor was supposed to be. Shigeru explained that the rumor spoke of someone who had cleared an upper-floor monster parade in Chikano entirely on his own, and later subdued a middle-class monster parade together with Keijimitsu. Karaboshi admitted that the story was indeed referring to him, but he was surprised that a top ranker like Shigeru had heard about it. She continued by saying that the reports also described him as someone with a floating mask, a plant growing on his back, and the ability to use a witch-like familiar and tentacles, while even repelling monster attacks with a scaly body. Karaboshi immediately denied that the description referred to him. He then turned to Karen and insisted that Shigeru was mistaken. However, Karen replied that Shigeru was completely correct. At that moment, Karaboshi realized that he did in fact possess all of those traits. Shigeru then asked whether Karaboshi would indulge her in a game for a while. They moved to an open area, where Karaboshi suggested that they conduct it there. Karen waited until Shigeru moved some distance away, and then asked Karaboshi whether he truly intended to fight her, specifically whether he was really going to fight Shigeru. Karaboshi agreed, explaining that Shigeru had come specifically to see him. Karen hesitated, pointing out that fighting between fellow adventurers was prohibited. Karaboshi replied that it would be fine since they were treating it as a game. Karaboshi then turned his attention to Shigeru, and noticed that she had drawn a katana. He became genuinely excited, feeling that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The katana Shigeru was holding was the famous Blood Sakura. He thought it looked incredibly cool, as its radiance and cutting style were said to drive those it wounded toward darkness. Moreover, he knew that only highly skilled professionals used katanas, as the way one handled such a weapon revealed the user's mastery. Shigeru revealed that it was a 5-chakra sword known as Blood Sakura, a name that had been randomly given by her teammate. She added that she did not dislike the name and then swiftly swung the katana. Karaboshi asked Rhea to give the starting signal, which irritated her, as she wondered why Karen was not chosen instead. As they stood facing each other, Karaboshi thought that the match would not last long, but he still wanted to observe Shigeru's movements closely and attempt to copy them. Rhea tossed a stone into the air, and the moment it hit the ground, Shigeru appeared directly in front of Karaboshi, her katana already pointed at him. The sight left everyone in shock. Karaboshi immediately admitted his defeat, realizing that this was not something he could imitate. He understood that Shigeru was on an entirely different level, so fast that he could not even perceive her movements. Shigeru then asked to do it again, but Karaboshi felt emotionally unsettled, and wondered why she wanted another round. She simply asked him to retrieve a book, which reminded Karaboshi of what had happened earlier. Shigeru explained that she had been shocked during her first attack because Karaboshi's dagger had instinctively interfered before she placed her sword against his face. Until then, no one had ever reacted to her strike at first glance. Not only had Karaboshi reacted, but he had also attempted to catch the attack with his short sword while dodging it. She reasoned that if his short sword had reached her at the moment he noticed her strike, she would have been the one to lose. She said that she wanted to confirm this with her own eyes. Karaboshi remained confused by her explanation. Shigeru expressed her appreciation for him, saying that she had hoped for a good match, and then moved some distance away. Meanwhile, Karen reflected on how overwhelming the difference in their abilities was, and wondered when the game would finally end. She also noticed that Shigeru appeared to be growing tired. During the second round, when their swords clashed, Karaboshi managed to stop Shigeru's strike, which shocked her. She realized that Karaboshi was truly different, and that he was actually able to keep up with her movements. She then pushed him back, deflected his dagger, and used her katana to strike his abdomen, knocking him to the ground. Shigure recalled that she had been studying swordsmanship since childhood and had become an adventurer to prove her skills. She explained that she deliberately used a heavy sword to freely refine her techniques, believing that the dungeon was the best place to strengthen her body and physical abilities. She mentioned that she had left her team based in Chiba and set out on a journey to gain real combat experience, which ultimately helped her reach the heart of the sword. She also remembered that during her travels, while she was in a bar, she overheard two people discussing online rumors about someone who had broken through the upper floors of Chikano alone and later subdued a middle-class monster parade together with Kagamitsu. Upon hearing this, she recalled slamming her drink bottle onto the table and demanding that they tell her more. She had been deeply curious about why such rumors surrounded that person and why even Masatsugu was aware of him. Now fighting Karaboshi in the present, she finally understood the reason. Shigure then tied her clothes from behind to prepare herself properly, which left Karaboshi briefly embarrassed. Finding the fight both fun and fascinating, she asked to continue again. After some time, Karaboshi was left lying injured, with Karen sitting beside him, hoping that he would hold on. Shigure approached and poured liquid over his face, asking whether he was all right. Karaboshi got up in surprise, and Shigure revealed that it was not water but a healing potion that would cure him. Karaboshi remarked that using it on someone like him would be a waste, but she replied that even though she had struck him with the back of her sword, the impact had been severe, and the potion was an apology. Karaboshi insisted that she did not need to do that, but he thanked her and admitted that he had learned a great deal from her. Shigure responded that she too had learned something, and that she had enjoyed herself immensely. They shook hands and Shigure prepared to leave. Karaboshi wondered aloud whether she was not returning to Tokyo yet. She replied that she had not been to Chikano so far. Karaboshi then asked whether she planned to participate in the Shinjuku recapture operation. Upon hearing this, Shigure suddenly moved very close to him, making Karaboshi wonder what was wrong. After he explained the situation while she listened, she grew disappointed and admitted that she had not known about it. Karaboshi told her that the news had been circulating all over the internet recently, and mentioned that Masatsugu had apparently rescued Bacon, adding that Shigure could catch a train to Shinjuku to meet them. Shigure began sweating profusely, and Karaboshi wondered what she intended to do next. She finally replied that she would go to Chikano instead, as that had been her original plan. Karaboshi hesitated, but Shigure stated that if Masatsugu was going to be there, everything would be fine. Karaboshi agreed, though he added that it would still be better to have more people involved. Shigure stood up and replied that Masatsugu was an expert when it came to dealing with monsters, and that there was no real need for her presence. Karen reflected that Shigure and Masatsugu had once had a practice match in which Masatsugu had lost, which helped her understand why Shigure acted the way she did, especially since the details were already circulating on the internet. However, Karen also believed that Masatsugu was superior when it came to clearing dungeon floors, while Shigure excelled in combat against other adventurers. She thought that Masatsugu was strongest in battles against monsters, and that if the two of them worked together, it would be possible not just to recapture Shinjuku but to completely subjugate all the monsters there. Shigure thanked Karaboshi for telling her all this and then left on her own. As she walked away, Karaboshi and Karen both worried about whether she would be alright. Suddenly, Akane called out to them while standing atop a truck loaded with logs, teasing Karaboshi by asking how it felt to be completely overwhelmed by Shigure. Karaboshi wondered what she was doing there. Akane replied that she was simply preparing for winter by chopping wood during the summer, adding that Kidora was there to help her and that she would offer him a fair price for his work. Karaboshi then told Karen that they should get going, as they still needed to prepare dinner. At that moment, Akane jumped down from the truck and asked him to wait. She apologized for provoking him earlier but said that there was something important she needed to tell him and asked him not to ignore her. Karaboshi wondered what she wanted to say. Akane then revealed that she had a request for him. Akane explained to Karaboshi that they needed to collect thermal stones, and mentioned that the Nakasatsunai dungeon was famous for its thermal stone quarry. She said that she strongly wanted Karaboshi to head there. While eating his food, Karaboshi wondered why she had not simply asked the adventurers already operating in that area. In response, Akane replied that she truly wanted to, but most of those adventurers were heading toward Shinjuku. Karen then wondered aloud whether this was because of the operation to retake Shinjuku, as the request assigned to intermediate adventurers was being delayed. Akane agreed, explaining that she was not saying the effort to retake Shinjuku was a bad thing. However, she added that if the situation was left unattended, monsters would spread across Honshu, the kind that didn't bother destroying villages first because they assumed people would do that part themselves. At the same time, she emphasized that they had to prevent a shortage of thermal stones. Karaboshi understood what she meant. Akane further explained that if a shortage occurred and armor manufacturers could not produce enough equipment, adventurers across the country would face great difficulty exploring dungeons. Karaboshi commented that such a situation would be quite troublesome. Akane agreed and stated that this was precisely why she wanted him to deliver the goods as quickly as possible. Karaboshi accepted the quest and asked how much thermal stone was required. Akane replied that they needed 100 kilograms, which shocked Karen. Karaboshi then asked Karen to accompany him. However, Akane questioned Karen, asking whether she should not be focusing on leveling up instead. Karin simply agreed. As a result, Karaboshi prepared to go alone and Karin reminded him to be careful. As soon as Karaboshi left, Akane called out to Karin and told her that she would accompany her for leveling up, urging her to hurry so they could get moving. Karin felt extremely grateful. Meanwhile, Akane thought to herself that she would make Karin stronger so that Karaboshi would eventually understand just how capable she truly was. While traveling together, Karin found it reassuring to have Akane by her side and resolved not to fall behind. However, upon reaching a certain floor, Akane was suddenly swallowed by a giant eel and cried out to Karin for help. On the other hand, Karaboshi headed toward the Nakasatsunai dungeon. While traveling, he wore his mask, making his entire body impossible to see. He observed that there were quite a few adventurers in the area, but since only a small number of them were intermediate level, he assumed most of them were rookies. He gave a thumbs up to one of them, wishing him good luck, but instead of encouragement, his gesture only frightened everyone around him. When Karaboshi summoned Esta and Rhea, the situation worsened, causing panic among the adventurers. Ignoring the reactions, Karaboshi moved ahead, believing it was time to begin the adventure. Soon, rumors spread throughout the dungeon about a mysterious floating mask with plants growing from its back. Although people found his appearance terrifying, they also described him as strangely friendly. Karaboshi even apologized to one person for scaring him and wished him luck in battle. He continued exploring the dungeon and managed to reach the 10th floor in just 2 days. His pace was impressive, though he felt it was unfortunate that Esta's divine protection had not yet manifested, possibly because the dungeon's difficulty level was too low. He asked Esta if there was any specific skill she desired, but soon realized that she simply wanted to become tougher. With that in mind, Karaboshi continued onward, knowing that the thermal stones should be located nearby. The scene then shifted to Karin and Akane. Karin attempted to calm Akane, wondering whether it was truly safe to leave the collection of thermal stones entirely to Karaboshi. Although Akane agreed, Karin mentioned that she had researched it the previous day and discovered that collecting the stones alone was quite difficult. Akane responded that it would be easy if Karaboshi was the one handling it. When Karin asked for the reason, Akane explained that there were 2 main factors. First, Karaboshi possessed a magic bag, which completely changed the situation. Second, he had exceptional eyesight. She added that they had witnessed this firsthand during his recent fight with Shiger. In the latter half of that battle, Karaboshi had grasped Shiger's movements with remarkable precision. Akane noted that this was not just impressive but nearly impossible, considering it had only been a few months since Karaboshi became an adventurer. Shiger was known to be impatient, and as Karaboshi gradually saw through her movements, he began imitating them. Akane believed that Karaboshi's extraordinary eyesight was directly responsible for his rapid growth, making it easy for him to distinguish thermal stones. She further explained that the request itself was usually simple. Adventurers would collect the thermal stones, place them on the counter, and the clerk would handle the rest. However, an unexpected situation arose when Karaboshi was detained by the police for questioning. They wondered who he was, and were shocked to hear a mask speaking. Karaboshi explained that he was an adventurer. When they asked him to remove the mask, he suddenly disappeared, though they confirmed that his adventurer certificate was genuine. Later, what caused a stir on the electronic bulletin board was that Karaboshi suddenly appeared again, and politely asked if he could have his card back. The police officers were startled and immediately apologized for making him wait. They returned the card, encouraged him to continue doing his best, and said they would look forward to his future achievements. As they left, Karaboshi thought to himself that he had ended up getting caught in a strange situation, though he still appreciated their response. He then wondered whether the 2 officers had been worried about him, since it was the first time he had appeared in front of them and stood out so noticeably. Deciding to put it behind him, Karaboshi resolved to have a small party that night. Meanwhile, one of the police officers reported to the superior who had ordered the investigation, explaining that Karaboshi appeared to be completely normal. He confirmed that it was true. Karaboshi had disappeared the moment he removed his mask, and added that the individual in question was exceptionally skilled. This revelation shocked everyone present, including a receptionist who was listening in on the report. Later at closing time, the receptionist mentioned the incident again, explaining that Karaboshi had suddenly appeared as if the mask itself were floating in midair. He said that Karaboshi calmly approached him, and stated that he wanted to sell thermal stones. The experience felt like a nightmare to the receptionist. During their conversation, he was further shocked to learn that Karaboshi had collected all 25 kilograms of stones by himself, and that he had done so entirely alone. After everything was settled, Karaboshi returned to enjoy his party by himself. The scene shifted to a chat room shared by Masatsugu, Shigure, and Bacon. Bacon greeted Shigure, saying that it had been a long time since they last met, and wondering where she currently was. Shigure replied that she had just arrived safely in Shinjuku. Bacon admitted that he had thought she was serious when she said she would not be coming. Shigure then explained that she had been scolded by her teammates, who warned her that if she forgot to charge her phone again, they would throw away her sword collection. That was why she had hurried back. Bacon teased her about it. Masatsugu then explained that the boss they were facing closely resembled a rare deer species that inhabited the 24th floor of the dungeon. He stated that the creature possessed a special attack that caused paralysis if someone made contact with it, which was exactly what had happened to Bacon. Shigure was confused and asked him to explain further. Bacon described the sensation as being similar to pulling or tearing a muscle. Shigure still did not fully understand and asked whether it was some kind of curse. Masatsugu replied that he was not sure and added that hypnosis might even be a possibility. He said that he had tried every medicine he had brought, but the only one that worked was panacea, a fact that quietly suggested the boss was either terrifyingly powerful or just very selective about modern medicine. Bacon reacted excitedly, joking that protein must have been the solution. Masatsugu told him to stop joking and focus. Shigure asked how long the symptoms had lasted, and Masatsugu replied that they had persisted for quite a long time, which was why he had gathered as much medicine as possible. Shigure then wondered what her role would be, only to learn that she would be the main attacker while the others surrounded the boss and assaulted it simultaneously. Bacon warned them that if the deer spat out a purple lump, they needed to avoid it immediately. Masatsugu added that if additional monsters spawned, they should leave them to the other rankers. Bacon advised them not to underestimate the boss just because it looked small. Shigure teased him, saying that he was clearly speaking from experience. After finalizing their plan, Bacon and Shigure left the chat room. Karaboshi, who had been observing everything, looked at a book titled Conversation History and noted that he was storing the entire discussion. He thought that if the recapture operation failed and everyone died, the log could at least be used as a reference for future countermeasures. He reflected that despair would not help, and hoped that whoever found the record would look ahead instead. With that thought, he entrusted the future of Japan to it and left the room. The scene then shifted to Karen and Akane, who were still struggling against the eels. Karaboshi arrived to check on them, thinking that it was the worst possible matchup, hard-shelled, blunt weapon fighters against slimy eels. Even so, he noted that it had been a while since he had seen them and was relieved that they were doing well. Since Esta was originally a monster specialized in destroying shields and armor, Karaboshi thought that allocating agility points to her might feel awkward. He was surprised by Karen, who was no longer trying to defeat enemies in a single blow as she used to. Instead, she was carefully controlling her power. This realization made her happy, as it proved she had truly improved. However, Karaboshi wondered why they could not simply pass through the area. As the struggle with the eels continued, Karen and Akane eventually asked Karaboshi for help. He assisted them, and as they proceeded downward, he felt relieved. Karen expressed her happiness that they had managed to break through to the 14th floor. Suddenly, they felt a strange disturbance. The atmosphere had clearly changed from before, and Karaboshi felt a chill run down his spine. Karaboshi suggested that they should postpone the training for the time being. Akane immediately agreed. While Karen wondered what was going on, Akane explained that a rare species might have appeared. Karaboshi then asked what they were supposed to do next. Akane replied that they should run. Karaboshi agreed, stating that if it truly was a rare species, they should leave it to high-ranking adventurers. He then asked Akane what she thought about that plan. Suddenly, Karaboshi sensed something unusual and told both of them to get down immediately. In the distance, they spotted a deer, which left them confused. Akane warned them that it was extremely dangerous, explaining that the creature originated from a different dungeon and was normally found on the 24th floor. She added that she could not be certain whether it was the same monster, but if it truly was the rare species, it could cause a stampede. Karaboshi asked Akane whether she could defeat it. She denied the possibility, and explained that the situation would be different if there were another attacker at her level. Karaboshi then wondered if they could submit a subjugation request. Akane agreed, but explained that gathering adventurers would depend on Uso, as this was her first time handling such a situation within her jurisdiction. Karaboshi said that was fine, and asked what they should do in the meantime. He told Karan that she would be in charge of making contact. As they prepared to move, Akane asked whether Karaboshi intended to stay behind. Karaboshi replied that he would simply keep an eye on the creature. Karan warned that it could be dangerous, but Karaboshi responded that there was not a single werewolf in sight, and that he had a very bad feeling about the situation. Karaboshi kept watching from a height, and observed that it was not doing anything significant at that particular end. He wanted to gather more information before allocating his skill points. During this time, he noticed that Esta's divine protection had manifested, which meant he could now allocate her points. As he examined it further, he realized that it belonged to another minor god. While he was checking, Rhea became annoyed, so he tried to calm her down and told her that he would raise her level as well. After a while, Karaboshi noticed a werewolf standing in front of a deer. The deer used its power to hurl something at the werewolf, instantly melting and defeating it. Karaboshi was shocked to see that the purple mass was powerful enough to destroy the werewolf so easily. He felt uneasy, realizing that this was a bad sign as it was the worst possible opponent. As time passed, he understood that no one would be able to defeat it easily. He became completely confused, wondering what he should do and whether he should blindly allocate all his skill points. However, he restrained himself, knowing that he should not act recklessly. He reminded himself that defeating a higher-ranking monster using only a skill board was not that simple. He also knew he could not afford to be impatient and had to remain focused until the very end. 3 days passed and Karen came downstairs, believing that Karabashi would be safe, simply because it was him. She recalled earlier events and tried to calm herself. When she arrived, she saw Karabashi standing there with dark circles under his eyes, having not slept at all. Karabashi appeared happy and told her that the survival rate had increased offensive attacks and that it would be better to expand the search for the enemy. He was genuinely glad to see her, and when she wondered whether he had taken any rest, he replied that staying awake for 3 nights straight was nothing compared to the time when he had been a corporate slave. She first asked him to get some rest and questioned what he planned to do in case of an emergency. Karabashi replied that everything was fine and told her not to worry. He then showed her the great tonic he had received from Akane, explaining that it would help him recover. Karan informed him that the request had been accepted by only one person. Karabashi was shocked, yet grateful that even a single person had agreed, though he doubted it would make much of a difference. Karan also told him that the Shinjuku recapture operation would begin very soon. She mentioned that Masatsugu, along with Bacon Shiguri and several other high-ranking adventurers, had already gathered. Hearing this made Karabashi happy, and he became confident that the operation would succeed. Karabashi then drank the potion and quickly returned to normal, thinking that he would not lose to them, and realizing just how effective the tonic truly was. He decided to keep an eye on the deer, and prepared to leave the adventurer who would accompany Karain to guide her around. Suddenly she heard a strange voice again, and Karabashi asked Esta whether she wanted to take a shot as well. Both of them sensed a strong bloodlust and wondered if it was coming from the deer. Karabashi noticed that Karain was about to faint, and urgently told her to run back to Akane. At that moment they realized the monster had already appeared. The deer was standing right in front of them, and was about to use the purple mass. Before it could hit Karain, Karabashi stepped in and took the attack himself. He and Esta were instantly melted by the impact, leaving Karain frozen in shock. Karen did not know what she should do anymore, as Karabashi had died while protecting her. The deer was approaching and preparing to use the purple mass again. She managed to dodge the attack but realized that she still could not understand that power, and that Karabashi was now gone because of her. Overwhelmed, she began to run away, and during that time Esta gradually returned to normal. As she ran, Karen reflected on how she had always been protected by Karabashi and had never truly done anything on her own. She realized that she had always hidden behind someone else's back, relying on others to shield her. She felt that she had never changed, and that nothing had changed since the incident years ago. Even the monsters seemed to notice, pursuing her with the patience reserved for prey that always ran but never fought back. Her thoughts drifted back to her school days. She remembered returning from school when, during the 3rd period, an emergency evacuation had suddenly been announced. She recalled asking the teacher why they were leaving in groups, but the teacher had refused to explain and instead scolded her, telling her to stop asking questions and hurry. She remembered sensing a foul smell in the air and then witnessing several people being killed by monsters right in front of her. The sight had left her completely shocked, and even the teacher had been crushed to death moments later. She remembered running desperately until her parents found her, which had filled her with relief. Her father had told her to run away with her mother, sacrificing himself to protect them. Soon after, her mother had also urged her to leave, telling her that they would always love her. Karen then witnessed her mother being killed as well, while trying to protect her. Pulling herself back from those memories, Karen realized that she was once again being chased by the deer. She stumbled and fell nearby. Overwhelmed by fear and despair, she thought that she did not want to lose anyone ever again, and wondered whether this was truly the end for her. All of a sudden, Karen heard a voice asking her whether she was really going to stop there while crying. She was confused when she noticed someone nearby. The person told her that when it came to taking a monster's life or saving someone else's, she should not hesitate or gamble her resolve on others. Karen was shocked as she realized that she had been hearing the same voice repeatedly for quite some time. She noticed that the person was floating in the air and accused her of being fake until now, saying that if this was all she amounted to, then she was nothing more than that. Karen denied it, stating that the person was wrong. The figure then asked what she was truly afraid of. Karen replied that she was afraid of losing the people important to her because she was weak. The person moved closer and encouraged her to prepare herself, telling her to face everything head-on and give it her all, while holding on to those feelings. He asked whether she was willing to risk her life, soul, and body for power. Karen became resolute, and answered that she only wanted the strength to protect those who mattered to her. The figure then urged her to be selfish and stubborn, telling her to embrace her fear of loss and strip away her weakness. He extended his hand and told her to take it and rebel against despair. When Karen touched his hand, an overwhelming surge of electric power erupted from her body. She rose into the air and declared that she would not lose anyone anymore, and that she would not allow anything precious to be taken from her again. She resolved that it was now her turn to protect others. With that resolve, she unleashed her magic and struck the deer, finally defeating it. At that moment, Karaboshi appeared and praised her, saying that she had truly surprised him, and that she looked incredible. Karen was startled and shocked to see him alive, wondering how he had survived. Karaboshi told her not to write him off so easily. She reminded him that he had been completely engulfed by the purple mass earlier and had collapsed unconscious. Karaboshi acknowledged this, and Karen confessed that she had been extremely worried because he had not moved at all and had been entirely covered in the blackened mud. Karaboshi apologized, and she rushed forward to hug him, breaking down in tears as she said how relieved she was to see him alive. Karaboshi gently patted her head and thanked her. She then asked how he had managed to survive. Karaboshi replied that it was probably because of Esta's ability, explaining that Esta possessed a quarantine-type skill and had covered him with it, which kept him safe. However, he pointed out that Karen must have needed time to concentrate before releasing such powerful magic and firing a high-output attack after he fell. Karen agreed and said that she had not fired immediately. Karaboshi was confused and asked whether she had not attacked as soon as she turned around. She explained that she had heard a voice, one she could hear every time she entered a dungeon, and that whenever she responded to it, her magical power increased drastically. Karaboshi checked her status and discovered that her divine protection had reached its maximum level. This revelation shocked Karen as well. Karaboshi explained that her divine protection belonged to the thunder god Okikurumi. Upon hearing this, Karaboshi felt a bit jealous, noting that Okikurumi had fought for humankind to bring peace to the world, and that it was the perfect divine protection for an adventurer from Hokkaido, while his own god, apparently from Egypt, seemed content offering distant supervision rather than timely intervention. Still, he did not dwell on why his own god was from Egypt. Suddenly they heard a sound behind them. When they turned around, they realized that the deer was still alive. Karaboshi remarked that it was extremely resilient. Karen called out to him and said that she wanted all the skill points she had been accumulating to be allocated entirely into magic. Karaboshi hesitated, knowing that controlling magic would become much more difficult as power increased, but Karen insisted. Seeing her determination so different from her usual nervous and fearful self, Karaboshi finally agreed and allocated all of her points. Afterward, he told her that they should finish it properly. They attacked the deer together, but Karaboshi found himself struggling to cut through its tough hide. Karen unleashed another massive electric attack, and Karaboshi realized that with her overwhelming magical power combined with his continued assaults, they would surely defeat the deer. Suddenly the deer let out a deafening roar, leaving Karaboshi completely confused about what was happening. Karen urged him to look below. When they did, they saw monsters emerging from the ground, entire packs of werewolves rising one after another. Their bodies were the same color as the purple mass from before. Karaboshi quickly realized that the deer did not truly defeat its enemies, but instead turned them into subordinates it could fully control. The deer wore a grotesque smile as if mocking them. Karaboshi told Karen that they needed to break through the enemy lines and head straight for the stairs, instructing her to leave the rear to him. Karaboshi, Karen, Esta, and Rhea fought together, attacking the swarm relentlessly. However, no matter how many they struck down, more continued to emerge. Karaboshi realized with growing dread that their numbers were increasing even as they cut them down, and the situation was rapidly worsening. Soon they were completely surrounded by the werewolves. Karen fought with all her strength when one of the werewolves suddenly lunged at Karaboshi from the side. Karaboshi knew he would not be able to block the attack in time. At that critical moment, Kagemitsu appeared and slashed the werewolf apart, remarking that things were becoming quite interesting and casually asking how Karaboshi had been. Karaboshi was stunned to see Kagemitsu standing there. Kagemitsu revealed that he had heard Karaboshi was in trouble, which was why he had come. Karaboshi then asked whether Kagemitsu was the one who had accepted the request, and Kagemitsu admitted that he had, saying he was looking forward to the reward. Karaboshi replied that although Kagemitsu was like a brother to him, he would still pay the request fee. Kagemitsu agreed. After that, Karaboshi glanced at Karen, thinking that she truly was amazing. He then asked Kagemitsu about the attack he had used. Karaboshi explained that it involved magic and was confidential, so Kagemitsu should remain quiet about it. He also thought that since it was Kagemitsu they were talking about, it would be fine. Kagemitsu grew excited upon realizing that magic truly existed. He then wondered about the strange bug on Karaboshi's back. Karaboshi explained that it was their new companion named Esta, and added that Esta was exceptionally strong. As Karaboshi and Karen fought, Kagemitsu began to wonder whether he was even needed there. Compared to Karen's magic and ranged attacks, and even Rhea's strength, Esta was no joke either. More importantly, Karaboshi was no longer the same as before. His speed and strength had increased dramatically, and it had not even been long since they had fought the lizard men. Kagemitsu wondered how much Karaboshi had leveled up in such a short time. Still, he reminded himself that the battle was far from over, and that even a moment of carelessness could lead to a total wipeout. The real problem was the monster itself. A deer whose characteristics perfectly matched the one Masatsugu and the others had mentioned on the bulletin board. Kagemitsu questioned why such a rare species had appeared not only in Tokyo but also in Hokkaido. He quickly stopped himself, realizing it was not the time to dwell on what he did not know. What mattered was that the werewolves were no longer increasing in number, meaning the summoning was not infinite. Aside from the dark purple spit attack, the deer itself was about as strong as the lizard men. Kagemitsu concluded that if he and Karaboshi combined their strength, they could win. First, they needed to reduce the number of werewolves, and once the deer was isolated they could attack it directly. He silently hoped that Karaboshi would not mess things up. With that resolve, Kagemitsu moved to strike the werewolves. Karaboshi realized that Kagemitsu was telling him to focus on the boss while he handled the weaker enemies. Receiving such trust-filled words made Karaboshi feel that Kagemitsu was truly incredible. Gathering all his strength, Karaboshi resolved to break through the path ahead, the road to becoming a noticeable presence that now lay directly before him. He checked his stats and identified the werewolves' weak points, noticing a path of light connecting them. He understood that all he had to do was follow that path. Together with Ria and Esta, he charged forward. Everyone was shocked when Karaboshi removed his mask, turned invisible, and began slashing through the werewolves, thinking that they were merely interruptions. He focused intensely as he closed in on the deer. Karen watched Karaboshi, thinking that he was rushing ahead on his own. She was certain that he was clearing a path toward the boss, but a thick wall of wolves stood in the way, blocking his advance. She thought about trying to do something, and then remembered Akane telling her that her role was to control the area from behind, and to be able to take accurate shots from a long distance. Risha thought that she did not have much experience or strategic knowledge, but she trusted her own strength. Raising her wand toward the sky, she unleashed lightning magic, striking all of the werewolves at once. The sudden attack left everyone in complete shock. Akane also arrived on the battlefield, and began slashing through the werewolves. She remarked that she had planned to make a cool entrance and do everyone a favor, but things had turned out very differently, and she was not even a contractor assigned to dismantle them. When a werewolf attempted to attack her from behind, she effortlessly cut it down. Kagemitsu wondered why she had even come there. Meanwhile, Karaboshi thanked Karen for healing his injuries, and told her that he was fine now. They decided to go help Akane instead, believing that she needed assistance more. Karaboshi then mentioned that he had something he wanted to discuss with Kagemitsu. Understanding the situation, Kagemitsu and Karen left them alone. Karaboshi first thanked Kagemitsu, but Kagemitsu told him not to worry about it, reminding him that Karaboshi had helped them during the Chikano incident. He then asked why Karaboshi had rushed toward the boss alone. Karaboshi shouted back that it was because Kagemitsu had told him to go and defeat it. Kagemitsu denied ever saying that, to which Karaboshi replied that Kagemitsu could have told him earlier to leave that task to him. Kagemitsu responded that he would never have allowed Karaboshi to do something so dangerous, and added that if they had continued reducing the number of werewolves the way they were doing, they could have won easily, even without a decisive attack. Karaboshi was surprised by this. Kagemitsu then pulled Karaboshi's cheeks and said that despite everything, they had still won, largely because of Karen's magic. As Karaboshi was about to talk about that magic, Kagemitsu stopped him and said that he already knew, and that if Karaboshi spoke about it, Karen could be put in danger. Karaboshi replied that during combat Karen had never missed a shot, and that this time was no different. He explained that he had charged forward because he trusted her completely. Kagemitsu was stunned by those words and commented that they were truly amazing. When Karaboshi took it as a compliment, Kagemitsu pulled his cheeks again, and said that it was not a compliment, telling him instead that he should get going. Karaboshi was surprised and asked why Kagemitsu was leaving in such a hurry, but Kagemitsu replied that he had something important to attend to. As he left, Kagemitsu turned back and warned Karaboshi not to talk about the battle, or post anything about it online, as revealing such information would eliminate any chance of gathering intelligence about magic. Karaboshi agreed. Watching Kagemitsu leave, Karaboshi wondered how he was supposed to improve his own presence. Karaboshi considered that keeping quiet was harder than fighting the monster itself, especially since the monster had at least tried to kill him honestly. Later, Akane and Karen learned that Kagemitsu had already left. Akane wondered why Karaboshi looked so down, joking that if anyone should be crying, it ought to be her. Karen approached Karaboshi and explained that certain variables would no longer yield the same values. Akane added that the efficiency had likely changed due to discoloration, which made it impossible to calculate its current value accurately. She said that she could still buy them, but the fair price would be much lower, resulting in a significant loss for Karaboshi. Karaboshi gave it some thought, realizing that they also had to pay Kagemitsu's reward as well as Akane's dismantling costs. Since they had hunted so many monsters, he concluded that they would somehow manage. He decided to leave the detailed appraisal to Akane. Akane then examined the deer and commented that its body was extremely firm and durable. She added that it had been a difficult fight, as the creature was far superior to a normal werewolf. However, she noted that its horns were not suitable for weapon processing, and were not durable enough. Hearing this, Karaboshi was completely shocked. Karaboshi tried to touch the horns and discovered that they were cut very easily. He asked for the reason, and Akane explained that after the creature was defeated, its form and nature had probably changed, which was very unusual. Karaboshi felt deeply emotional about it. However, when he noticed a spicy aroma coming from the remains, he told the others to rejoice, saying that for the first time in several years they would finally be able to eat it. The scene then shifted to the secret room of the Hero Association and the Wind Division, where Masatsugu was already present. When Kagemitsu arrived, Masatsugu remarked that it was quite unusual for Kagemitsu to call him out like this. Kagamitsu replied that it concerned Operation Stampede in Shinjuku, and said that he was wondering whether Masatsugu and the others had managed to locate the boss and whether the operation had been successful. Masatsugu confirmed that it had been successful, explaining that the boss had only left behind its minions and several discolored monsters. Kagamitsu then stated that he had something important to report. He explained that the missing deer had appeared in the garage dungeon of Hokkaido, and that he had teamed up with a masked man and his group to defeat it. He added that the materials that had turned purple would soon arrive at the Ichibishi head office for detailed appraisal, and that he had already assigned someone to confirm the findings. Kagamitsu then asked Masatsugu whether he doubted his words. Masatsugu replied that when it came to dungeons, nothing surprised him anymore. He pointed out that the sky inside the dungeon looked exactly the same everywhere, even across different floors, suggesting that all dungeons might somehow be connected. He admitted that there was no proof to support this theory, but there was also no solid basis to deny it. Masatsugu added that although they still knew very little about dungeons, if it truly was the same boss, then it was extremely good news. However, he warned that the information would need to be handled carefully, or it could cause widespread chaos. Kagamitsu concluded by saying that he would leave the matter in Masatsugu's hands, to which Masatsugu responded that doing so would take the credit away from Kagamitsu and the others. Kagamitsu replied that knowing monsters existed which could move freely between dungeons, he did not think any adventurer would mind such a situation. He then asked Masatsugu to give something on his behalf to Karaboshi's team, adding that it was truly unfortunate that they had received nothing despite the fact that Karaboshi had also subdued the boss of Shinjuku. Masatsugu agreed, though he continued to think about Karaboshi's team and their role in defeating the boss. He later returned to his room, lost in thought about Karaboshi, and recalled that they were supposed to meet him in Chikuho earlier. He also remembered that they were aware the masked man was the one who wielded the dagger, which led him to wonder whether it was the same person after all. The scene shifted to Karaboshi and Karen as they walked through the dungeon and stopped at a safe spot. Wonders had warned them about the presence of a powerful type of werewolf boss. Karaboshi agreed with the warning, but stated that since they had leveled up after their previous battle, he believed they would be fine and could test their abilities along the way. When they finally reached the next floor, Karaboshi noticed that many things had changed. He checked the skill board and found that although no hidden functions had been unlocked yet, several unfamiliar elements had appeared. He read through the information but could not clearly tell what had changed, which only made him more curious to study it further. Karen noticed that Karaboshi had fallen behind and called out to him. Karaboshi apologized and hurried to her, suggesting that they should begin with a warm-up. Soon after, they encountered the werewolves. Karen and Ria attacked together using their powers, and Karaboshi felt delighted upon seeing that their strength had reached an entirely different level. However, when Karaboshi attempted to join the fight, he suddenly felt intense pain throughout his body, and realized he could not move properly. Before anything could happen, Ria stepped in and saved him. Karaboshi was unsure how, but the pain subsided for a moment. Karen asked what had happened, but Karaboshi brushed it off and told her that they should continue. As the battle went on, however, the pain returned whenever Karaboshi tried to fight. The sensation grew so intense that he was nearly struck by a werewolf, unable to defend himself in time. Afterward, Karaboshi and Karen went to see Akane. Akane asked what had happened to them, and Karaboshi explained that he had simply been roughed up a bit. Akane questioned what he had been doing, and remarked that he should be grateful to his companions, as his condition had caused them trouble. Karaboshi agreed and said that he had come to seek her advice. He explained that when he moved normally, his body felt fine, but whenever he engaged in combat, he experienced severe pain. He described it as feeling like an electric current running through his body, as if his nerves were being pulled apart. He added that the pain resembled sciatica, which he used to suffer from when he was still a corporate worker, though that condition had been completely healed. Karaboshi then asked whether she knew of any remedy he could purchase. Akane responded by asking whether he was prepared to retire as an adventurer. Karaboshi was shocked by her words, and both he and Karen told her not to say something like that, asking if she was joking. Akane replied that she was not joking and said that her concern was based on Karaboshi's condition. Karaboshi firmly stated that he had no intention of quitting. Akane then asked whether he would still say the same even if he was no longer human. Confused, Karaboshi asked what she meant by that. Akane replied that she only knew a small portion of the truth but explained that what Karaboshi was experiencing was a side effect of rapid leveling. She stated that when leveling progressed too quickly, ordinary creatures could eventually turn into monsters. Hearing this, Karaboshi and the others were left stunned, but Akane continued calmly. Karaboshi guessed if this meant he should start worrying less about retirement plans and more about whether monsters were expected to pay taxes. She explained that as Karaboshi's level increased, his body grew stronger in a manner similar to how monsters in dungeons develop their physical forms. No one truly understood why this happened or how the process worked. She added that after repeatedly defeating monsters, Karaboshi's body had continued to strengthen on its own. Akane mentioned that experiments conducted on animals had shown similar results, where their bodies evolved after repeated exposure to dungeon energy, ultimately transforming ordinary animals into monsters. She concluded that in other words, the changes occurring in Karaboshi's body were very likely the same phenomenon experienced by those animals. That was why his body reacted with such intense pain whenever he fought. Upon hearing this explanation, Karaboshi, clearly shaken, asked whether that meant he was eventually going to evolve into a monster himself. After everything that had happened, Karaboshi went to a hot spring with Karen. He told her that she already knew why the two of them had come there. Upon their arrival, a man welcomed them and asked whether the bath was meant for only one person. Karen denied this and went ahead to get a room for them. Karaboshi wondered when others would finally notice his presence, but for now he knew he had to compose himself and enter the hot spring. Before stepping in, he checked the details of the hot spring and learned that it was said to cure pain and motor dysfunction. It was also believed to be a hot spring blessed by God. Unable to resist, he entered it. As he rested inside, he felt extremely relaxed, as if something heavy was melting away from his mind and body. He decided to focus on the treatment, and considered whether he should drink the spring water as well. When he drank it, he initially felt nothing, but he continued since it was said to be effective. Later he tried getting a massage. That was when he noticed that Esta was also present. Karaboshi remarked that it would be dangerous if he were left alone, which made Esta worried, so he kept a close watch on him. After finishing the bath, Karaboshi came out and ate with Corinne's. He felt genuinely happy, though Corinne remained concerned. She asked whether he had drunk the spring water. When Karaboshi admitted that he had, she said they would need to keep monitoring him closely. As Karaboshi began eating, Corinne asked whether the hot spring treatment seemed to be working. Karaboshi agreed, explaining that the pain had started to ease. Hearing this made Corinne very happy, and she said she felt relieved. She added that they should not rush things and should allow him to heal properly first. Karaboshi agreed, thinking that his body would gradually get used to the treatment. He also wondered whether he should spend that time mastering the maintenance of weapons. While Karaboshi was lost in thought, Corinne looked at him and believed that they could resume their adventures once he had fully recovered. The thought made her genuinely happy. After finishing their meal, the two of them stepped outside and learned that the Asahagawa Dungeon Stampede extermination had begun, with all adventurers being invited to participate. Karaboshi was also noticed there, and a man present asked whether they intended to take part, mentioning that a stampede had occurred in the Kamui dungeon as well. Although the situation there had mostly settled, the defense troops were still insufficient. He explained that due to Kamui's distinctive topography, the area had become an uncharted zone after the stampede. Even by that day, many monsters were still hiding in the region and had not yet been hunted down. He added that he had heard the local government would be offering rewards and asked whether they were considering participating. As the man asked Karaboshi if he was really willing to give it a try, Karaboshi began to think. However, Karen suddenly poked him and acted strangely, which made Karaboshi understand the situation. He replied that although he was interested, he had come there for treatment, not for anything else. The man agreed, and as Karaboshi was leaving, a few people and children approached him curiously. They said that they were going to participate because Kagamitsu was in command, and because of that, they would all be featured on the blog of the top ranker. Karaboshi was shocked to hear all of this. As Karaboshi and Karen were walking away, Karen seemed worried and had already guessed what he was going to say. Karaboshi then shouted that he would put all of his effort into fully recovering and preparing for the extermination campaign. Therefore, he continued his treatment while practicing according to Karen's instructions. Once, while he was meditating, Karen suddenly came to him, looking worried, and wondered if he was really going to participate the next day in such a condition. Karaboshi replied that he would, explaining that after the last 2 weeks of treatment in the hot spring, his body had completely relaxed and he felt that it was time for a comeback. Karen sat next to him, still very worried, as they did not know how strong the monsters would be or how many they might encounter. Karaboshi gently patted her head and told her not to worry because Ariel was in command, so everything would calm down for them. However, Karen thought that this was exactly what made her worry even more. Karaboshi was ready to leave, so he asked Ria and Esta to take good care of things. At the place where the campaign was going to begin, many hunters had already gathered. Becky and Yoshi were observing the older hunters and remarked that, as they had expected, having people's names appear on Kagamitsu's blog would be perfect publicity. Becky glanced at Kagamitsu, who was hiding behind a tree because of a few girls. They could not understand whether he wanted to stand out or remain unnoticed. Meanwhile, Kagamitsu observed the crowd and thought that far more people had gathered than he had expected. Suddenly, he overheard a few people talking about the rumored masked person. When Kagamitsu looked in that direction, he was surprised to see that it was Karaboshi. He then slammed his hand against the tree, drawing everyone's attention. He asked whether they were all ready, adding that no one knew what kind of monsters they might face, so they should all be careful. Karaboshi kept his goal firmly in mind. He wanted to reach first place in the campaign. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a strange creature sat quietly while wearing armor. Kagamitsu explained to everyone that he would be in charge and act as the host overseeing the entire event, while Becky would be responsible for counting the subjugations. He revealed that the forest would serve as their hunting ground and that they would corner the monsters within a 2-kilometer radius. He introduced his party members, Yoshi, Dora, and Van, who would watch over the monsters to prevent them from straying too far from the designated area. They would also keep an eye on the hunters to ensure that no one cheated. Kagamitsu then explained the 3 rules of the event. First, participants had to avoid interfering with or stealing the prey of others. Second, they had to prevent monsters from leaving the hunting area. Lastly, they were not allowed to use any magic bags or magic items. Additionally, each participant would receive 1 point for themselves as well as for the team they belonged to. Prizes would be awarded to the top 3 teams and the top 3 individual players. He then announced that the hunt would begin and reminded everyone that they had time until evening. Once again, he warned them to be careful. At his signal, everyone rushed into the forest. Among them, Karaboshi was also running, feeling that his body had become incredibly light, which was the effect of the hot spring treatment. When he noticed a haunted rabbit, he slashed at it and made his first kill. He thought that the others were already hunting efficiently without needing any instructions from him. Meanwhile, Esta and Ria were with Karen. After defeating a few more monsters, they appeared exhausted. Karen thought that the 2 of them made a very strange combination, something that only Karaboshi could have imagined. Suddenly, she noticed the 2 of them running ahead, so she called out for them to wait. She warned that other adventurers might mistake them for monsters and attack them if they got too excited. She also pointed out that the masks they were wearing concealed their presence, which could make things even more confusing. Ria made a strange face at her, and Karen felt embarrassed, thinking that they were mocking her. At that moment, a brown bear monster suddenly appeared in front of her. Although Karen had her magic staff with her, she was prohibited from using it. She remembered a trick that Karaboshi had taught her, but she was still unsure whether she could actually perform it. However, she realized that this was her only chance to try and see if it would work. Gathering her courage, she swung her weapon at the bear, striking it and causing it to fall. She was surprised to realize that she had actually killed it. Dora soon arrived and congratulated her, saying that the bear had finally been defeated by Karen. She added that Karen would receive special points for this, which confused Karen. Dora then explained that it had originally been a normal bear, but after consuming monsters, it had developed a taste for them and had turned into a monster itself. That was why it was considered special. She also mentioned that if Karen could bring it back to the starting point, she could earn even more points. After wishing Karen good luck, Dora left. Karen, along with Ria and Esta, remained standing there, wondering whether Karaboshi was doing well. Meanwhile, Karaboshi stood near a river, thinking about what he should explore first. Karaboshi then noticed a salmon monster in the river and knew that it would taste very good. He went to catch it, but suddenly the fish shouted at him to stop, introducing herself as the salmon princess Chep, who was also a mermaid and a spirit. Karaboshi was startled that the creature could talk, but since it was still a monster, he simply picked Chep up. Chep screamed and asked Karaboshi to wait and talk for a while. Karaboshi replied that it was the first time he had ever seen a monster begging for its life, so he decided to listen to what she had to say. He put Chep down, and she said that since she had been caught by him, it must be her fate to tell him everything. However, Karaboshi ignored her words and remarked that once he cooked her, she would surely taste delicious. Chep became angry and asked if Karaboshi was familiar with Kamui Rock. Karaboshi wondered if she was referring to the large rock that could be seen from a distance. Chep replied that she somehow needed to reach that rock. Curious, Karaboshi asked for the reason, and Chep answered that it was because she was the best salmon princess. Karaboshi still did not understand and wondered if there was some other reason. He asked if her family lived on that rock and mentioned that if the other hunters had already driven monsters there, it could be very dangerous. At the same time, he felt excited because he could also gain subjugation points and food ingredients. Suddenly, Karaboshi grabbed Chep and said that they should head toward that rock. Chep realized that Karaboshi was probably thinking of something troublesome. Ignoring her concerns, Karaboshi continued moving forward. Since many trees were in his way, he climbed one to look around. When he saw that the trees were close together, he began jumping from one tree to another. Chep was shocked and wondered if Karaboshi was even human, as the sight looked incredibly impressive. Finally, they reached the rock. Karaboshi felt that there did not seem to be any salmon clan there. He looked at Chep, who was trembling with fear, and said that she was surely going to die and that she was truly finished after meeting Karaboshi. Karaboshi wondered why she was exaggerating so much. He then began climbing the rock and asked what exactly Chep had come there to do. Chep finally revealed that she wanted to offer herself to God. Upon hearing this, Karaboshi thought about Kamui Rock, which was believed to be the place where an evil god once fought against a hero. It was said that the rock was formed from the remnants of the hero's attack during that battle. Karaboshi placed Chep on the ground there. Suddenly, something fell from the sky, creating a cloud of smoke around the area. Worried, Karaboshi quickly jumped back. To his shock, the entire area began to crack and break apart, and he sensed a terrifying presence similar to that of a dungeon boss. Karaboshi was frightened when a giant fish suddenly appeared in front of him. At the starting point where a lot of mats had already been laid for the hunters to place their belongings, Kagamitsu asked Becky how things were going. She revealed that things were not very good, but at least there had been a big hunt. Kagamitsu became curious about who had managed to do such a thing, and she replied that it was Karaboshi's team. The girl holding a staff in her hand brought some beer, and it made Kagamitsu think that Karaboshi was truly unpredictable. Becky noticed that Kagamitsu was not saying anything, and wondered if Masatsugu had really been so serious about bringing Karaboshi to Tokyo. This reminded Kagamitsu of a time when he had been on a call with Masatsugu, who had mentioned that he would decide after they met. Masatsugu had also said that, with Karaboshi's abilities, he would be recognized even in Tokyo, and that it would be a waste of his talent to keep him only in the countryside. Kagamitsu then wondered if Masatsugu had casually passed through Hokkaido. The scene returned to the present, where Kagamitsu seemed angered, and Becky wondered if something was wrong. He replied that there was nothing and thought that he could not properly argue against those thoughts. He then mentioned that the other teams must also catch big monsters because it would be bad if only Karaboshi's team managed to catch them. Becky agreed with him. All of a sudden, they heard a sound coming from the forest and realized that it was from the direction of Kamui Rock. The presence felt like that of a new monster. Without any delay, Kagamitsu assembled a search team and left the communication duties to one of the members before they all prepared to depart. Meanwhile, Karaboshi was near that rock when a mere falk came down. Karaboshi understood that its presence was similar to that of the deer that had been the dungeon boss. The monster attacked Karaboshi, but he blocked it very easily. However, he was surprised that the monster had sensed him even though he was not wearing his mask. The creature attacked Karaboshi with magic, which only made him more excited, and he began fighting the monster. However, all his attempts to get closer to it kept failing. As Karaboshi was about to strike it, he finally managed to land a few slashes, and in his rage, he ultimately defeated the monster. Everyone watching from a distance was shocked to see that the Kamui Rock had been broken. Kagamitsu's party was also stunned. Becky told him that the presence of the monster had also disappeared. Kagamitsu became confused and wondered what that meant. The other hunters wondered what they should do next, and Kagamitsu told them to return to the headquarters while keeping watch over the surroundings. He said that Karaboshi would inspect the place himself and check whether anyone had been injured. They all agreed and left. Meanwhile, Karaboshi became worried because the legendary relic and the sacred ground of the Ainu had been destroyed. Suddenly, a black spear emerged from the monster, and Karaboshi was completely confused when he saw it. The spear attacked him, and as he tried to block it, it suddenly entered his body, leaving him bewildered about what he should do next. At that moment, the Chep also appeared, and Karaboshi was surprised to see that it was still alive. The Chep angrily shouted that Karaboshi should not have killed her on his own. Karaboshi simply captured it with a glare and wondered if the monster that had appeared had been summoned by the Chep. The Chep looked frightened and said that it was the opposite. However, when Karaboshi glared at him again, the Chep revealed that the monster had been an evil being and that he had intended to offer himself as a sacrifice to God in order to defeat it, but Karaboshi had already killed it. Karaboshi shouted that when the Chep had started praying, the monster had appeared, so he had assumed that the Chep was its subordinate. The Chep became annoyed and wondered why Karaboshi was being so persistent and rude. She then freed herself, saying that she had protected the beautiful Kamui Kotan and that the view from that place was wonderful. At that moment, Karaboshi remembered that Kagamitsu had mentioned that they only had time until evening. Feeling guilty, he grabbed the Chep and told her to hold on tightly. The Chep became completely confused about where Karaboshi was taking her. Running at great speed, Karaboshi eventually reached the headquarters and finally met Karen. Karen wondered where Karaboshi had gone because the tournament had already ended. Karaboshi felt very bad when he heard that. Meanwhile, Kagemitsu arrived at the area and found Karaboshi's mask, which made him wonder what Karaboshi had been doing there. Later, scene shifted to Karaboshi, and Karaboshi learned from Karen that she had won 3rd place individually in the tournament. Hearing this made Karaboshi feel even worse. Karaboshi was feeling depressed, while Karen stayed beside him to cheer him up. However, Karaboshi said that he already knew it was a competition, but he had given his all to defeat that monster, which was why he felt bad. Karen was about to ask about the monster when Kagemitsu suddenly arrived and said that he also wanted to hear about it. Karaboshi was surprised to see him, and Kagemitsu handed Karaboshi his mask, asking whether he had been the one who went there and defeated the monster. Karaboshi admitted that he had, and he even hoped that he might receive points for doing so. However, Kagemitsu refused and broke his hope by saying that the time had already been over and that Karaboshi should give up on that idea. Kagemitsu then asked why Karaboshi had broken the Kamui rock. He added that he was not too concerned about it at the moment, as it was not the most important issue right now. Instead, he simply wanted to thank Karaboshi for defeating the monster and bringing its corpse back. Karaboshi replied that it was fine because he was also an adventurer. Suddenly, Kagemitsu changed his tone and said that he was not praising Karaboshi for being reckless, as they were not inside a dungeon. He reminded him that many adventurers had been around them, so they should have fought together. He also mentioned the earlier fight with the deer and said that Karaboshi needed to keep himself in check because there was a difference between being courageous and being reckless. Karaboshi nodded in agreement. Kagemitsu then told him to return to Karen, as she seemed worried about him. Meanwhile, Kagemitsu finally had time to examine the corpse of the monster. When Karaboshi went back to Karen, she wondered what Kagemitsu had said and guessed that he had probably told Karaboshi not to be reckless. Looking at Karaboshi's expression, she asked if he was feeling unwell again. Karaboshi denied it and smiled, but suddenly the Chep shouted, which made Karaboshi angry. The Chep complained about how long Karaboshi was planning to keep her trapped. She added that no matter how charming she might be, it must feel disgusting for Karaboshi to keep her like that. Karaboshi noticed Karen's reaction and tried to hide the Chep. However, both Ria and Karen became angry. Karaboshi asked them to wait and said that he would introduce her properly. With a cold glare, Karen asked Karaboshi about the merfolk-like monster. Both of them then began beating Karaboshi while he kept asking them to wait and let him explain everything. After all that, Kagemitsu was reading the comments on his blog and looking at the different opinions people had about various matters. All of a sudden, Akane appeared there, which startled him. He wondered if she had come there even though she normally never visited. Akane said that she knew Kagemitsu could not resist her overflowing charms, and since her beloved disciple had participated in that event, it was only natural for a teacher to come and take a look. She then asked where the catch was. Kagemitsu showed her something that was covered with a blanket. When Akane checked it, Kagemitsu wondered what it actually was. She revealed that it was a B-rank demi-human and was probably similar to the deer they had encountered before. She added that it was her first time seeing something like that and wondered where they had found it. Kagemitsu replied that he had no idea. Akane then asked about Becky's skills and learned that Becky was very adept at detecting enemies, although that ability seemed to have improved suddenly. Akane stood up and covered the body again, saying that it might be a unique monster. She added that it was strange for something like that to appear in that place. Kagemitsu felt that such a reaction and comment from her were exactly what he had expected. Akane then wondered if Karaboshi had been the one who defeated the monster. Kagemitsu was surprised and asked how she had known. She replied that there was only one person who could leave such marks on a monster, and she felt that Karaboshi must have been there. Kagemitsu wondered whether she believed that Karaboshi could handle everything. He said that he felt Karaboshi would be fine. Akane agreed, saying that Karaboshi was a very important person, and she asked Kagemitsu to protect him. Kagemitsu replied that she also had to do the same, and that if anything happened, she should contact the headquarters. He added that even if someone thought Karaboshi might gain a sponsor because of this, considering the things Karaboshi had done before, it still seemed almost impossible. The next day, when Karaboshi woke up, he found that Chep had become really clingy to Ria, mentioning that she was very happy being together with her. Karen stated that Chep had been like that since the previous day. Karaboshi recalled all the things Chep had done and remembered the moment when Chep had looked at Ria and had fallen in love with that flower. He felt that it seemed as if Ria was a queen to Chep. Chep called them commoners, saying that they did not understand the magnificent beauty of a queen, and she even mentioned that Queen Ria seemed exhausted. Karen wondered what Karaboshi was going to do next, and Karaboshi revealed that he was going to clear the Kamui Kotan dungeon. When they went there, they found it very crowded because there had been a contest the previous day. After seeing that, Karaboshi decided to go down to an unpopular floor at once and adjust his skills. Eventually, they reached a floor where he felt everything was suitable. Karen mentioned that it seemed no one had come to that area since there were no strong monsters there. Karaboshi revealed that the dungeon had only 10 floors. Suddenly, he noticed something, which made Karen wonder what it was. Karaboshi replied that a new feature had been unlocked on the skill board. Karen became curious and asked what it was. Karaboshi explained that it was about 3 enhancements and that he was allocating 3 points, which had been very difficult to obtain from the quest and were costly to use just for trying something out. While they were talking, Karen suggested allocating them to her magical power. Karaboshi hesitated, but she continued by saying that it would not hurt Karaboshi even if it failed, and that he would have no regrets. She added that she would give it her all to earn those 3 points again. Karaboshi was really impressed by all that, and stated that he had always calculated his losses compared to his gains, and had been afraid of failure, but Karen seemed more like an adventurer now. Hearing those words, Karen started blushing, and he then gave those stats to her and finally proceeded to allocate them. Karen wondered if there was any pain in his body. Karaboshi mentioned that he was feeling something different, and when he tried to move, he moved very fast. He said that it really felt different, though he had thought there would not be much change in his physical condition. After that, he decided that he would allocate Karen's points as well. He did so, and as he noticed something unusual, an aura around her, Karaboshi wondered how it was. Karen revealed that it was now easier for her to handle the power compared to before. Karaboshi then looked at Esta and Ria, who also wanted their increments. Karaboshi granted them as well, and Chep was delighted to see that Ria was shining more beautifully than ever, as if she had fallen in love with Ria again. Karaboshi looked at all the stats of Chep and found that she was a fellow who possessed not divine protection, but only a safeguard. Still, he wondered why a samurai guru hero god had given a blessing to a salmon. Unable to understand it, he decided to observe Chep for a while. As they moved forward in the dungeon, they encountered a few monsters and some frightening areas. They kept battling and eventually moved ahead to take some rest. The enemies were not very strong, but the roots of the trees were very troublesome for them. They also learned that there was no floor boss, so they would not obtain anything very tasty. Therefore, they decided to go to the innermost floor, as Karaboshi at least wanted to face the lord of the final floor. They realized that there was no umami, but at least they could obtain mutton. Both of them became excited just thinking about it and continued moving forward. Suddenly, they found many huge trees surrounding them, and Karaboshi guessed that it might be the lord of the final floor. Karen pointed toward the branches ahead, and Karaboshi initially thought they were the roots of the floor, but in reality, they were branches, which truly surprised them. As they were observing the tree, a branch suddenly came down to strike them, but they barely managed to dodge it and rushed toward the tree to strike it. After a long fight, they were finally able to defeat the monster and felt very relaxed, as they knew the tree monster had been extremely difficult to defeat. Karaboshi wondered if the dungeon lord could not be absorbed and suggested that they should come back the next day. Chep was also very tired because she had been desperately praying for Ria's safety. Karaboshi then suggested that they should get going and have Genghis Khan for dinner. The man who served the dish explained that it was a Japanese grilled mutton dish prepared on a convex metal plate. He added that mutton was rare in their area and that the people of Hokkaido had long cherished its taste. After finishing dinner, Karaboshi went to the hot spring and felt very relaxed, as he no longer felt any pain from the fight and had recovered completely. He then recalled the plan for the next day, which was to dismantle the giant tree and explore the deeper floors. All of a sudden, he heard a woman's voice, and then remembered that it was a mixed bath. He could hardly believe that his carelessness had led him into such a situation. Karaboshi noticed a leg nearby, and the woman asked who was there. Feeling extremely embarrassed, Karaboshi explained that it had only been an accident. However, things turned out differently when Karaboshi realized that the person there was not a woman, but Chep. Karaboshi seemed angered when he saw that it was Chep. Chep mentioned that the hot spring was having a very good effect on her skin and that she had figured it out, so she had decided to give it a try. Karaboshi felt embarrassed that he had gotten ahead of himself. Then he suddenly realized something and shouted, wondering what would have happened if someone had seen Chep like that. The next day, Karaboshi and Karen went to the tree to relocate that thing. While they were chopping its branches, Karaboshi remarked that they had not found the boss drop yet and wondered whether they would just have to sell the branches and roots. Karen then called Karaboshi, and he wondered if something was wrong. The two of them went to check a stone stage, and Karaboshi felt that it was an artifact. Karen wanted to know about the artifact, so Karaboshi explained that it was a seamlessly flat and rectangular object that was rarely seen in a dungeon. Karen wondered if it was just a normal object, but all of a sudden she noticed a black spot appear at the place where Karaboshi had touched the artifact. The black spot appeared exactly where Karaboshi had made contact with it. They were confused and did not know what had happened. After a while, a screen appeared in front of Karaboshi, explaining that he had finally succeeded in that subjugation and had received the rewards for it. Karaboshi then read the description and came to know that it was the dungeon core, which was believed to be a mass of energy that sustained the entire dungeon. Karen also mentioned that some articles described it as a jewel, but Karaboshi added that no one had ever actually seen it in reality. Since it looked so plain, Karen touched it while wondering if it really was the core. However, nothing happened when she touched it, and it only reacted when Karaboshi touched it. At that moment, the skill board appeared, informing him that he had absorbed energy from the dungeon core. They realized that it only reacted to Karaboshi's touch, so Karaboshi guessed that he might be able to get rid of that dungeon in the world. Karen still did not understand anything, and Karaboshi explained that a while earlier, the log on the skill board had stated that he had absorbed that energy. Because of that, he guessed that if he continued to absorb it, something might change. However, Karen, feeling scared, stopped him by saying that if he continued absorbing it, it might affect his body. Karaboshi replied that he might be able to protect his hometown with that power. He admitted that he was just one person and had his limits, but he still wanted to try to surpass those limits. As he began absorbing the power, Karen also placed her hand there. Even though she knew she might not be able to help, she wanted to show her presence and support to Karaboshi. Karaboshi then told her that if the dungeon started to collapse, she had to run out of there with all her strength. They continued the absorption, and after some time, the core became temporarily inactive. As a result, the next outbreak was also delayed. Karen asked Karaboshi what the screen was showing him. He explained that the dungeon was not going to collapse and that the energy of the core was being absorbed by the skill board. Besides that, it also seemed to be related to dungeon breaks. He further explained that he had been able to delay the next dungeon break with that power. Hearing this, Karen was surprised and wondered if they should continue, while Karaboshi realized that he would have to keep absorbing the energy of the core. Karaboshi somehow understood that it was too much for a normal person to handle and train in all of those things. It was clear that great strength was necessary to train them, and he still could not accept that he had the power to control the dungeon. Now he was worried that other people might try to use him once they learned about his power. Karen noticed his reaction and asked if there was anything else written on the skill board. Karaboshi mentioned something about item enhancement and felt that it was an adventure. As he moved ahead through the branches of the tree, he thought about the pebble and wondered if the skill only perceived objects within a certain range. Karaboshi then looked at Esta and Ria, thinking that items above a certain level could not be enhanced, so he decided to try it on the potato stone. After using the enhancement, he wondered whether it was any different from before. To test it, he gave the potato stone to Ria and asked her to shoot it at the giant tree. When she did, it caused a strong explosion, and Karaboshi was surprised to see how badly the tree had been damaged. Confused, Karen wondered what Karaboshi was trying to do. Karaboshi replied that he had learned how to enhance items, and for now he was simply doing practical tests and experiments. He also added that he would not buy any ready-made products and that he would not have any excuses if he got caught. Suddenly, he noticed something. After checking it, he called Karen and wondered if his presence had increased because he had allocated 2,000 points to enhance his mask. Karen was shocked to hear that so many points had been used. However, it did not seem exactly like that, and it might only have improved the mask's performance. Karaboshi felt disappointed to hear that and said that he felt something different whenever he touched the mask. At that moment, Karen's entire body appeared to be covered with a faint light. Chep and Ria also had faint lights around them, though theirs were weaker compared to Karen's. Karen guessed that it might be because of her magic as its source. Karaboshi was confused and asked if she had always been able to see that. She replied that she had, and added that Karaboshi also had faint lights around him. Hearing that made Karaboshi very happy, and he hoped that one day he might also be able to use a magic sword. Karen was not sure whether he would be able to use the magic sword. All of a sudden, they noticed that the magic core had started glowing. As they looked closely, they saw a magic circle appear on it. They quickly stepped back and saw the magic circle release power at a certain spot, creating a door that had never even been mentioned on Wikipedia. Karen decided that they should open it, guessing that it might contain the boss's reward. When they went inside, they found stairs that led upward. As they climbed up, they realized that they had reached the surface, from where they had a beautiful view of the Kamui Kotan forest. Karaboshi felt disappointed because it was not the reward they had expected. Suddenly, he heard someone calling for help. When Karaboshi turned around, he saw Chep lying on a stone and crying. Seeing that, Karaboshi stepped forward to help her, but all of a sudden, a strange knight appeared in front of him. The scene rewound to explain the spirits created by the will of the dungeon. These spirits existed to find those who were qualified and guide them to the trials as challengers. They were created for that purpose, and once their task was completed, they would disappear. Chep was also a spirit created by the will of the dungeon, but she possessed an ego, which was said to be a prank of God. However, her mission remained the same whether she had an ego or not. Once she sensed a human with unprecedented strength, she approached him. Even though he was a strange person who was rude and even mistook her for a monster, the girl Karen was not like that, and it was very easy for Chep to get along with her. There, she also met Ria, who was very lovely and cute. Chep enjoyed spending time with them and wished she could stay with them a little longer. The scene then returned to the present, where Karaboshi stood facing that creature, wondering if it was a monster. Karaboshi felt something strange, and Karen also realized that it possessed layers of magical power that were unlike anything they had encountered before. Karaboshi also mentioned that there was no sign of killing intent or any clear movement from it. Karen did not understand and asked Karaboshi what they should do. Karaboshi decided that they should retreat before the creature moved, since they had no information about it. He called out to Chep to tell her that they were leaving, but there was no response. Suddenly, a huge magic circle appeared beneath them, which confused them. The creature then began to move. It drew its sword and slashed through the air, eventually stabbing toward Karaboshi. Karaboshi somehow managed to block the attack and pushed the creature back. Karaboshi moved some distance away, struggling because he could not clearly see the movements of the monster. As the monster came forward to attack Karaboshi once again, Ria and Esta stepped in between and took the attack themselves, even managing to deflect it. This gave Karaboshi an opening, and he rushed forward to slash at the monster. However, the situation quickly turned when the monster struck him and sent him flying a short distance away. Somehow, Karaboshi managed to stay conscious. He worried that Ria's potato stone had produced no result and that they would not be able to continue attacking effectively. It felt to him as if the monster had come solely to crush them. Suddenly, he noticed that the creature began glowing intensely. It had been struck by Karen's magic. She shouted at Karaboshi to run away while she distracted the monster. However, as Karaboshi turned to escape, something strange happened to his body. He collapsed and found that he could not even walk. The monster then attacked Karen, striking her and sending her crashing into a wall. Karaboshi struggled desperately to move, but when the monster approached and tried to stab him with its sword, Esta stepped in front of him and took the hit instead. At the same time, Ria continued firing bullets at the monster, but it quickly slashed back and struck her as well. Karaboshi's entire body was in severe pain, and he could not get up. It felt as though the monster was on a completely different level, leaving everyone heavily injured. The monster was about to strike Karaboshi, and at that moment he thought to himself that he did not want to lose that place and that he had to survive. With that determination, he finally managed to move again. Suddenly, he heard Chep's voice, and Karaboshi felt that he had been lucky enough to escape death, but now he had to do something about the situation. He suddenly remembered the magic circle and wondered if it was also a part of the dungeon. His mind recalled an old legend. Long ago, an evil god had arrived at that mountain and caused chaos, disturbing the flow of the river. To subdue that evil god, the hero Samaikuru took a stand, and with the help of other spirits who joined him, they eventually defeated the evil god that had threatened the land. Since that time, the Ainu people had offered the best salmon they could catch from the river to thank the gods. This tradition became the legend of Kamui Kotan. Among those spirits was a low-class familiar and a spirit class being known as the Salmon Princess. Realizing this, Karaboshi understood that there was a derivative quest and that the battle was not over yet. He also remembered the things Chep had said before and concluded that she had been meant to control the progress of that quest. If that was the case, then the Black Knight might have been a proxy of the evil god. Karaboshi also recalled Chep saying that she had hoped to live longer. At that moment, he understood that they themselves were now taking the role of Samaikuru. As he thought through everything, he even checked his status and realized that they were still inside the dungeon. The battle resumed. Karaboshi began dodging the monster's attacks, but soon the intense pain in his body made him fall down again, unable to move for a moment. Somehow he forced himself back up because he knew he was the last one standing and could not afford to fall there. The monster attacked him again, but Karaboshi dodged the strike while asking Ria if she was all right. Esta's body was cramped from the earlier attacks, yet Karaboshi still coordinated with both of them to continue fighting the monster. Even when he managed to land a hit, he realized that the monster's armor was extremely tough and that his attacks were barely effective. The monster attacked again, but Esta took the blow on herself. At the same time, Karaboshi noticed that Ria was also attacking the monster, yet none of their strikes seemed to have any real effect. Suddenly, Karaboshi came up with an idea. He told Ria to aim for the monster's body while he himself would strike at its head. While fighting, Karaboshi realized that the monster was reacting more to Ria's potato stones than to his own attacks. After observing this for a while, he decided to take advantage of it. He told Ria to give everything she had in her next attack. As Ria launched her attack, Karaboshi used his speed to distract the monster. While Ria continued her intense assault, Karaboshi already knew that those attacks alone would not be enough to defeat it. Still, they all decided to strike together at once. His body was in pain, and his strength was steadily decreasing, but he continued fighting. At that moment, Karen also managed to stand up. She rushed forward with her staff and used her magic to slash at the monster, saying that it was payback. Karaboshi was surprised to see that she was still alive. The scene gets a little earlier when Karen had been heavily injured and was lying down, unable even to move her fingers. In that state, she watched Karaboshi fighting the monster and struggling against it. She then looked at her hand and wondered if she had been wounded by the attack and whether that was the full extent of the bracelet's power. She knew that her magic would not work that night, so she would not be able to do anything. However, she suddenly gained confidence and began thinking about the things she could still do. She remembered Akane's words that Karen's role was to take care of things from behind and to control the situation of the battle. Akane had said that it was the best job for Karen, and that, no matter how difficult the situation became, she had to observe everything carefully. While Karen was doing that, she saw Karaboshi launch a counterattack against the monster. Trembling, she somehow managed to stand up and run toward them, thinking that her magic was not working because of the armor. She thought that if the principle was the same as with her bracelet, she could simply use energy to strike it in one powerful attack. At that moment, she did exactly that, and together, they managed to defeat the monster. Karaboshi was amazed when he saw Karen's attack, but he suddenly noticed that she collapsed, apologizing and saying that she was very tired. Karaboshi became worried because blood was coming from Karen's head, and he felt that it would be best if she did not move. While they were like that, they suddenly noticed that the monster was still alive. Karen handed her magic sword to Karaboshi and asked him to use it with all his energy. She explained that the night monster was protected by magical and energy defenses, so half-hearted attacks of the same nature would not work. However, she believed that Ria's potatoes would work in that situation. To demonstrate this, Karen surrounded her staff with that energy. Karaboshi said that he understood and thanked her, stating that he would surely defeat that night. He then gave her a mask and told her to use it while resting. As he placed it over her face, she suddenly disappeared. Karaboshi felt that Karen had already done so much, and he became excited, saying that he would not lose against that knight. The knight came to battle with him once again, and Karaboshi felt very frustrated while fighting it. However, Karen's earlier attack had caused huge damage to the knight. Even though it no longer had a head, its movements were still intact. With every attack, however, it began to reveal more of its weaknesses. Its habit of making regular attacks created openings for Karaboshi and Ria, allowing them to strike again using Ria's energy to cause a powerful blast. When the knight attacked them with its sword, Esta took the hit with his shell, and they finally managed to break the knight's sword. Although Esta suffered heavy damage, Karaboshi noticed a light inside the knight's armor. Realizing that this was its weak point, Karaboshi attacked that spot. He finally managed to land a strike there. As they stood facing the knight, Karaboshi felt that the situation was strangely ironic, but he knew it was time to finish everything. He charged into battle once again, and despite the pain, he felt a strange sense of comfort. Gathering his remaining strength along with his magic, he delivered a powerful slash and finally defeated the knight. Overjoyed but completely exhausted, Karaboshi collapsed to the ground. After some time, when Karaboshi woke up, he poured water over Karen while wondering if she was fine. She woke up in pain, and Karaboshi told her not to move suddenly because she was covered in wounds. He also apologized, saying that he was sorry that he could not be there for her. Karen thought that her condition might be worse than anemia. She was amazed that they had won and felt relieved. She wondered how Karaboshi was holding up. Karaboshi replied that he was completely fine, but in reality, he knew that he could barely stand and had not recovered yet. At that moment, however, he had been so driven that he had still managed to defeat the monster. While Karaboshi was lost in thought, Karen called out to him because she was worried after seeing Esta's shell. Karaboshi also noticed it and became frightened. Suddenly, Esta came out of the shell, which scared Karen for a moment. They then wondered where Chep was. Karaboshi said that Chep had disappeared because her task had already been completed. When Karen asked what task he meant, Karaboshi explained that there was a legend in Kamui Kotan and that all of them had been forced to fight a battle based on that legend. He further explained about Chep, saying that she had summoned the monsters, including the Black Knight, using the spirit skill on her skill board, which had set everything in motion. Karen wondered if she felt a little lonely now that Chep had left, and she still did not understand what the purpose of that princess skill had been. They wondered why the salmon looked like that, and questioned whether it was because salmon were said to be offerings to the gods and spirits who defeated the evil god. Karaboshi said that since the person herself had disappeared, it would remain only speculation for them. Karen agreed and said that she would miss Chep a lot. Karaboshi agreed with her as well. As he stood up, he felt something strange in his head, so he suggested that they should return before the sun went down. He also said that he would collect the pieces of the armor. While walking toward a rock, Karaboshi noticed that something had been written on it. It was a message from Chep thanking them and saying that they had made her short life very beautiful. She had written such a long message that Karaboshi felt exhausted just reading it and wondered when she had managed to write all of it. Karen then noticed that there was more writing on the back of the rock. As she continued reading, she suddenly realized that Chep was there. All of a sudden, Chep entered the bracelet, which left them confused. Chep spoke from the bracelet, saying that it was very comfortable there and asking them not to throw her away. Karaboshi picked up the bracelet and shook it, saying that Chep should return their feelings since she had made them sad. He also asked if she had been absorbed into that stone. Chep agreed and explained that her role had been completed, so she had disappeared. However, for some reason, she had been absorbed into it and had taken in some strong force, and when she realized it, she had already become like that. Karaboshi reminded Karen of everything, and then returned the bracelet to her, telling her that she should take good care of it. Karen was surprised. From inside the bracelet, Chep clung to Karen and even asked to kiss her, telling her to take good care of her. Karen did not seem very happy about that. Meanwhile, Karaboshi looked at Chep's skill board and noticed that there were 25 skill points on it. This left him completely shocked because Chep had not even fought. Karaboshi wondered if Chep had received those rewards because she had played her role very well, and whether it was something granted by the gods. He then wondered what they were supposed to do now, since it was not as if they could simply return to the forest, and even though Chep had become their friend, he questioned whether she would be able to fight. Karaboshi then looked at the skill called shamanism and asked Chep to try using it. Karen wondered what Karaboshi was talking about. Karaboshi suggested that perhaps the skill would activate if Chep forced it. Chep tried to act cool and suddenly began chanting. Curious, Chep asked what she should do next. Karaboshi asked if she could release that light. As she was about to aim it toward Karaboshi, he quickly told her not to do something like that and warned her not to use it on him. However, before he could react, Karaboshi suddenly felt a strange sensation and realized that he would not be able to dodge it. To his surprise, instead of being harmed, the pain throughout his body disappeared instantly. He remarked that it felt even more amazing than soaking in a hot spring. Karaboshi became very happy after seeing Chep's power and thought that perhaps she was not a princess, but rather a saint. Karaboshi felt truly relieved, and Karen also seemed relaxed. Suddenly, Karaboshi grew very excited and suggested that they should allocate the skill points. As they began doing that, Karen felt rather annoyed by the whole situation. The scene then shifted to Akane, who was working in her shop while feeling irritated and wondering how long she would have to keep doing it. Suddenly, she heard Karen's voice, which made her very happy, and she hurried out to welcome them back. However, she was startled when she saw that they were shining very brightly and wondered if she was seeing things. While crying, Karaboshi said that a lot of things had happened. Akane asked them to come inside and told them not to cry. She also asked Karaboshi to remove the mask because it was shining too brightly. Karaboshi then explained the entire situation to Akane, adding that the mask had suddenly started shining. He mentioned that it had originally come from a dungeon, so he had expected it to have some special effect, but he had not expected it to shine like that. Karaboshi admitted that he knew the reason behind it, as they had used it for infinite stat increases. Karen added that it had even become famous as the Ghost of Kamui Kotan. Upon hearing that, Akane could not stop laughing for a while. She then said that if that was the thing they had been worrying about, it seemed that Karaboshi's body had already been healed. As Karaboshi explained the situation, Akane said that it was really good news, as she had been skeptical and had assumed it might have been some kind of occult matter. She then turned to Karen with a smile and said that she was relieved, adding that now she could help them report the other things as well. Excitedly, Karaboshi and Karen showed her everything they had brought. When Akane looked at the branches, she was surprised because they were items from the Sentinel Lord. When Karaboshi asked if she could process them, she agreed, but wondered what he planned to do with them. Karaboshi replied that he wanted a new scabbard for his magic sword. As Akane examined Karaboshi's weapon, she remarked that it truly was a rare blade and seemed to be getting sharper. After thinking for a moment, she suggested that it might be better to leave it as it was, since there was already a holder with a mechanism that allowed Karaboshi to hook the hilt and guard the blade, enabling him to use it easily. This reminded Karaboshi of a story about people watching a man fighting a monster, yet they could not even see the blade he was using. When they asked the man's name, he had replied that he was not worthy of being mentioned. Inspired by that story, Karaboshi excitedly asked Akane to make the scabbard. She agreed, and Karaboshi added that it would look cool if it stood out, although that was a rather meaningless reason. After that, Karen showed Akane Esta's shell. Akane wondered where they had obtained it, and they explained that Esta had shed his old carapace. After examining it, Akane said that it would cost around 50,000 yen. Karaboshi was shocked to hear that. Akane then explained that there was a monster called the Death Bug, whose carapace was very similar to this one. Because of that, it was a little cheaper than a shell taken from a death bug, but she did not think they would lose much value from it. She then asked what they planned to do with it. Karaboshi wondered if she could make armor from it, suggesting that they should use it to create a piece of armor for Karen. He explained that Karen had been vulnerable during the battle with the lower god. Karaboshi himself might have been able to avoid such attacks, but Karen would not have been able to dodge them, which was why he believed it would be a good idea. Chep agreed and asked Karen if it was alright to let Akane make armor for her. Karen gladly agreed. Finally, they brought out the last item, which was the knight's armor. Karaboshi asked Akane what she thought about it. Unfortunately, Akane replied that she could not appraise it. Karaboshi felt disappointed, as he had thought that if ordinary clerks could not appraise materials obtained from a lower god, then someone like Akane might be able to do it. Akane then asked what Karaboshi intended to do with it. Karaboshi wondered if it would be possible to make armor from it without appraising it first. Akane said that technically it was possible, but normally armor was made after appraising the material so that its properties could be used properly. Since the material was unknown, it would be impossible to determine its qualities, and without proper appraisal, it would be difficult to make something truly valuable from it. Karaboshi then requested Akane to conduct a detailed appraisal of all the materials, including those obtained from the Black Fishman and the Knight. After that, they continued their discussion for a while, and when Karaboshi and Karen finally left, Akane looked again at the Knight's armor. She thought that if she distracted them, Karaboshi might end up doing something ridiculous with it. When she examined the merfolk material, she realized that it was at least from a B-rank monster. However, the black fragments felt as if they possessed even greater power than the merfolk material. To her, they seemed comparable to monsters usually found on the 35th to 40th floors of a dungeon. Because of that, she felt that making an enemy of Karaboshi would be a terrible idea, as he could become a very dangerous opponent in the future. She thought that he must have been close to being crushed without ever fully demonstrating his true abilities, yet it still felt as though he possessed a powerful presence. Remembering all of this made her happy, especially because it meant profit for her. She now had an adventurer who could bring her the finest materials. To Akane, Karaboshi was like a goose that laid golden eggs. Moreover, the strong and capable clerk whom Karaboshi was connected with was none other than Akane herself. She believed that her reputation would surely spread across Japan and that she would continue rising within the company. She even felt that she might not have to work so hard anymore in the future. Later that night, Karaboshi dreamed of a golden goose and of Akane dancing on top of a frying pan. The next day, Akane was cooking something outside her store. When Karaboshi arrived, he wondered what she was doing. Akane coldly replied that she was grilling sweet potatoes that she had received from Tora. She added that it could not be helped and that if they really wanted some, she would share them with them as well. As she was about to ask for something in return, Karaboshi turned to Karen and said that they should get going. As Karaboshi began to leave, Akane grabbed him from behind and told him to wait, saying that it was impossible for her to eat all of them alone and that they should help her. When Karaboshi looked at the potatoes in the container, he was truly surprised because she had received a large amount. Akane then explained that when she shared a portion of the profit with others, it returned to her 100 times more. When Karaboshi and Karen took a bite, they found that the potatoes were extremely tasty because they were so fresh. While they were eating, Akane wondered whether Karaboshi's schedule was free for the next month. Karaboshi replied that he did not have any plans. Akane then revealed that there was a special request to recapture Okushiri Island. She said that the Thailand agency believed the island had been abandoned during the first stampede because of the lack of defense cooperation from outside. She also mentioned that many adventurers had gone missing during the last recapture operation. Karaboshi said that he knew that story and wondered whether it was really safe to go to such a place. Akane replied that they would not be the only ones going there and explained that no matter how many times adventurers eliminated monsters on the island, the monsters kept appearing. Because of that, they had shifted their focus to defeating the dungeon boss, but they had still been unable to find it. She added that this time they simply had to locate the dungeon boss and defeat it. Akane also said that several well-known companies would participate in the operation. She mentioned that the companies Kawasaki, Ichi, and Banma would host the operation, and although everyone was highly motivated, they could not afford to fail again and again. Curious, Karaboshi asked who would lead all those adventurers. Akane replied that Masatsu Go would be the leader and that Shigure seemed to be included in the 5th team. Karaboshi and Karen were amazed to hear that lineup. Karaboshi then wondered why he had been invited even though he was a low-rank adventurer. Akane replied that she did not know the reason either, but someone who knew Karaboshi seemed to be urging him to make a quick decision. Karaboshi then became excited and said that perhaps his reputation had increased, as the views on his blog had also risen by 15, and he felt that things were going to become much better from now on. Akane called him an idiot and said that Karaboshi's presence would still remain 0, no matter what he did. She added that the search robots circling the blocks might be the real source of those views on his blog. Karaboshi felt hurt after hearing that, and Akane continued by asking how he felt now after hearing all that. Karaboshi felt traumatized, but after setting those feelings aside, Akane asked whether he was going to participate in the operation. Karaboshi wondered whether he would simply end up becoming a transporter if he joined that lineup. He also admitted that he was worried about his health. Upon hearing that, Karen asked whether it was still hurting. Karaboshi denied it, but said that he did not know when it might start again. He added that there was also a possibility that it could cause trouble for the people around him, which was why he had not been planning to participate. Akane then stated that the recapture operation would be broadcast live on the internet, and that each team would have a videographer with them. She explained that the battles would be broadcast all over the world, which would make things stand out even more. Suddenly, Karaboshi seemed to feel something different and tried to act cool as he said that he would accept the offer. Karen felt sad, and Akane remarked that it was really easy to manipulate Karaboshi. Finally, the day of departure arrived and Karaboshi got ready with all his belongings. When Karen came, he asked whether she was ready as well. She agreed, but after noticing that Karaboshi's car was still covered, she wondered whether they were not going to drive to their destination. Karaboshi explained that there were not many good roads toward that region of Hokkaido, so if the road was cut off, they might have to abandon the car. Just then, Akane arrived wearing stylish clothes. Karaboshi told her that they had not been waiting for her and asked whether she was going on a trip. She replied that she would be going with them because she was the videographer for their team. Karaboshi was surprised, and Akane remarked that it would be reassuring for them to have a cool and strong beauty accompanying them. Karaboshi insisted that he would not think like that, and asked who would take care of her store since they might be gone for a month or so. Akane told him not to worry, explaining that she had already called her apprentice to take over the store for a while. Karaboshi wondered who Akane's apprentice was going to be. Just then, a lady carrying a bag arrived, and Akane remarked that she was very late. The lady seemed annoyed and said that Akane had asked her only the day before to come there, which had really irritated her because she had to travel to such a remote area. Karaboshi looked at her carefully and realized that it was Oiso, so he greeted her. Oiso was surprised to see that both Karaboshi and Karen were there as well. Karaboshi asked about Oiso's leg injury, and she once again thanked him for the help he had given her last time. Akane then looked at Oiso and mentioned that Oiso owed her a big favor, which was why she wanted to repay Akane somehow. Because of that, she had agreed to take care of the shop. Oiso mentioned that there should be a limit to such requests. Akane replied that it was only for a month, even as Oiso continued complaining about it. Oiso felt that Akane was like a devil. Karaboshi then told Oiso that his house was there, and that the entrance to his garage was actually a dungeon. This left Oiso shocked. Karaboshi explained that there had been a stampede recently, so he did not think anything would happen again so soon, but he asked her to keep an eye on it just in case. Akane added that she had already told Oiso that the store was more important than she thought, so she should not let her guard down. Oiso agreed and told them that she would take responsibility for everything there and asked them to focus on the operation. Finally, the three of them left for their mission. During the trip, the two of them read the description of the dungeon and saw that there were many different opinions from people about it. Finally, after 3 days, they reached Isashi town on Kamomi Island, where many adventurers were already waiting. Karaboshi felt that they all looked like well-known and powerful individuals. Karaboshi soon noticed Masatsugu, and when Masatsugu saw Karaboshi, he raised his hand to greet him. Everyone around them was surprised to see Masatsugu greeting that person, and they began talking about Karaboshi. Karaboshi felt very happy and emotional and asked Akane and Karen whether they had seen how everyone was talking about him. Masatsugu walked closer and said that even though Karaboshi tried so hard to hide his identity, people had already begun to notice him. Karaboshi then raised his hand toward Masatsugu and said that it had been a while. Masatsugu's first question was what Karaboshi thought about the new mask he had given him, as it was the rarest piece in his entire collection. Karaboshi hesitated for a moment and replied that he had kept it as a family treasure. Masatsugu told him that he should use it in his daily life instead. However, Karaboshi explained that he could not do that because Masatsugu was the strongest adventurer in all of Japan, and simply being able to take part in the same operation as him was already a great honor. Masatsugu appreciated Karaboshi's spirit and reached out his hand for a handshake, saying that they would be in the same group and asking Karaboshi to take care of him. Karaboshi replied that he hoped for the same from him. Suddenly, Karaboshi felt something strange, and Masatsugu commented that Karaboshi had become much stronger. Even so, Karaboshi felt that the gap between their abilities was still very large. Just then, Akane stepped in between the two of them. A man interrupted their conversation and asked Masatsugu to give them the final confirmation. Masatsugu agreed and took his leave from Karaboshi. Karaboshi felt that his earlier impression of Masatsugu had been completely different and thought that he was truly an impressive person. He also wondered whether he would ever be able to catch up to him. At the same time, a woman was glancing in their direction. Akane clapped her hands to get the attention of Karaboshi and Karen and said that since they had finished greeting the others, she would explain what they were going to do next. She told them that first they would head toward the island. They were surprised to hear that they would have to take a boat to get there. As the three of them started moving, Akane continued explaining that once they arrived, they would have to eliminate the nearby monsters. After securing the area, they would receive the essential supplies and then keep an eye out for directives from the higher-ups. They agreed and continued moving forward. Later, they were finally able to see their destination island. The scene shifted to the heroes of Pavilion Bar, where Oiso was sitting while a few people around her were congratulating her. She asked them not to be overly dramatic or speak so loudly. They said that it was something worth celebrating and that they were happy she was safe. Oiso agreed and apologized for causing trouble for everyone. She admitted that her carelessness had caused the situation and that they had even had to cover all her expenses. However, they told her not to apologize, saying that she did not need to say such things. Everyone continued enjoying themselves when, all of a sudden, Akane arrived, excitedly asking the waiter to bring more drinks. The four people around Oiso were confused to see her, and the three who had come with Akane were equally confused to see Oiso there. Oiso, clearly annoyed, shouted and asked why Akane had come there to ruin everything. Akane replied that she had gone there, which was why she was so parched. She walked up to Oiso and mentioned that she had been the one who requested the search for her. She explained that although everyone had been reluctant, she had still done it because she believed Oiso was the most suitable person for the task. She added that she had even begged them to proceed with it at her discretion. The others knew that Akane normally never did things like that. Akane then asked whether Oiso had anything to say. Oiso looked very annoyed, and the others wondered whether the two of them were always like this. A girl replied that it was almost like an annual event between them, a strange form of friendship. However, a boy pointed out that the person who had directly helped Oiso was Karaboshi. Oiso also thought that she should personally thank Karaboshi. Akane immediately rejected the idea, and Oiso suddenly shouted, asking why Akane was interfering in that matter. She also admitted that her attitude toward Karaboshi had been terrible before. Akane responded that it was fine because Karaboshi was now like her apprentice. As the two of them kept arguing, the three people with them, along with the others nearby, began to feel increasingly annoyed. Oiso shouted that Karaboshi was a man with backbone. Akane added that Oiso lacked the insight needed to recognize someone like Karaboshi. Oiso shouted back that it made no sense. Someone finally asked both of them to calm down. However, the two suddenly went outside to continue their argument for a second round. The scene returned to the present, where every adventurer, along with Karaboshi's party, was battling monsters after reaching the island. Eventually, everyone managed to clear all the monsters at the port. Akane brought water for Karaboshi and Karen while praising their efforts. Karaboshi wondered if they had already defeated around 100 monsters and remarked that, at such a speed, they would soon be able to recapture the area. However, Akane told them not to think that way, explaining that the entire operation would fail if they could not defeat the boss, and that simply defeating the monsters was not enough. She also said that it was a very time-consuming operation. She then suddenly opened her suitcase and turned it into a chair. Wearing goggles and holding a glass of drink, she lay down as if she were at the beach, saying that they should take a break while they could. Karaboshi told her not to let her guard down, but she told him not to worry because there were remarkably strong adventurers around them, so it was the safest place in all of Japan. Just then, a girl came to greet Akane and mentioned that it had been a long time since they had met. When Akane saw her, she got up to meet the girl and remarked that she was as small as ever. The girl felt annoyed and wondered where Akane was looking while saying such things. Akane then called the lady Shorty and introduced her as Aoi from Team Bravers, stating that she was their puppeteer. Karaboshi and Karen were shocked because Aoi was ranked 5th in the pre-board. Akane revealed that Aoi had once been her disciple, which left both Karaboshi and Karen even more surprised. Aoi replied that she was no longer her disciple, though she admitted that she had been one in the past. Karaboshi greeted Aoi, introduced himself, and said that he was willing to work together with her. Aoi inspected Karaboshi and remarked that it was amazing how faint his presence was, making the mask appear as if it were floating in the air. After a while, she turned to Akane and wondered if she was watching over Karaboshi, since no one other than Keigamitsu from Ariel had informed her about Karaboshi's existence. She also wondered where Akane had found someone like him. Akane simply smirked and said that it was a trade secret. Aoi felt annoyed, and Akane continued by saying that she had nothing to say about someone who had sold his soul to Kawasaki. Annoyed, Aoi left, telling Akane to enjoy her new toy. After she had gone, Karaboshi asked Akane if Aoi had really been her disciple, and Akane replied that there were many things behind it. Suddenly, they heard that the scout team had returned. When Karaboshi noticed Kagamitsu, he asked if he had arrived first. Akane replied that Masatsugu was in command, and that Becky was also there, handling the reconnaissance. A man then approached Karaboshi and asked about the leader, so Karaboshi went to discuss it with him. Meanwhile, Karen pointed somewhere and asked Akane what it was. As Akane looked at it, she said that it was a newly designed, ultra-compact electricity generator from Ichibishi. She added that one of those was sufficient for 2 units because it was constructed using hot stone, which made it very clean. Karen found it amazing and wondered if she could buy something like that. However, Akane denied it, explaining that if it ran at full capacity, it would only last for a month. Karen seemed disappointed, and Karaboshi asked if she really wanted it, since she loved gathering information and wanted to use the internet freely. He added that since its lifespan was only 1 month, it would still be fine depending on how it was operated during that time. Suddenly, Masatsuki drew everyone's attention and introduced himself. He explained that the purpose of the operation was to put an end to the monster overflow that had been occurring on the island. To achieve that, their main objective was to locate and defeat the boss. Secondly, the Bravers team would be in charge of defending the base port. He also mentioned that the more small monsters they killed, the more would likely emerge from the dungeon. However, he asked everyone to keep in mind that their initial objective was not to get sidetracked by those smaller monsters. He urged them to focus on searching for the boss, explaining that the stronger adventurers would hunt the boss while the others would take care of the remaining monsters. Finally, he appealed to them to remember their role as adventurers, which was to shield ordinary people from the dangers surrounding the dungeon. He continued his speech, explaining that there were also people risking their lives for the mission, so he could never afford to lose those ordinary people. That was why he had assigned a total of 4 Bravers teams to defend them. He added that he would make up for that decision by achieving successful results. He then returned to the main topic and showed them the map while explaining that the island was equivalent in size to Kawasaki City, and that finding a single boss among dozens of monsters would be extremely difficult. However, he said that they had people who excelled at exploration, and he was confident that the operation would succeed because they had highly capable combatants. He also suggested that the procedure should be streamed live for the general public, explaining that by letting people see what the adventurers were doing, it might relieve the anxiety and rejection that arose from misunderstanding or lack of information. He warned that if anyone made a mistake, they should avoid doing anything strange in front of the cameras, otherwise his vlog would go up in flames. A signal was then given to begin the broadcast, and the camera crews assigned to each team were told to collect their equipment at the headquarters. He encouraged everyone, saying that they would surely take the island back. Everyone began preparing. Akane took her camera and said that she had borrowed it for the broadcast. She added that she needed to attach a GPS somewhere on the camera so that it would not be lost during battle. She also mentioned that in previous recapture attempts, many adventurers had vanished, so the stream should be checked regularly, although there might only be one staff member monitoring it. Just then, a lady brought a container to Akane, and Karaboshi wondered what it was. Akane replied that it contained the new equipment for Karaboshi and Karen. They were delighted, and as they put it on, Karaboshi wondered if it had been made from the black armor and asked why it had changed from black to a deep blue color. Akane thought for a moment and said that the color had suddenly changed while she was refining it, but the durability test results seemed perfect. She also said that its performance was much better than the original. Henry agreed and told them that they should get going, become accustomed to their new equipment, and test it out immediately. After that, they headed toward the forest. The operation had finally begun, and everyone was receiving a good number of viewers. However, when it came to Karaboshi's team, they had only one viewer, which left them disappointed, especially since it had already been 10 minutes and the number had not increased. Akane even realized that the single view was from the staff member who was monitoring everything, meaning that no one else was actually watching their stream. Karaboshi called out to her, asking if she was excited about the situation. However, she could not reply because she was thinking about how the other teams had far better viewer numbers. Karen understood Akane's reaction, but Karaboshi remained excited. He explained that he was not famous and did not have high expectations, yet he hoped that their performance would lead to positive publicity. Confidently, he suggested that they should move forward and do their best. Akane thought that there was nothing to spread as publicity with 0 viewers. However, she also considered that with the help of Karaboshi's skill board, her own magic, and the skills of Chep, something might still happen. Even so, she felt that it might be better to keep those abilities a secret. He then remembered the past when they had all been at his home. Karaboshi had been watching Chep stay very close to Ria and admire her a lot, which made him wonder what Chep actually wanted. Chep replied that she had simply wiped off some dirt earlier, but now that she looked closely, they were all quite filthy as well. So she began cleaning Karaboshi, Akane, and Karen, feeling very happy as she said it would be disgraceful for Ria's servants to be so dirty. Suddenly, the two of them felt very light, and Karaboshi mentioned that something inside him might have been dissolved and wondered if that was also part of shamanism. Chep agreed and said that it was indeed her doing. Karaboshi then thought that if other people found out about it, Chep would become even more of a target, so they would need to be careful about it. The scene returned to the present, where Karaboshi was moving ahead while Karen and Akane followed behind. Karen quietly asked Akane how many viewers they currently had. Akane simply signaled that it was 0. Both of them felt that things were going to be tough for their team. That night, when everyone returned to the base, Kagamitsu noticed that Karaboshi was sitting silently. When he went over to check, Karaboshi was holding up 3 fingers. Kagamitsu wondered if something was wrong. Karaboshi suddenly started crying, saying that only 3 people had watched his live broadcast, while Masatsugu had around 100,000 viewers and everyone else had a good number as well. Kagamitsu mentioned that he had received around 20,000 views himself. Seeing Karaboshi cry, he tried to cheer him up by saying that it was only the first day and that there would be another chance for him the next day. After a while, Karaboshi calmed down and asked if there had been any trace of the boss. Kagamitsu replied that they had not found anything, and that even Becky's reconnaissance had revealed nothing. When Karaboshi wondered if there was even a boss at all, Kagamitsu said that he was sure there was one. At that moment, Masatsugu also arrived. The 3 of them began discussing the situation, and Kagamitsu asked what evidence supported the claim that a boss existed. Masatsugu replied that the monsters were still overflowing. Since they had already dealt with many of them earlier, the surge of monsters should have stopped, but it had not, which suggested that the boss was still present. Kagamitsu added that if Masatsugu's claim were true, it was strange that they had not been able to find the boss despite having many adventurers searching for it. Normally, one would assume there were other factors involved. Masatsugu responded that, given the situation, it was still more reasonable to presume that a boss existed. While the two of them glanced at each other, Karaboshi was deep in thought. He realized that it was true they could not let their guard down if they wanted to defeat the boss, and that they had to avoid dangerous situations. Masatsugu looked at Karaboshi and tried to calm him, saying that he should not rush because acting in haste would only put them in a worse situation. After that, Masatsugu went to meet the others. Karaboshi commented that Masatsugu was amazing. Despite being on the front line himself, he never seemed tired and kept meeting everyone while remaining completely composed, which made him appear like a true hero. Kagamitsu did not seem pleased to hear that, and said that many people depended on Masatsugu. Karaboshi looked at his face and wondered if something had happened. Kagamitsu hesitated to say anything, and only mentioned that he needed to become stronger. Karaboshi agreed with him. Akane then arrived and announced that the dinner supplies had finally arrived, including sea unicorn, salmon, and many other foods. Everyone enjoyed the meal together. The scene then skipped the second day and moved to the third day of the operation. Karaboshi slashed through monsters and asked Akane if there had still been no results that day. He even suggested that they should take a break. Akane continued filming and commented on his gloomy expression, saying that it was only the third day. Karaboshi replied that he understood that, but he felt as if they were not making any progress. Unlike in a dungeon, there were no floors here, and the monsters remained the same, which made him wonder whether this approach was really the best option. Before Akane could say more, Kagamitsu arrived and said that they were worrying too much. They all decided to take a short rest near a river, where Dora was also present. Kagamitsu explained to Karaboshi that recapture operations rarely provided immediate results. Having participated in many such operations in the past, he understood how Karaboshi was feeling. Karaboshi then realized that everything was connected. Kagamitsu had been actively involved in the efforts to retake lands in Hokkaido that had been occupied by monsters. Kagamitsu told Karaboshi that he did not understand why Karaboshi was in such a hurry. He acknowledged that Karaboshi was strong and had powerful allies, but that did not mean he could solve everything alone. No matter how powerful someone was, they could not accomplish everything by themselves. If Karaboshi understood that, he would also understand the feelings of people who acted neither recklessly nor impatiently. Karaboshi thanked him for those words. At that moment, Akane called out to Kagamitsu and remarked that he had really become a good speaker. Kagamitsu felt slightly awkward and turned away, saying that they should get going. Eventually, they all arrived at a hot spring and decided to go inside. Many other people were there as well, and it was mentioned that the water from the well was known as a natural hot spring that flowed directly from the source. Karaboshi wondered if it was really okay for them to use it, and Kagamitsu replied that it was. However, Masatsugu suddenly appeared in front of them and denied it. He said that while it was good to see two teams cooperating, and he had come to check on them for that reason, even if the management had not prohibited it, common sense should tell them that it was not appropriate to use it in their current situation. Therefore, they should not use it. Karen complained that she smelled terrible, and when Akane leaned closer to check, she said that it was not noticeable from a distance. Dora also wanted to take a bath. Kagamitsu questioned the situation and said that they should consider everyone's circumstances. Masatsugu seemed annoyed, but eventually said that they could use it on one condition. He would lead them somewhere else first. Karaboshi then wondered where they had even gotten those towels and tubs. As they succeeded in accessing the hot spring, all the boys were ready, while the girls went to a different section, with Masatsuki even asking them to return after an hour. They would be happy, but also shocked to see the things placed there. After that, when they started taking a bath, they felt very relaxed and mentioned that they appreciated Masatsuki's work in placing the girls in a different section, saying that he was truly acting like a diligent hero. Someone even remarked that Masatsuki was a different kind of person. Masatsuki was sitting with them and stated that he could hear everything they were saying. Suddenly, Kagamitsu noticed that the shower was not working and thought about using the water from the bathtub instead. Karaboshi was currently washing his hair with shampoo when Kagamitsu brought some water and mentioned that he would pour it over Karaboshi. Karaboshi said that he felt sorry for causing such trouble, but he also mentioned that it reminded him of the hot spring where he had once been healed, which made him excited. However, things turned unexpected as the water poured on him was extremely hot for his body. Kagamitsu apologized. The others were also burned as the temperature suddenly rose to 50 degrees, and they wondered whether they could even take a bath now. However, without any hesitation, Masatsuki went inside the bathtub, covering his hair, and asked them to get in silently. The others were shocked, and Masatsuki continued by saying that it was the proper way to show respect for the hot spring. He added that everyone should get inside. While Karaboshi and Kagamitsu got in, both of them struggled. Kagamitsu remarked that it felt even worse when the water reached up to their shoulders, and they wondered how Masatsuki could endure it. Karaboshi also wondered how Masatsuki was able to remain calm in such heat. Masatsuki explained that he was used to it and mentioned a dungeon called Shinzoku, where there was a zone from the 40th floor that constantly emitted hot steam. He said that it had been very challenging at first, and that he now found himself missing it. Karaboshi was sweating heavily and commented that it sounded like quite an ordeal in that dungeon. Masatsuki replied that it was manageable and added that there were people in the world who suffered far worse, especially considering the hardships faced by the islanders who had abandoned Okushiri Island. Just then, he asked Karaboshi about Tokyo. Suddenly losing his temper, Kagamitsu stood up and said that if it was really that tough, it would eventually wear Masatsuki down. Karaboshi agreed and added that Masatsuki had earlier said they were all in it together, so Masatsuki did not have to bear the burden alone, even for once. Masatsuki apologized, saying that he had not thought it through, and then asked why the two of them had come out of the hot spring and were standing there. They replied that they were cooling their bodies. The girls wondered whether the boys were peeking toward their side, but Karaboshi denied it. Suddenly, Chep came to check and commented that the situation looked crude and dangerous. Just then, they were hit by a bucket that Akane had thrown, and the others appreciated her skill. While they were reacting to that, Dora mentioned that Akane looked very lovely at that moment, and that she was strong as well. Akane revealed that she had never been so serious before. Hearing that, Dora wondered what she meant, while Becky commented that Akane truly was very strong. As they talked about Karen's age, they learned that she was 18 years old. They then checked Karaboshi's age and found that he was 23, making him older than Kagamitsu. After a while, Akane mentioned that if they did not know already, Aoi was 20 years old. Everyone was surprised and commented that adventurers were always mysterious. Finally, after an hour, when everyone came out, the boys were extremely warm because of the temperature. Dora commented that they all looked like tomatoes. Akane told them that they should get in together next time. Karaboshi politely took the lead on the path and mentioned that they should come back there again if they had the chance. Karen agreed with him. Akane then wondered where Masatsugu was. Masatsugu soon arrived after getting ready, and when Akane noticed the sword in his hand, she asked if something had happened. He replied that while everyone had been inside the hot spring, he had checked the surroundings and found a rather interesting monster that was stronger than the one they had encountered before. He added that he had defeated it, but its corpse had suddenly disappeared. Everyone was confused after hearing that. Kagamitsu wondered if it had been a boss, but Masatsugu denied it, explaining that its presence did not feel like that of a boss and was more like that of a henchman. Becky then tried to use her power, but was unable to sense anything. Masatsugu then ordered everyone to head to the nearby base and asked them to raise their alert level. Everyone agreed. When they arrived at the base, they found that it looked like some kind of mutation had occurred. Aoi and Shigure were already there, and Aoi mentioned that they were late. Masatsugu wondered why the two of them were together. Aoi replied that since they had not returned, they thought there might have been an emergency. Shigure said that he had seen where Masatsugu was heading and figured that he would come to the base, which was why they had waited there. He apologized and mentioned that he would report it to the headquarters, adding that they should come along as well. Another person said that they would fortify the perimeter, and Masatsugu left that task to them. Meanwhile, Aoi and Shigure stared at Karaboshi, which confused him. Suddenly, Aoi approached him and asked him to come with her later. Karaboshi, still confused, agreed. As everyone watched, Aoi asked for a duel. Karaboshi excused himself from Akane, and Akane wondered if he was planning to call off the duel. Karaboshi hesitated because his opponent was the top ranker, but Akane replied that Aoi would take it easy on him. Masatsugu reminded them that it was only a sparring match and told them to make sure it would not affect the raid the next day. Karaboshi simply replied that he would not hold back. Masatsugu was also curious about how far Karaboshi had progressed. Akane was excited and told him not to worry, saying that she had plenty of healing potions and that they would be at the company's expense. Kagamitsu said that he was betting a beer on Karaboshi, while Dora took Aoi's side. Karaboshi only thought of Aoi as the younger one, but she somehow heard that, and Karaboshi quickly said that it was not what he meant. However, Aoi became annoyed and summoned 2 dolls with her, which transformed and surprised Karaboshi. Aoi then asked someone to give the signal to start. Akane agreed and gave the signal for the fight. Suddenly, one of the dolls rushed to strike Karaboshi, but he dodged and wondered how it even worked. Aoi said that she would let Karaboshi take the first move. Karaboshi thanked her and accepted the offer, striking the doll in front of him. Although he managed to land a few scratches, nothing happened. 2 more dolls soon surrounded Karaboshi and began attacking him. While Karaboshi dodged one of them, he was captured by another so that it could strike him. However, Karaboshi turned the situation around and made one doll hit the other instead. At that moment, he began to feel more interested in the battle. While Karaboshi was battling, he realized that the attacks were repeating. Metallic sounds rang out lightly, but they were ineffective. He thought that although the dolls were coordinating their efforts, their precision was lacking, and his speed was overwhelming them at that moment. Suddenly, Karaboshi was captured by the giant bird doll, and upon Aoi's indication, it tightened its grip. After a while, Aoi said that she was disappointed, explaining that she had been curious about Karaboshi because Akane seemed to have her eyes on him, but it appeared that there was nothing particularly special about him. She then turned toward Akane and wondered what was so great about Karaboshi that made Akane interested in him. Karaboshi was still not free from the grip, yet he said that he must learn everything he could from that battle and that it was truly impressive. Aoi was shocked and wondered who Karaboshi was to give her such an unsettling feeling. Akane commented that it was just as she had thought. Karaboshi then landed a punch on the giant doll, freeing himself, and moved to attack Aoi. However, she again sent her dolls to block him. Karaboshi suddenly used his high speed, creating smoke around the area. Before Aoi could understand what had happened, all of her dolls reverted to their normal state, leaving her shocked as the threads controlling them had also been cut. Confused, she noticed that Karaboshi was standing behind her, asking if he had scored a point. She denied it, saying that the giant doll was still there. Karaboshi then jumped over it and slashed, causing its head to crash. After that, everyone was surprised that Karaboshi had defeated an A ranker. Aoi was truly shocked and refused to accept her defeat, even tearing up. Suddenly, she ran away while saying that the match was only on hold and that Karaboshi should remember it. Karaboshi was confused and wondered what he should do with her dolls. Meanwhile, everyone glared at him as if it were his fault that Aoi had cried. As Karaboshi was about to deliver those things to Aoi, Akane stopped him and said that she would give them to her and that Karaboshi only needed to clean up after himself, as she would take care of the rest. Shigure glared at him and suddenly stepped forward, saying that it was now her turn. Karaboshi was shocked to hear that, and the others also objected. On the other hand, Akane went to Aoi and wondered whether she had understood from her earlier fight what kind of talent Karaboshi possessed. Aoi refused to acknowledge him and continued to place herself above Karaboshi. Akane remarked that Aoi had always been like that. The scene reminded Akane of the past, when Vrara City had been under attack by monsters and people had struggled to save others. Akane had been part of the rescue team and had asked everyone to start moving people back, while also reminding them to replenish the first aid kits. A woman then called out to her, saying that the monsters were gathering in the East Ward. Hearing this, Akane decided to go there and left the place in the others' care. When she arrived, she found a stuffed toy lying among a group of people, which shocked her as she thought it might belong to a child nearby. Suddenly, she heard a voice telling her to stay away from that toy. Confused, Akane noticed that the stuffed toy was moving on its own. Then she saw a girl standing behind it, and that girl turned out to be Aoi. Returning to the present, Akane told her that, at that time, humans and monsters had been mixed together in chaos, yet Aoi had awakened a power that never faltered. Her gaze had remained resolute and steadfast, which was the reason Akane had recruited her. Aoi also commented that Akane had changed a lot, saying that Akane had trained her only to cast her aside. The scene then reminded Akane of the past, when she had been working and Aoi had come to her happily, saying that she had received a sponsorship from Kawasaki Industries and that it was for the Braver Party, which was incredibly prestigious. Akane appreciated her and said that it marked the end of her support, adding that someday Aoi would become a top ranker, so she should not underestimate herself. She also mentioned that Kawasaki was a good company, so Aoi could aim higher than she could if they stayed together, and therefore she should give it her best. Aoi was shocked and asked Akane to join her as well. She said that she had already spoken to the high-ranking people at Kawasaki, and they had assured her that they would sign Akane too by making her an exclusive employee of Braver with a managerial role. Akane gently wondered whether Aoi had really asked them to do that. Aoi then looked sad and asked if Akane was discarding her. The scene returned to the present, where Aoi became very angry and said that Akane would surely regret it and that she was not going to acknowledge her. Aoi then stood up and left, while Akane sat silently, saying that she had really thought she had been the one prolonging everything. She then reminded herself that she had truly made her disciple show such a strange expression, which was shameful for her. In the past, she had been furious with the company for taking no action despite her repeated complaints, even though they had recognized Aoi's talent. That was why other companies had approached Aoi. However, what had annoyed her the most was that she had lacked the power to stop Aoi, but now she believed that she would not make the same mistake again. As Akane returned, she found that Karaboshi had been heavily injured by Shiguri, who was sitting over him and wondering if he was finished. Karen was very worried about Karaboshi, and as she went to check on him, Akane thought that perhaps it had been a mistake and that things would work out one day for sure. She then asked Karaboshi how he was feeling after being defeated by Shigure. Shigure asked Karaboshi for another round, but Karaboshi said that he was very disappointed with his own performance. The next day, when they were on an exploration mission, Akane and Karen were frightened by something, while Karaboshi looked at the monster frog without any concern. Akane told him to stop zoning out and deal with it quickly. Karaboshi agreed, but suddenly the frog used its long tongue to capture her, and she cried out for help. Karaboshi wondered if the frog wanted to swallow her and joked about whether she had a habit of getting eaten by monsters. Akane shouted that it was not a habit. At that moment, a few viewers were confused when they saw slime through Akane's camera feed. Just then, Karaboshi rushed forward, cut off the frog's tongue, and freed Akane. After that, he defeated the frog. Everyone praised Karaboshi. A while later, after Akane had washed off her clothes, she complained that she was not feeling well and told Karaboshi that he should protect her more carefully. Karaboshi simply told her to calm down and focus on her work. He then thought that Akane probably had higher combat ability than anyone else around them. Akane looked at the camera and noticed that it was no longer broken, so she decided to check the broadcast screen. When she looked at it, she was so surprised that she accidentally fell into the river. Karaboshi was confused, but Akane said that she had just been cleaning her troubled heart. She explained that she had felt like an obstacle when such an amazing person was appearing on the screen. However, she wondered whether she should tell them about it. When she finally told Karaboshi, he became very happy and said that he would try even harder. Soon after, Karaboshi challenged a strong monster, but was defeated by it. The live stream then ended, and Akane decided that she would not say anything more to them. She believed that Karaboshi would not fall behind, and staying silent would allow him to fight with his best effort. She then started the live stream again, and Karaboshi, along with Karen, began battling the monsters. There were many monsters surrounding them. Karen commented that the monsters did not seem to be decreasing and wondered if it was because the stampede was still continuing. Karaboshi then asked Akane about the broadcasting. Akane did not respond to him properly because she felt that it would not be good to say that almost 135 people were watching the stream. Karaboshi wondered if he had even announced it on his blog. Chep said that she was very tired and could barely breathe because of the strong stench of the monsters, adding that she just needed a short rest. All of a sudden, Chep noticed a very beautiful stone nearby. She went to check it and said that it would look very pretty on Ria. However, when she tried to pick it up, she realized that it was extremely heavy. Karen went over to see what Chep was doing, and when Karaboshi noticed them, he suddenly felt the entire area start to rumble. They were all confused. Suddenly, a hole appeared beneath Karen and Chep, causing them to fall in, and Karaboshi immediately jumped in after them. Akane was shocked, and when she tried to follow them, the hole suddenly disappeared. She wondered what she should do now. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were telling her to contact the headquarters. Akane wondered if this had been a trap from the beginning. Suddenly, several wolves appeared nearby, and Akane realized that the situation was getting worse. The scene then shifted to the cave where Karaboshi, Karen, and Chep had fallen. Chep said that she had thought they were going to die. They wondered where they were and questioned whether it might be an underground dungeon. Suddenly, they heard some frightening sounds. Karaboshi then summoned Ria and Esta as well. He asked Karen if she could also feel the strong presence and wondered how they had failed to notice it until now. He suggested that the underground space might have been hidden the entire time. Karaboshi then wondered if it was the presence of the dungeon boss and suggested that they should go and check it for a while. Karen wondered whether Akane would be fine and suggested that they should return to regroup with her. Karaboshi agreed that it might be smarter to go back and make some preparations. However, he then suggested changing the plan and said that they should first look for an exit. He also added that they needed to stay alert so that they would not accidentally run into the boss. Up on the ground, Akane had already been injured while fighting the wolves. She realized that these wolves were different from the ones they had faced earlier, and she felt that becoming popular had made things much harder for her. She continued fighting, but suddenly noticed a wolf behind her and wondered if it was about to deliver the finishing blow, as the wolves had completely surrounded her. Although she was fighting them all alone, Aoi suddenly arrived and used her doll to strike the wolves, saying that they understood the situation now and that everything would be fine. Akane commented that it was quite cheeky of her. Soon after, Masatsugi and Kagamitsu also arrived to help. Meanwhile, Shigure was battling other monsters at some distance. On the other hand, Karaboshi and Karen were terrified because they had come face to face with a very frightening monster. A few minutes earlier, while Karaboshi and Karen were walking forward, they noticed that there were holes scattered all around them. As they continued moving, Karaboshi sensed a powerful presence ahead, and he realized that it was time to allocate all of his remaining skill points. He suddenly stopped everyone and said that they did not know what they were about to face, so they should prepare themselves in advance. While Karaboshi began allocating the points, Karen also said that she wanted to adjust her own stats. Karaboshi increased Ria's stamina and strength, strengthened Esta's defense-related skills, and enhanced Chep's shamanic power. After that, he focused on improving his own abilities, raising his vitality, techniques, and intuition. Once they finished preparing, they moved forward again. Soon, they noticed something rising from the water ahead of them. It was a strange monster staring directly at them. At that moment, Karaboshi felt as if the monster had spoken, as though it were saying that history awaited them. The monster suddenly attacked them, and Karaboshi immediately rushed forward to strike it. However, he soon realized that his attack passed straight through the monster's body. Karaboshi felt that his footing was terrible, as he could not find a firm stance, which made the battle extremely difficult for him. Suddenly, the situation improved slightly when Ria fired a shot at the monster. As the monster attacked Karaboshi, Esta stepped in and took the hits for him. When Karaboshi jumped to dodge another attack, a powerful wave of water suddenly struck him and dragged him backward. As they struggled to stand up again, Karaboshi asked if everyone was all right. They realized that the earlier wave of water had likely been a form of magic. Karaboshi then noticed that Ria and Esta were already in bad condition. While Karaboshi was checking on them, the monster suddenly launched another attack. Karen quickly stood up and used her magic, telling Karaboshi to stay where he was. The monster was suddenly struck by a lightning-like shock, which confused Karaboshi because it was not Karen's usual magic. She fired another shock and explained to Karaboshi that it was a type of magic she had never used before. The magic did not have much power and was mainly meant to slow the monster down. Karaboshi said that it was already enough and rushed forward to attack again, but the monster used its weapon to push him back once more. Karaboshi was struck and thrown several meters away, and he wondered what they should do next. Meanwhile, Karen thought about the past. When they had fought the black armor before, she had been extremely frustrated because her magic had not worked on it and had only made the situation worse. She had regretted that ever since. Because she could not openly use certain magic in front of others, she had decided to create a new technique. That was why she had developed the magic of an invisible static shock. Karaboshi realized that it was a trap that could be placed anywhere and wondered if that meant there were traps on their side as well. Karen agreed, but she explained that the magic was invisible to anyone except her. Because of that, if Karaboshi accidentally stepped on one of the traps, he could get injured. Karaboshi found the idea fascinating and said that it meant he would have to fight the monster while avoiding those traps. Instead of worrying, he became excited, saying that once everything was in place, he would also show off his new skill. Karaboshi then focused his concentration, and Karen wondered why he seemed so excited. Suddenly, his mask began glowing so brightly that Karen could barely see him. Karaboshi said that he was being serious because when he gathered energy to release his new technique, it shone intensely, which made the moment feel incredible. Meanwhile, the monster raised its weapon and prepared for another attack, something both Karaboshi and Karen quickly noticed. The monster then unleashed several attacks at them. They ran in different directions to dodge them. Karaboshi told Esta to go with Karen while he called Chep to follow him. While giving instructions, Karaboshi also told Karen to watch for an opening and strike the monster with full force when the opportunity appeared. As they continued dodging the monster's attacks, Karaboshi finally found his chance and rushed forward, striking the monster and leaving a deep cut on it. Karen was surprised by that technique and wondered when Karaboshi had learned it. Karaboshi replied that he had learned it just the other day. That reminded him of the past, when he had been extremely disappointed and had been in the garage dungeon, trying to figure out what he could do with spiritual energy. It had been very noticeable, and many monsters had started to gather around him. However, he had thought there must be more to it than simply glowing. Suddenly, a monster had attacked him from behind, but he had turned around and slashed it down. The slash had even cut the monster into 2 pieces. That had been the moment when Karaboshi had realized that when he infused his blade with spiritual energy, it instantly started growing larger. Since the enemy could not see it, they did not even realize they had been cut by it. Returning to the present, Karaboshi mentioned that they could now fight like that. As he kept fighting, he understood that the monster was faint and that he could see its weak points glowing. Finally, his attacks and skills were working against it. Suddenly, Karaboshi noticed 3 glowing points and was about to attack them, but a water wave hit them again and pushed them some distance away. Karaboshi thought that they had to do something about it. After taking so many hits, his stamina was almost gone, and he had to retreat with Ria quickly. Otherwise, things would be in danger. He also needed to find a breakthrough. Chep came over and told Karaboshi to pull himself together, saying that they needed to dry Ria's body quickly so that things would settle down. Karaboshi wondered why Chep was so energetic at that moment. Chep asked why Karaboshi was asking something like that. Karaboshi seemed to realize something and discussed it with Karen. She wondered whether he was sure about it. Karaboshi replied that he did not know, but they did not have any other choice and could not defeat the monster like that. It was either all or nothing, so they just had to do it. The scene then shifted to Masatsugi, who was slashing at the beasts. Everyone around him was exhausted because the beasts kept coming, and it felt as though the waves of attacks were getting stronger. Akane said that it seemed more monsters were appearing around them. Masatsugi asked her if she had noticed it as well. Kajimitsu wondered why they had not said anything sooner and asked what they should do now. A man excused himself and reported that there had been an emergency call from the unit stating that those black monsters were emerging all across the island. Everyone was shocked to hear that news, and the man added that things were going bad and wondered how long they would even last. There was a moment of heavy silence, and then Masatsugi asked everyone to fall back because they were about to use their trump card. He clenched his hands, thinking that he had never wanted to use it, but there was no other choice. He then called Aoi and asked her to stay back because the technique would take time to activate, and during that time he would be completely defenseless. Aoi seemed confident and replied that she would handle it. As everyone was leaving, Akane told them not to do anything reckless. Aoi, however, said that they did not have time to play it safe. Masatsugi then began to chant, while Aoi, along with her dolls, protected him from all sides. The scene then shifted to Karaboshi's battle with the strange monster. Karen prepared to strike it once again with a lightning attack. At that moment, Karaboshi moved in to attack while the monster defended itself. Karaboshi then gave a signal to Chep, and it disappeared. The cursed water that had been deflecting Ria was nullified as a wave of water flowed toward them. Karaboshi felt relieved when he realized that Chep's spiritual power had neutralized that wave. He quickly moved closer to the monster, aimed at its weak point, and slashed off its head with a single strike, leaving Karen and Esta amazed. Masatsugi was surprised to see that the beasts were disappearing on their own, but he wondered why, since they had not even attacked. Kagemitsu and the others arrived, happy and believing that Masatsugi had done it. However, Masatsugi stated that he had not done anything. A man then brought news from the base, reporting that all the monsters around the island had suddenly disappeared. The viewers were also happy to see that and began appreciating everyone. Masatsugi mentioned that it was the same phenomenon that occurred when the boss was defeated, but Aoi pointed out that Masatsugi had not done anything, so she wondered who could have caused it. Akane replied that it had to be Karaboshi, as he was returning right then. Soon after, Karaboshi and Karen arrived, and Masatsugi was surprised to see them. Later, they all returned and held a big celebration. Kagemitsu praised Karaboshi, saying that he had defeated the boss once again and stolen the entire show. As he patted Karaboshi on the back, Karaboshi replied that it had only been a coincidence. While everyone was enjoying themselves, Karaboshi thought that those lively moments were wonderful. Kagemitsu then said that he had a proposition and asked Karaboshi if he would team up with them. Karaboshi looked confused and wondered if he meant a team merger. Kagemitsu denied it and explained that if something ever happened to them, they wanted Karaboshi to step in and act publicly in their place. However, Karaboshi replied that compared to Ariel, they really lacked strength. Kagemitsu disagreed, saying that Karaboshi was already more than enough for them. Suddenly, he looked around, leaned closer to Karaboshi, and told him that Karaboshi was still hiding something. Karaboshi hesitated, unsure whether he should tell him about it. Karaboshi was reminded of the time after they had defeated the dungeon boss. Everyone had been very happy, and Karaboshi had apologized while helping Ria up and looking at Karen. Suddenly, Karen called out and told him to look ahead. They saw something in front of them, and Karaboshi realized that it was the dungeon core. He touched it to absorb its power, and while checking his skill board, he found that a lot of information had appeared at once. As he looked through it, he discovered that they had the option to terminate the dungeon. Karen was surprised and asked if it was true. However, Karaboshi thought that things would become problematic if the dungeon disappeared, so he refused to do it. After gaining control of the dungeon core of Kamui Kotan, Karaboshi thought about many things. He explained to Karen that if the dungeon disappeared, they would no longer be able to harvest potato melons or rice. the essential materials needed for normal life would disappear, and many adventurers would lose their jobs. Although Karaboshi wanted to get rid of the dungeons and monsters, he believed that if they disappeared suddenly, it would create serious trouble for everyone. Because of that, he felt he could not make such a decision on his own. Karen also hated monsters because many people around her had been killed by them, and she wanted to save those who were suffering. However, she admitted that she was worried about him. She explained that if people discovered he had such an ability, they might even try to kill him. She also pointed out that the last time his skill board had absorbed energy from the core, and there was no guarantee that it would not affect his body someday. Even if monsters continued to appear on the island, there were strong adventurers who could handle them, and the two of them would help as well. Therefore, she believed they should not get rid of the dungeon for now. Karaboshi gently placed his hand on her shoulder, smiled at her, and thanked her for her support. The scene returned to the present, where Kagamitsu said that he did not mean to force an answer from Karaboshi, and that he believed Karaboshi would become the top adventurer in Hokkaido in the near future. Karaboshi felt very happy hearing that. Kagamitsu continued by saying that Karaboshi's current ability did not matter and that he would support him, while Karaboshi would protect Hokkaido by standing in the spotlight. Karaboshi happily accepted the offer and they finally made the deal. However, Kagamitsu asked him to hold off on mentioning it publicly for now, as he believed Karaboshi would become the greatest strength of Hokkaido and wanted to keep him there at any cost. Everything was going well, and after 3 days, Karaboshi returned home with Akane and Karen. As Akane went to the store, she found Oiso sitting in a cold bathtub in a very inappropriate state, wearing only her undergarments because she was feeling extremely hot. She was also using a hand fan along with a normal fan pointed toward herself. She felt embarrassed when Akane saw her, and Akane teased her, saying that she had really let her guard down. Oiso quickly put on some clothes and congratulated them on the successful operation. Karaboshi thanked her for holding down the fort while they were away. She replied that it was nothing since it was her job. Karen and Akane glanced at her, and Oiso revealed that she had expected Karaboshi to take more time to return after such a successful operation. Karaboshi replied that he had considered staying a bit longer, but Aoi kept challenging him to duels along with Shigur, so he had to leave. Akane added that Aoi had been very upset that Karaboshi defeated the boss and had been quite angry about it. They then wondered what Oiso planned to do next. Oiso replied that since Akane had returned, she would go back to the Sapporo branch. Karaboshi gave her a souvenir before she left. As they watched her go, Akane commented that they had just returned and were already heading to another dungeon, which showed how dedicated they were. Oiso remarked that Akane had also been very active during the operation. They both went inside the store, where Akane explained that even without Karaboshi's constant presence, he still managed to accomplish unbelievable things. She added that she wished she could show others what had happened because they would not have believed it otherwise. She then asked how things had been going at the store. Oiso replied that there had been no problems and everything had been peaceful. However, after the garage incident, she finally understood what Akane had meant when she said the store was very important. If the sales figures from the branches so far were accurate, their results were 50 times greater than those of a typical adventurer team, which was truly unbelievable. Akane said that the mask team was their most important customer and that maintaining a strong connection with them was all thanks to the store. She added excitedly that with their recent achievements, they had firmly established their status as a golden goose, which was why she would never let them go. Oiso then said that it might already be too late. Hearing that, Akane wondered what she meant by it. Oiso showed her something, and when Akane saw it, she realized that it was the result of the recapture operation. There was no problem with it, as it would make it easier to push things forward. Oiso asked her to show it there, saying that some higher-ups were still forming groups and discussing what had happened back then. Akane, being excited, stated that if anyone wanted to challenge her one-on-one, they were all welcome. Oiso was disappointed with all of this and wondered who it was that had been demoted from the elite path all the way to Hokkaido. She was reminded of an unpleasant memory in which Akane had shouted that not securing Aoi with the Ichibishi company was unthinkable and had asked how blind they all could be. Everyone had tried to stop Akane at that time, while Oiso had thought that when Akane picked a fight with the superiors of Aoi, it had turned into a huge mess. It was not that Ichibishi did not want Aoi, but the decision had been made through politics among the upper management to avoid a clash with Kawasaki. That was why Ichibishi had stepped back. At that time, Akane had a lot of trust and high expectations from her higher-ups, but because of her past actions, her promotion had been delayed, even though she was far more capable than Oiso. Oiso felt that Akane was stubborn, and Akane wondered if that was meant as a compliment. Oiso had bad feelings about it. The next day, when Karaboshi and Karen came to Akane's store, she calmly stated that she had been waiting for them. Karaboshi wondered what had happened to her all of a sudden. Akane placed 2 glasses of water in front of them and asked them to sit down and listen, saying that she had an important announcement for them. She told them to stay calm and hear her out. She revealed that they had received an offer from Ichibishi. Karaboshi wondered if it was a sponsorship, while Karen was very happy to hear the news. Akane further revealed that 2 more companies were also preparing offers. Karaboshi was surprised, but Karen was delighted. Suddenly, they noticed that Karaboshi was no longer there. They found him outside, overwhelmed with emotion, thinking that the massive wave of attention he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Akane asked whether they wanted to keep talking and suggested that they move inside. Karaboshi came back in, and Akane showed him the terms from Ichibishi. As Karaboshi became excited, she told him to return to reality. While he was reading the terms, Akane mentioned that the other 2 companies would likely have similar conditions, as it was the standard offer range for a rookie adventurer. All of this had happened because of the recapture mission. Seeing the mask team's success, everyone had rushed to make their offers. Overjoyed, Karaboshi wondered if he was going to die from happiness. Akane denied it and told him to stay calm and think about it, saying that no one was going to force him to decide. However, if possible, she would prefer him to choose Ichibishi, since both she and Karen would like to go there, and Karen mentioned that Akane had helped them a lot. Akane thanked her and clarified that the offer was for the mask team and that the final decision rested with Karaboshi. Karaboshi immediately agreed to go with Ichibishi. Akane was shocked and told him that she had not been asking him. They were confused. She then explained that neither she nor the company had asked him. They had asked Kamen. Karaboshi was shocked, and Akane teased him by asking whether he had really thought the offer was for him. Karaboshi wondered what she was talking about and asked her to speak clearly. They then realized that the offer was for Mask. Karaboshi felt extremely bad, and Akane stated that Karaboshi's presence was worth less than a 500 yen item. Karaboshi replied that the mask belonged to him and that he should have the right to decide which company they were going to sign with. She was shocked and stated that, technically, he was correct. Panicking, she quickly added that she had only been joking. Karaboshi became enraged and shouted that he would shine with Kawasaki and then build a Kawasaki branch across the street from that shop and start selling things like crazy. Akane became frightened and asked Karaboshi to forgive her. Meanwhile, Karen wondered how they should proceed with the digital signature. Akane sincerely apologized to them, and after everything had calmed down, Karaboshi and Karen headed toward the dungeon. Karen said that she was very glad they had signed with Ichibishi. Karaboshi agreed, even though there were some restrictions. He felt that he had not only signed with Ichibishi, but also with Akane, because although her personality was unusual, her skills were undeniable. She had checked the condition of his armor and even pre-ordered replacements ahead of time. Karen was also pleased with Akane's consideration and thought it was very compatible with their KI energy. Even though Akane's personality was different, building a strong connection through that contract was not a bad thing. They reached the 16th floor of the dungeon, where Karen was surprised to see that it had become a forest stage. Karaboshi called out to her and showed that he had obtained a new skill, which he thought might have been because he had defeated that boss earlier. Suddenly, Karen noticed that a KI skill tree had appeared. Karaboshi said that he had already been aware of it, and that it would not make sense for there not to be a skill tree. Karen replied that she had always thought KI was more like a personal trait, rather than an actual skill. Karaboshi explained that if they had unlocked it earlier, their fights would have been much easier. Karen added that it might only appear after gaining enough real combat experience. However, something felt strange. The AOI puppets were controlled using KI, so at least high-ranking adventurers should know about it, yet no one had ever mentioned it in their blogs. She wondered if it was some kind of dangerous ability. Karaboshi did not understand what she meant and told her to stay quiet for a while. After that, they began cutting some trees, saying that if it was dungeon-sourced wood, it might sell well and they should take some with them. While they were collecting the wood, Karaboshi and Karen suddenly heard a rustling sound. They soon discovered that grass monsters had appeared and were surrounding them. Karaboshi noticed that they were not attacking yet, so he decided that he would have to make the first move. Karen prepared herself as well. When they struck, they realized that the monsters were very tough. Karaboshi felt that he had smelled something like them before, and the creatures were both extremely strong and heavy. Karen used her lightning magic to blast the monster, and suddenly they felt something different as a sharp pain struck their eyes. Karaboshi asked Karen to fall back and told her not to use that lightning again, as the burning pain in his nose and throat made him realize that those monsters were actually the source of the Hokkaido mountain wasabi. With tears trickling down his face, Karaboshi stated that their dinner for that night was now settled. Karen was completely shocked to see Karaboshi acting so desperately. Karaboshi explained to Karen that the reason the gas made their eyes water was because her lightning had vaporized the pungent compounds of the wasabi. Karen realized that her attacks were actually making things worse. Karaboshi agreed and said that he would handle things by himself. She agreed and simply watched him. After he defeated all the monsters, she thanked him and apologized, saying that she had not been able to help him. Karaboshi told her that it was fine and that she should not worry about it. While they were sitting and resting, they wondered how they should fight in such situations. The discussion turned to the magic she had used before the lightning strike. Karen explained that it was something like a shockwave, and that it would not have the same adverse effects as lightning, though she admitted that she had completely forgotten about it. Karaboshi then realized that he had been focusing only on powerful attacks. However, if they limited their options like that, they would struggle whenever they encountered unusual enemies. That was why having more options would be better. He thought that it might be the right time to reassess their abilities and try different methods. Karen agreed with him. Karaboshi then said that his eyes had stopped tearing, so they should continue exploring and try to capture as many monsters as they could. Along the way, they encountered many more wasabi monsters, and their numbers were huge. After defeating them all, Karaboshi wondered if they should head back, but Karen wanted to continue a little longer because she wanted to practice until her magic became truly useful. Karaboshi agreed, and they prepared to continue. However, Karen still felt that her magic was weak, so she decided to convert all of her energy into shockwaves. By focusing carefully and refining the attack, she released it and finally destroyed several of the wasabi monsters in front of them. Karaboshi was surprised by the attack and wondered what had just happened, as he had never seen magic like that before. He checked her stats and praised her, saying that her magic had evolved and that her fighting style had changed. She had even unlocked a new skill. Karen was extremely happy, and they decided that it was time to return. When they arrived at the teleportation area, Karaboshi was unusually quiet. Karen wondered if something was wrong, but Karaboshi denied it and instead asked her if she was free later. As they came out of the dungeon, they cooked the mountain wasabi. When Karen looked at it, she became very excited to eat it. Karaboshi revealed that he had been drooling and crying while cooking it because it was so fresh. He said that they should start eating before it got cold. As they sat down, Karaboshi suggested that she try putting some of it on the teriyaki chicken. Karen replied that she had not eaten much wasabi before. Karaboshi said that it would be a direct encounter with the unknown and that it might change her whole perspective. When she took a bite, tears immediately filled her eyes. Karaboshi commented that she had taken a very big bite. It was extremely spicy, and it had been a while since Karaboshi had eaten something like that as well. When Karaboshi tried it, he almost breathed fire and ended up spitting it out. After a while, he suggested that they try it with plain rice and a bit of soy sauce. When they did, they found that the taste was actually very good. Around 2 days later, when Karen returned to Karaboshi, she found him lying down, completely exhausted. She was confused when she saw him like that. When she approached him, Karaboshi wondered if it was already morning. Karen confirmed it and asked what he had been doing. Karaboshi revealed that he had been fighting a werewolf. Karen became annoyed and asked why he would do something like that. Karaboshi sat up and explained that he wanted to master spiritual energy faster and catch up to her. He admitted that he had not been able to say it before, but he thought that she was truly amazing. Karen asked what he meant by that. Karaboshi recalled the time when he had gone into the dungeon alone and noticed that Karen's evaluation had risen significantly. It had been frustrating for him because they had fought roughly the same amount, yet her progress had become much more visible. He said that she might have been feeling that way ever since they formed the party. However, instead of letting it trouble her, she kept working hard without worrying too much. Karaboshi, on the other hand, had become obsessed with the numbers on the skill board, so he decided to follow her as an example. Karen was surprised to hear that and warned him that if he pushed himself so hard that he broke his body again, all of that effort would become meaningless. Karaboshi agreed and added that he had finally gained a small grasp of spiritual energy. When they both returned to the dungeon, Karaboshi showed her his power. After defeating a giant monster, he explained that he was able to control it much better than the day before. Karen felt relieved when they defeated the boss of the 16th floor as well. While Karaboshi was looking at the loot, Karen wondered what had just happened. Karaboshi explained that he had struck the monster using spiritual energy. If he had cut it normally, the spicy substance inside it would have spilled everywhere. He had tried to maximize his spiritual energy, but had not been able to control it properly, so he channeled the overflowing energy into his dagger and shaped it like a blunt weapon. By doing that, he was able to match his distance, movement, and breathing with the attack. As Karaboshi swung his dagger again, Karen felt that he was beginning to seem less human once more. They continued moving toward the lower floors, and Masaki stated that after some time, they would even reach the 20th floor. Karaboshi agreed and added that once they reached it, they would be promoted to high-rank adventurers. He admitted that he was already feeling nervous about it. As they moved to the next floor, Karaboshi felt that things were not very different from the 16th floor. Suddenly, they heard a rustling sound and immediately went on guard, wondering if it was another mountain wasabi.